The Chinese and the British knew how to burn stuff and extended this knowledge to coal in the Northern Song and the Elizabethan Leap respectively, and yet neither episode had any appreciable impact on the atmospheric concentration of CO2, as noted by Stefan, Crutzen, and colleagues. 17 Not even the ability to manipulate coal fires precipitated a fossil economy, much less the existence of the fire ape, Homo pyrophilus. If the genus Homo learned to control fire 1.6 million years ago, it continued to earn a living from gathering, hunting, and fishing for more than 99% of its ensuing history, burning its way here and there, at long last cultivating soil and herding cattle and grinding flour in water mills, fire always near at hand, only developing the fossil economy in the blip of the last 2 centuries. For that step, combustion control was indeed a necessary faculty, as were tool use, language, cooperative labor, knowledge of how to build a spade and excavate the earth's crust and whatnot, but none of these things could eo ipso bring about business as usual. The error here is amply covered in historiographical textbooks. However necessary they may be, the most constant and general antecedents remain merely implicit, writes March Bloch in The Historian's Craft. What military historian would dream of ranking among the causes of a victory that gravitation which accounts for the trajectory of the shells, or the physiological organization of the human body without which the projectiles would have no fatal consequences? 18 Such factors are simply too ubiquitous to merit special attention. Fire manipulation has always been present in human history as a necessary condition for the emergence of pre- and proto-fossil as well as fossil economies, and so does not deserve a special niche in the genealogy of the latter. It is a trivial condition, lacking correlation with the outcome of interest. But perhaps the pyrotheorists have only done the honorable job of tracing the problem to its very deepest root. Such endeavors are, John Lewis Gaddis argues in The Landscape of History, how historians map the past, subject to a principle of diminishing relevance. The greater the time that separates a cause from an effect, the less weight should be attached to it. 19 Deriving the fossil economy from the command over fire is like explaining the rise of drone warfare with the evolution of binocular vision and opposable thumbs, the mass demonstrations in Tahrir Square in 2011 with the appearance of towns. In the Neolithic Revolution, the systematic torture in Bashar al-Assad's prisons with the invention of bricks and mortar or any other number of inane exercises. We would expect the dots to connect rather more directly. Moreover, to propose ultra-remote causes of such recent events is to obfuscate their origins and acquit the culprits. A reductio ad infinitum, it lets the powers that be off the hook. Attempts to attribute climate change to the nature of the human species appear doomed to the sword of vacuity. In his essay Unconscious Obstacles to Caring for the Planet, Facing Up to Human Nature, psychoanalyst John Keane seeks to account for the reckless pollution of the atmosphere and humanity's refusal to confront it by referring to the evolutionary preference for immediate gratification over longer-term needs. More specifically, the infant excretes waste matter without bounds, learning, as a first certainty about the world, that the caring mother will take away the poo and the wee and clean up the crotch. As a result, human beings are accustomed to the practice of spoiling their surroundings. I believe that these repeated encounters contribute to the complementary belief that the planet is an unlimited toilet mother, capable of absorbing our toxic products to infinity. 20. Now it is easy to poke fun at certain forms of psychoanalysis, but Keane shares a problem with the Anthropocene narrative. Where is the evidence for any sort of causal connection between fossil fuel combustion and infant defecation or fire manipulation? What about all those generations of Homo sapiens who, up to the 19th century, mastered both arts but never voided the carbon deposits of the earth and dumped them into the atmosphere? Were they shitters and burners just waiting to realize their full potentials? That which exists always and everywhere cannot explain why a society diverges from all others and develops something new. By the time of the transition, the British social formation did not stand out for postpartum bowel movements or fiddling with matches, any more than it did for breathing or walking. Such abecedarian activities were irrelevant to the very special outcome. A historical explanation, and this is what is needed, would rather focus on the mechanisms of the novel order, the makeup and reproduction of this structure, something utterly new under the sun. As for the steam engines, it is entirely banal to point this out, but they were not adopted by some natural-born deputies of the human species. By the nature of the social order of things, they could only be installed by the owners of the means of production. A tiny minority even in Britain, all male, all white, this class of people comprised an infinitesimal fraction of the population of Homo sapiens in the early 19th century. Is there any reason to consider it any more truly representative of the human enterprise than the Luddites or the plug-drawers or the preachers of steam demonology? It prevailed by superior physical force. Would this qualify as a survival of the fittest? Either the Anthropocene narrative is a form of tacit social Darwinism, or it is founded on a category mistake, ascribing actions to an entity that could not possibly have performed them. The choice of a prime mover in commodity production could not have been the prerogative of the human species, since it presupposed, for a start, the institution of wage labor. Capitalists in a small corner of the Western world invested in steam, laying the foundation of the fossil economy. At no moment did the species vote for it either with feet or ballots, or march in mechanical unison, or exercise any sort of shared authority over its own destiny and that of the Earth system. It did not figure as an actor on the historical stage. 21. Steam won because it augmented the power of some over others. It was considered invaluable for the great assistance it provided in the struggle between antagonistic subsets of a human population, intraspecies contradictions conditioning its ascent through and through, and then we still have not touched upon the spread of steam to other parts of the planet. In Fossil Empire, we shall see how a clique of white British men employed steam power as a literal weapon against the best part of humankind, from the Niger Delta to the Yangtze Delta, the Levant to Latin America. Yet the events on the British Isles should in themselves be enough to conclude that stationary steam was foisted upon the rest of society, a power device backed up by the power of the gun, without which it might have been burned to the ground, the ability to manipulate fire a key resource of the resistance, against which the mills had to be made fireproof. How about the later stages of the fossil economy? Has humanity lined up behind the capitalist pioneers and availed itself of the blessings of the stock, stepping forward like so many children of Icarus to spread their wings, or has fossil power remained just that? These are questions for any number of other studies. We shall venture some observations in the following chapters. A few basic ones are in order here. The succession of fossil fuel technologies following steam, electricity, the internal combustion engine, the petroleum complex, cars, tankers, refineries, petrochemicals, aviation, have all been introduced through investment decisions, sometimes with crucial input from certain governments but rarely through democratic deliberation. The privilege of instigating new cycles of burning appears prima facie to have stayed with the class in charge of commodity production. Reflecting an intraspecies concentration on another level, as of 2000, the advanced capitalist countries or the North composed 16.6% of the world population, but were responsible for 77.1% of the CO2 emitted since 1850, subnational inequalities uncounted. The US alone accounted for 27.6%, while Nigeria stood at 0.2%, Turkey at 0.5%, Indonesia 0.6%, Brazil 0.9%, these being countries with a historical responsibility sufficiently large to make it on a top 20 list. Most left even smaller marks. Counting differently, the OECD countries were behind 86 of the 107 parts per million by which the CO2 concentration rose from 1,850 to 2006.22. What about the homeland of it all? In one list of national contributions to global warming from fossil fuel combustion up to the year 2005, the United Kingdom ranks number 5, having caused a rise in temperature 3 times larger than India, 15 times Thailand and Argentina, 30 times Nigeria and Colombia, and so on. In the early 21st century, the poorest 45% of humanity generated 7% of current CO2 emissions, while the richest 7% produced 50%, a single average U.S. citizen, national class divisions again disregarded, emitted as much as upwards of 500 citizens of Ethiopia, Chad, Afghanistan, Mali, Cambodia, Burundi. There were few signs of fossil fuel combustion being equalized within the human species. Rather, the data suggest a widening polarization. Point 23. Are these basic facts reconcilable with the view of humankind as the new geological agent? The best shot for the Anthropocene narrative in this regard remains population growth. If it can be shown that fossil fuel combustion is fanned by the multiplication of human numbers, the species may be held causally responsible. Thus the leading Anthropocene theorists like to foreground excessive reproduction as the major perturbation of the biosphere. Point 24. Undeniably, human numbers and CO2 quantities are somehow connected. 20 people have a smaller capacity to burn coal than 20 million, but global emissions increased by a factor of 654.8 between 1820 and 2010, while population only did so by a factor of 6.6. Suggesting the presence of another propulsive force. Point 25. In recent decades, on disaggregated levels, the correlation has been revealed as outright negative. Development scholar David Satterthwaite compared the growth of population and emissions between 1980 and 2005, the former tended to be fastest where the latter was slowest, and vice versa. China's annual population growth stood at 1.1% as against 5.6% for emissions, South Korea's at 0.9% and 5.3% respectively. At the opposite end of the spectrum, inverting the relation, Djibouti's scored 3.5% and 0.8%, while Chad's figures were 3.2% and 1.6%, rapid population growth, falling emissions. Sub-Saharan Africa accounted for less than 3% of growth in global emissions, but for 18.5% in population. Northern America reversed the profile, 14% of emissions, 4% of population. In short, the rise of population and the rise of emissions were disconnected from each other, the one mostly happening in places where the other did not, and if a correlation is negative, causation is out of the question. Point 26. More than a third of humanity is not even party to a proto-fossil economy. As of 2012, 2.6 billion people still relied on biomass for cooking. Point 27. Taking into account that the capacity of undernourished humans subsisting on one meal per day to afford to emit any greenhouse gases is small, that low-income households primarily use carbon-neutral transport methods, walking, bicycling, at most riding crowded buses and trains, and that people who scavenge dump sites for waste to recycle and grow forests on their land have negative emissions, Satterthwaite concluded that 1/6 of world population best not be included in allocations of responsibility for GHG emissions. Their contribution hovers around zero. In the words of Václav Smil, ultra-prolific authority on energy systems, the difference in modern energy consumption between a subsistence pastoralist in the Sahel and an average Canadian may easily be larger than 1,000-fold, and that is an average Canadian, not the owner of 5 houses, 3 SUVs, and a private airplane. Point 28. Depending on the circumstances in which a specimen of Homo sapiens is born, then, her imprint on the atmosphere may vary by several orders of magnitude. No other creatures on Earth, think of the beaver, the bonobo, a species of zooplankton or cyanobacterium, exhibit anything like a similar disparity in environmental impact. Surely, something is unique about humans. Given these enormous variations, in space and in time, present and past, humanity appears too slender an abstraction to carry the burden of causality. Now, proponents of the Anthropocene might object that from the standpoint of all other living things, and indeed from the biosphere as a whole, what really matters is that climatic disruption originates from within the human species, even if not all of it is to blame, and so a species-based term for the new geological epoch is warranted. Whether a Tuareg stockman or a Toronto stockbroker, every burner of fossil fuels is, by definition, human. This might look like a compelling argument for the Anthropocene. It is indicative of the term's origins in the natural sciences, geologists, meteorologists, biologists, and others having detected an overwhelming human influence on ecosystems, now arranged alongside natural selection, solar radiation, or volcanic activity. The Anthropocene registers this moment of epiphany. The power to shape planetary climate has passed from nature into the realm of humans. As soon as this is recognized, however, the main paradox of the narrative, if not of the concept as such, comes into view. Climate change is denaturalist in one moment, relocated from the sphere of natural causes to that of human activities, only to be renaturalist in the next, when derived from an innate human trait. Not nature, but human nature, this is the Anthropocene displacement. It backs away from the vertiginous depth of perhaps the most groundbreaking scientific discovery of our time, which tells us that human beings have caused global warming over the course of their history. This kind of history does not appear in the biography of any other species. To all intents and purposes, beavers and bonobos continue to construct their own microenvironments as they always have, generation upon familiar generation, while a certain human community may burn wood for 10 millennia straight and then coal the next century. Realizing that climate change is anthropogenic is to appreciate that it is sociogenic. It has arisen as a result of temporally fluid social relations as they materialize through the rest of nature, and once this ontological insight, implicit in climate change science, is truly taken on board, one can no longer treat humankind as a species being determined by its biological evolution. Nor can one write off divisions between human beings as immaterial to the broader picture, for such divisions may have been an integral part of fossil fuel combustion in the first place. Following climate science out of nature, we should dare to probe the depths of social history, not relapse into the false certitude of a transposed natural inevitability. The Anthropocene narrative could here be seen as an illogical and ultimately self-defeating foray of the natural science community, responsible for the original discovery, into the domain of human affairs. Geologists, meteorologists, and their colleagues are not necessarily equipped to study the sort of things that take place between humans, and perforce between them and the rest of nature, the composition of a rock or the pattern of a jet stream being rather different from property and power. Now that the latter ramold the former, some confusion is perhaps to be expected. The Anthropocene represents an attempt to conceptually traverse the gap between the natural and the social, already blended in reality, through the construction of a bridge from one side only, leading the traffic, as it were, in a direction opposite to the actual process. In climate change, social relations determine natural conditions. In Anthropocene thinking, natural scientists extend their worldviews to society. The most extreme naturalization is found in the idea that climate change is caused by the existence of fire on Earth, the Anthropocene a realization of the planet's own phorophytic tendencies in the hands of the genus Homo. In Fundamental Processes in Ecology, an Earth Systems approach, environmental scientist David M. Wilkinson extends the argument to any conceivable planet endowed with life based on the element of carbon. Such life will inevitably sequester some carbon, as the bodies of dead organisms descend into sediments. A species that learns to harness carbon as a source of energy will be favored by natural selection. Any intelligent species will proceed from burning biomass to burning fossil fuels and thereby have profound effects on its planet's carbon cycle, global warming being the unavoidable sum of carbon-based life plus natural selection plus intelligence. 29 History in a primordial soup. All these varieties of naturalization have an easily recognizable form. Certain social relations appear as the natural properties of things. With Karl Marx, production is encased in eternal natural laws independent of history, at which opportunity bourgeois relations are then quietly smuggled in as the inviolable natural laws on which society in the abstract is founded, or the human species in abstract, or even intelligent life. In bourgeois political economy, capital is portrayed as though it had dangled in front of human beings since the time of Adam as the ultimate and only goal of their existence. It is held to be a necessary feature of the human labor process as such, irrespective of the historical forms it has assumed. It is consequently something permanent, determined by the nature of human labor itself. 30 To historicizing, universalizing, eternalizing, naturalizing a mode of production specific to a certain time and place. These are the most quotidian, not to say hackneyed, strategies of ideological legitimation. They block off any prospect for change. If the fossil economy is the outcome of the knowledge of how to light a fire, or the nursing of a baby, or the presence of combustible solid matter, or the conjunction of intelligence and sequestered carbon, how can we even imagine dismantling it? If things were bound to develop this way, how could anything else be possible in prospect or retrospect? For Clarke, these are indeed matters of an ontological nature, and as such they exceed the domains of negotiation and decision-making. For Pincus, the current carbon economy is intrinsically tied to human energy, production, and life itself. 31 Doomed we are and have always been. The distance from this belief to the infamous denialist propaganda of the Competitive Enterprise Institute, CO2, they call it pollution. We call it life, is disturbingly short. But there is a noteworthy difference between bourgeois political economy and the Anthropocene narrative. Even if they end up saying almost the same thing, scholars naturalizing climate change are rarely if ever working on behalf of the vested interests of business as usual. Most would likely wish to see them gone. Insofar as it occludes the historical origins of global warming and sinks the fossil economy into unalterable conditions, the Anthropocene is an ideology more by default than by design, more the product of the dominance of natural science in the field of climate change and, perhaps, the general blunting of critical edges and narrowing of political horizons in the post-1989 world than of any malicious apologetics. It is not necessarily any less harmful for that. It is one of several theoretical frameworks which happen to be not only profoundly defective, but also inimical to action. The Anthropocene might be a useful concept and narrative for polar bears and amphibians and birds who want to know what species is wreaking such terrible havoc on their habitats, but alas, they lack the capacity to scrutinize and stand up to human actions. For those who may do so, other humans, species thinking on climate change conduces to paralysis. The failure to understand the rise of steam power is, again, symptomatic of more general deficiencies, hence the need to start all over from the beginning. Putting the cart of force before the horse. The anomaly of steam is no less threatening to productive force determinism. As a matter of fact, the steam mill did not give us society with the industrial capitalist, but precisely the other way around. The arrow of causation can be in little doubt once we recognize that 1. Capitalist relations of production antedated the steam engine, 2. Such relations coalesced in a factory system based on water power, and 3. The eventual incompatibility between them and the flow of energy induced the transition, in flat contravention of Marx's law in the poverty of philosophy. Moreover, steam did not possess any intrinsic technical advantage at the time of the shift. Manufacturers let the brightest promises of water go to waste. Cohen's model of techno-historical change fits ill with the data on every count. Scarcity did not hang over the agents, knowledge of the engine was not a sufficient condition for its adoption, communal deliberations over its pros and cons were conspicuously suppressed, the quasi-democracy of the treadmill story about as far as one can come from the decision-making process as it actually panned out. In technological determinism, machines are postulated as having a primordial existence of their own in a realm from which they burst into human relations. New technologies, writes Carlota Perez, a leading exponent of Schumpeterian technicism, erupt in a maturing economy and advance like a bulldozer, disrupting the established framework and articulating new industrial networks, crashing into society, demolishing walls, throwing the rubble this way and that until the road is clear. 32 But the very notion is a logical fallacy. To become a bulldozer in motion, a machine first has to be driven by some humans, that is, taken up in the sphere of relations, or it will remain an unmoved idea in the garage of the inventor's mind. As we have argued repeatedly, a novel device becomes a material force only through an active move by relevant agents to adopt it. 33 Thus a growth tendency cannot be an intrinsic property of the productive forces. Rather, the relations have to be structured in such a way as to make investment in the forces attractive for the decision makers, be they an egalitarian riverbank community as in Cohen's fairy tale or a class of savvy capitalists. Without a relational spur to put them into practice, ideas will be mere ideas. Technological determinism turns out to be an impotent idealism. In societies where the means of production are the properties of some people to the exclusion of others, what we know as class societies, productive forces will materialize only through their being exclusively owned. Steam power was immersed in the plasma of such relations from the start. It cannot be conceived outside of it. Being owned, being monopolized by some people in contradistinction to others, was as fundamental an attribute of the engine as were emissions of CO2, nay, the latter were epiphenomena of the services the prime mover offered its proprietors. It could not have had any ontology or ecology prior to property relations, and the same must apply to all subsequent technologies of fossil fuel combustion in class societies. Their stunning power to change the climate of the earth has followed from their value for their owners as distinct from non-owners. A belief in the machines themselves as causes of our predicament, as self-moving artifacts doing this and that, erupting, selecting, growing, emitting, is not difficult to diagnose. One of the first Marxists to launch an assault on productive force determinism was George Lukács, in a 1925 review of Nikolai Bukharin's Historical Materialism, whose attempt to find the underlying determinants of society and its development in a principle other than that of the social relations inevitably leads to fetishism. 34 Things are ascribed powers and agency of their own, when in reality they are the embodiments of relations between human beings. Marx himself does not escape the charge. The hand mill/steam mill aphorism was no slip of the tongue. It accurately summed up a conception of historical change in general and steam power in particular developed by Marx and Engels over the 1840s, along lines not dissimilar to Cohen's. 35 But as Marx settled down in London, he began to veer in another direction. Wading through piles of economic tracts, reports of the factory inspectors, parliamentary inquiries, and private misery on his tortuous path to capital, he jotted down his ideas along the way as they evolved. In the notebooks that make up manuscripts of 1861-63, among observations on such writers as Ure and Tufnell, we find him returning to the self-acting mule, the wool-combing machine and other old acquaintances. A means to defeat strikes, such machinery appears as a form of capital, an instrument of capital, a power of capital, over labor, for the suppression of any claim by labor to autonomy. Here machinery comes into play as a form of capital inimical to labor in intention as well. It is intimately tied to a certain prime mover. The introduction of steam as an antagonist to human power, Marx quotes and emphasizes Gaskell. 36. A more transformative discovery for Marx himself, however, concerned an energy source to which he had hitherto paid little attention: water. At some point in his investigations, he apparently realized the need to research water power to understand the roots of capitalist production. Thus the manuscripts include enormous excerpts from a German Geschichte der Technologie, published in 1807, through which Marx traces the winding path of the water wheel from Asia and Rome via the feudal estates of Europe to the mills for fulling and hammering, boring and veneering and, finally, spinning of cotton. Then he proceeds to steam, excerpts on the history of Savory and Newcomen, lengthy calculations of the proportions of steam and water in the British textile industry, analysis of Watt's patents. To fully comprehend the mechanical workings of the rotative engine, Marx draws a detailed picture of 1.37. A new historical sequence now emerges. The spinning machine was not really complete until a large number of such machines, a reunion of such machines, received their motion from water, Marx concludes, and at this moment, the organization and combination of labor resting on the machinery first becomes complete. Overturning the previous chronology, he grasps the fact that the industrial organization of labor ripened with water, or, in other words, that the most distinctive capitalist relations rode forth on a technology known since antiquity. In Capital, the lessons appear in refined form. The Roman Empire, we read in Volume I, handed down the elementary form of all machinery in the shape of the water wheel. 38 Not the steam but the water mill gave us society with the industrial capitalist, but as a productive force, it had been around for centuries. As much as the rivers were the first hosts of capital, however, the guest eventually grew impatient with the liquid. The flow of water could not be increased at will, it failed at certain seasons of the year, and above all it was essentially local. Steam, on the other hand, had one very tangible advantage. Not till the invention of Watt's second and so-called double-acting steam engine was a prime mover found which drew its own motive power from the consumption of coal and water, was entirely under man's control, was mobile and a means of locomotion, was urban and not, like the water wheel, rural, permitted production to be concentrated in towns instead of, like the water wheels, being scattered over the countryside and, finally, was of universal technical application, and little affected in its choice of residence by local circumstances. 39. When steam transplanted the factories from the waterfalls of the countryside into the centers of the towns, the abstemious profit-monger found his childish material ready to hand, without having to bring slaves forcibly from the workhouse. With these reversals, Marx explicitly corrects the account he and Engels offered in the 1840s. The steam engine itself did not give rise to any industrial revolution. It was, on the contrary, the invention of machines, by which Marx means machines for spinning cotton, that made a revolution in the form of steam engines necessary. 40 The threads are pulled together in a passage of characteristic density. Machinery does not just act as a superior competitor to the worker, always on the point of making him superfluous. It is a power inimical to him, and capital proclaims this fact loudly and deliberately, as well as making use of it. It is the most powerful weapon for suppressing strikes, those periodic revolts of the working class against the autocracy of capital. According to Gaskell, the steam engine was from the very first an antagonist of human power, an antagonist that enabled the capitalists to tread underfoot the growing demands of the workers, which threatened to drive the infant factory system into crisis. 41. Here things are falling into place, the engine as an antagonist to labor enabling the capitalists to defeat a revolt, which threatened to drive the infant factory system into crisis. In the drawn-out confrontation over that system, labor lost to capital, in a disaster Marx considers typical. The substitution of the steam engine for man strikes the final blow in this, as in all similar processes of transformation. 42 If Marx in his youth perceived the engine as the wellspring of bourgeois rule, he here suggests that it consolidated such rule after the industrial capitalist, knee-deep in accumulation, had decided to adopt it. At that point, bourgeois power fused with mechanical. We may thus distinguish between two stages in Marxian thinking on steam, one early determinism and one late constructivism, the manuscripts of 1861-63 forming the bridge between the two. In the latter, Marx flew past the theoretical stumbling blocks left in his path by a Smith, a Malthus, a Ricardo, developing a truly original, if sketchy, account of steam. Much work remains to fill in the details. But the kernel is in plain sight, the relations preceded, selected, constructed, the prime mover that best suited their own dynamics. Now one would expect that these empirical findings would have led Marx to renounce productive force determinism as a general philosophy of history, but it seems he could not bring himself to do this, for the formulae of forces bursting relations reappear even in his latest works. 43 Eviscerated by Marx's own research, that philosophy became one of his many legacies. With a little help from the messenger Engels, the Second and Third Internationals then codified it as the one materialist Dasein, often with the hand mill/steam mill aphorism as a confession of faith. The whole spectrum of Marxist congregations, from Koskay and Plekhanov to Lenin and Trotsky and indeed Stalin, united in this particular belief. 44 When Louis Althusser declared war on reductionist temptations in for Marx, he knew to take aim on that well-thumbed piece on the steam engine. Epitome of all too prevalent economism and even technologism. But around this time, in the 1960s, the winds began to shift. Just as most quarreling Marxists had hitherto agreed on putting the cart of force before the horse of relations, they now rearranged the carriage of history. Maoism and autonomism, Braverman and Marcuse, Thompson and Althusser all pivoted towards a constructivist viewpoint 45, but no school did so with greater confidence and clarity than political Marxism, the current founded by Brenner and Wood. It is with their help we can begin to reconstruct an alternative theory of the rise of steam power in particular and the fossil economy in general, starting out from capitalist property relations, the root system all rejected candidates ignore. If productive force determinism postulates the sequence: human and extra-human nature rightward arrow, productive forces rightward arrow, relations of production. Constructivism alone can posit relations of production rightward arrow, productive forces rightward arrow, human and extra-human nature. This is the line to follow, if we are to reach a theory of capitalist destabilization of climate. First, however, an objection must be preempted. Bracketing the smallpox. Capitalism gave birth to the fossil economy. The rise of steam power, the critical moment in the delivery, occurred in a country with a distinctly capitalist mode of production. 2 centuries later, the context remains the same, the umbilical cord as strong as ever. Yet a fossil economy does not necessarily have to be capitalist. Indeed, under our definition, it would seem to correspond as much to the reality of the Soviet Union and its satellite states, which had their own growth mechanisms connected to coal, oil, gas. No less dirty, sooty, emissions-intensive, perhaps rather more, than their Cold War adversaries, those formations surely left their signature on the atmosphere. So why focus on capitalism as the mother of the fossil economy? What, a common objection to ecological Marxism, reason is there to delve into the destructivity of capital, when the communist states performed at least as abysmally? 46. In medicine, a similar question would perhaps be, why concentrate research efforts on cancer rather than smallpox? Both can be fatal. But only one still exists. 47 History has closed the parenthesis around the Soviet system, leaving North Korea and to some extent Cuba the sole remnants of the bloc, and so we are back at the beginning, where the fossil economy is coextensive with the capitalist mode of production, only now on a global scale. The Stalinist version deserves its own investigations, on its own terms, the mechanisms of growth being of their own kind and still poorly understood, but there is a very good reason to follow the example of history itself and bracket it. 48 We do not live in the Vorkuta coal mining gulag of the 1930s. It is no more. But the world that Lancashire founded in the 1830s encompasses us all as the ecological reality we have to deal with. Today, notes an editorial in Global Environmental Change, a esteemed journal in the field of sustainability science. Capitalism forms the basis of the political institutions and social relations which define our collective ability to effectively respond to environmental change, ever present, yet largely unsaid. Most debates in the field take it as a given, less open to question than the air we breathe. It has become the elephant in the room. In confirmation of Frederick Jameson's epigram, it is easier to imagine the end of the world than the end of capitalism. 49 It is no longer easy even to imagine capitalism as an object of historical inquiry precisely because it is perceived as a condition of life, more timeless than the very ecological foundations of existence, which, frail and tottering, seem to give way at any moment. But if we wish to understand how we ended up here, the permanent and the transient must, if only in the historical imagination, be reversed. In the beginning, the heavens and earth were solid. Then capitalism delivered the fossil economy. Or, today, the biosphere is unstable and capitalism stable, but to understand why we have reached this place, the two must switch positions. Only thus can an imaginative space for the history of the fossil economy, and any hope of dismantling it, be carved out. Chapter 13. Fossil Capital, the energy basis of bourgeois property relations. The perpetual fire of accumulation. Woodpeckers work on the excavation of wood. The bills are their tools. Striking their sharp-nosed hammers with a signature mechanical sound, they can bore mouth-sized holes into tree trunks, like shafts for mining ants and termites, beetles and their grubs. Because the tools are at one with the bodies of the birds, they cannot be concentrated. No master woodpecker can collect bills and pile them up on a central site and tell the other members of the population, their faces strangely flat, to submit to his command and get access to the tools they need to break through the bark or refuse and starve in freedom. For this reason, if for no other, property relations among woodpeckers are impossible. Their equipment for metabolism cannot be distributed between owners and non-owners, nor can it be collectively controlled by a commune. This is the essence of property relations, a matrix of positions for the members of the species vis-a-vis the means of production. Or, in the more elaborate definition given by Brenner, by property relations, I mean the relationships among the direct producers, among the class of exploiters, if any exists, and between the exploiters and producers, which specify and determine the regular and systematic access of the individual economic actors, or families, to the means of production and to the economic product. A set of rules, as it were, for how humans relate to their equivalents of bills and beetles. 1 Now humans create, of course, toolboxes infinitely larger and more varied than their own bodily organs. Nature, Marx says, is their original tool house, out of which they assemble advanced implements for spinning, boring, grinding, pressing, cutting, throwing, pumping and any number of other activities. Humans alone can fan out over the earth as a whole, construct instruments out of whatever useful material they encounter and annex them to their bodies, make the earth an inorganic body, in Marx's words, a sort of prosthetic extension of themselves. 2 No other species can be so flexible, so universal, so omnivorous in relation to the rest of nature, but for the very same reason, no other species can have its metabolism organized through such sharp internal divisions. 3 If a broad set of extra somatic tools is a distinctive feature of Homo sapiens sapiens, it is also the point where that species ceases to be a unity. Precisely because the bills required for breaking through the bark of matter may draw upon all forces of nature and open the wide earth for appropriation, some humans can be cut off. A material, a machine, a prime mover can become private property. The individual might need them like she needs her own lungs, but they are outside of her body, caught by others in a net, versatile and off limits, and so she may have no choice but to go via a master to access them. She is snared in property relations. Before that capture happens, human beings are a bit like woodpeckers, in the sense that they are united with their means of production, not physically, but socially. On the land, in the household and the guild, farmers and artisans possess their own tools, the individual producer relating to the earth as the workshop of his forces, and the domain of his will, still at one with the means like the snail with his shell. 4 Capitalist property relations begin the moment that bond is broken. Deprived of what they need for their subsistence, ex-farmers and ex-artisans no longer own anything but a capacity to perform labor, or labor power, naked and unequipped, a mere potential screaming for tools with which to work. On the opposite side of the fence, they confront a class monopolizing those same means of production as private assets. A historical divorce has occurred, in which producers and means have been separated from each other. But the distance cannot be allowed to last. If people who own nothing but their own labor power never got in contact with the means of production, they would be unable to work and feed themselves. No boots can be made without leather. 5 If, on the other hand, the land, the frames, the piles of leather remained untouched by the fingers and hands of working people, nothing would come out of them, and they would be of no worth to their proprietors. While the separation is the unshakable foundation for capitalist property relations, it has to be overcome, momentarily but continuously. For society to reproduce itself, producers and means must be reunited. Now the capacity of a living person to perform labor, her ability to exert muscles and mind, expend energy, operate her body parts during hours of concentration and strain, is quite a different thing from a pound of leather or a mule or a wheel. Indeed, These are incommensurable entities. Hence their reunification can come about only via the mediation of a universal equivalent against which anything can be exchanged and in whose reactor all qualitative characters dissolve, what we know as money. The worker needs money too. She sells the right to dispose of her sole property, her labor power, for specified periods of time, in return for a quantum of the universal equivalent, the wage, with which she can purchase the goods needed for her metabolism. Both at the end and at the beginning of the cycle, she possesses commodities, first her labor power, then a sack of potatoes and a fresh set of cutlery and a dingy apartment covered for another 2 weeks. The formula she follows is commodity, money, commodity, or C, M, C for short. 6 The one C is distinguished from the other by its qualities, or its use value. Bare labor power is of no utility to its owner, but food and utensils and shelter are essential objects of consumption. But now consider an agent who starts off with money. Venturing out on the market, it is he who purchases labor power and means of production, say, 100 workers ready to weave and be paid for 2 weeks at a time, a factory building, a steam engine, power looms, warp and weft, and thereby effect the reunion like an indispensable matchmaker. The result is a fine calico, which he sells on the market. For this he gets money. The cycle has come to a first end, in accordance with an opposite formula, M, C, M, beginning with money and ending with money, the commodity phase a mere passage to the ultimate goal. But why change money for money? One sum of money cannot be distinguished from another in quality, only in quantity. The sole point of the exercise is the difference between the amount of money thrown into circulation and the amount yielded at its end, to pocket an increment in exchange value, or, simply put, to make more money. The full formula is thus M, C, M, the M with a prime signifying that the sold commodities command higher exchange value than the ingredients acquired to produce them. Our agent has garnered a profit. That is the whole purpose of the procedure, and given the chasm between labor power and means of production as commodities on a market, there can be no other. The two are brought back together in the hands of the capitalist, inserting himself as a permanent middleman or screen between the partners, purchasing them with the single aim, he has spent money, after all, of reaping a monetary gain. 7 In a society that has undergone the historical divorce, capital is the necessary medium for arranging a productive rendezvous between incommensurable entities that can never be discontinued nor fully completed. The interpolation must never cease. I conceive that a capitalist will not risk his money in business without he covers a profit, said cotton manufacturer G. A. Lee from Manchester to a parliamentary commission in 1816.8. He would never do so if he expected to make a loss. If the business forecast told him he would get back 95% of his initial outlay, the capitalist would be wise to keep the money in his bank account. If it said he would stand a good chance of getting 100% of the expenses covered but no more, he would still be prudent to abstain from the investment. The effort would be pointless. One might perhaps imagine a capitalist who repeatedly banks on his own losses, but this person would be a mad deviant guaranteeing his own disappearance. Similarly, one could visualize a capitalist who keeps placing his assets in ventures that give him zero in return but no losses. Perhaps this is a philanthropic gentleman who appreciates the outlets for what they actually do. He would certainly not be a very successful capitalist, rather running the risk of being overtaken by others who have adopted the full formula. Anything else than the profit motive requires sacrificial dispositions on his part. The sole rational goal for him as a capitalist is profit. Logically and historically, the quest for it is inscribed into capitalist property relations as their one driving fire. 9. So the capitalist cares not for the material qualities of his goods, he does not manufacture boots for their own sake, nor cutlery to put on his own table, nor houses to accommodate his children, but items to be sold to others. But he cannot sell the idea of boots or cutlery or houses. For his goods to attract demand, they must be such articles, endowed with a minimal use value of allowing for walk on uneven terrain, scooping up food or shielding against cold and rain. To earn his profit, the industrial capitalist must take a detour through nature, setting up some version of the metabolic interaction Stoffwechsel between man and nature, the everlasting nature-imposed condition of human existence within his precincts. Here the materials of nature are appropriated not for their own concrete comforts, but for the sole purpose of embodying exchange value. Use values are produced by capitalists only because and insofar as they form the material substratum of exchange value, are the bearers of exchange value. 10. The concept of material substratum is crucial. A commodity commands exchange value on the surface of the marketplace, and this is what counts for the capitalist, but it can never be severed from the layer beneath. If the labor expended in its production is subtracted, a material substratum is always left. This substratum is furnished by nature without human intervention. 11. Whatever exchange value is called forth on the premises of the capitalist, it has to rest on a bed of biophysical resources. Commodity production is the production of exchange value through nature, with nature being precisely a substratum, subordinated and subsumed under a purely quantitative logic. The full formula for the circuit of industrial capital, that is, capital engaged in commodity production, therefore has a pivotal P in its midst. More precisely, the commodities bought by the capitalist fall into the two categories of labor power, L, and means of production, MP, giving the following extended formula. 12. The meaning of P in these formulas is production, or a closely regulated Stoffwechsel. Resources are withdrawn from nature and placed in the hands of workers as means of production to be applied, refined, worked up. Apart from machines and other instruments, they include raw materials, a subcategory of which is ancillary materials or accessories in Marx's terminology. These are the substances that do not enter into the product itself, as cotton does in a thread, but form necessary parts of the process of production, dissipated by it and then seen no more. In the finished commodity, they can only be traced as a virtual legacy or embodiment, much like the labor that has gone into it. An accessory may be consumed by the instruments of labor, such as coal by a steam engine, oil by a wheel, hay by draft horses, fulfilling their function and instantly expiring. 13. As all other means, they have to be procured in the right amount and then consumed, for the production of commodities is also a process of consumption, just as a plant grows by consuming water, light, and air. Marx takes the apposite example of combustion. 14. It is, indeed, a paradigmatic case of productive consumption. In the material metamorphosis of capital, some means, some accessories, are commusted, reverted to their elements, turned into ash and smoke and released back into nature. From the viewpoint of capital, the production process appears simply as an unavoidable middle term, a necessary evil for the purpose of money-making, impossible not to repeat. The cycle is by its constitution unlimited. Returning with a profit after every circuit, capital ignites itself anew like a driving fire that never goes out, so that the general formula can be extrapolated in perpetuity. And so on. 15. Capital is quantitative in nature, thus it recognizes no end point. It reconverts the profit from the first circuit into more labor power and means of production for the next, moving on relentlessly through reinvestment, expanded reproduction or simply accumulation of capital. It resumes production on a larger scale, and on a larger scale again, so that the Stoffwechsel changes into a spiral. 16. For every consecutive circuit, capital will ceteris paribus appropriate greater chunks of nature. A manufacturer of cotton thread, Marx's favorite example, accumulates capital via a growing input of raw cotton, coal, and machines, the productive consumption of which is augmented and accelerated. Put differently, the accumulation of capital is realized through a speed-up of the material throughput, increased quantities of biophysical resources withdrawn from nature and, after being used up and degraded, discharged back into it. The fire demands its fuel. And the spiral is self-sustaining. The more the capitalist has accumulated, the more is he able to accumulate. The more biophysical resources he has withdrawn for profit-making, the more is he able to withdraw in the following round. The increment in exchange value from the first cycle allows capital to acquire greater quantities of material substrata in the second, or, in the words of Hornborg, to accumulate money is ultimately to be able to increase one's claims on other people's resources, in an expanding whirlpool of resource dissipation whose agents are continuously rewarded with even more resources to dissipate. Point 17 This is the ecological curse of growth. Must capital call it down on earth? Could one not imagine profit-making without ceaselessly growing output, accumulation within a production cap so as not to swell from one cycle to the next, what Marx called simple reproduction and what ecological economists refer to as a steady-state economy? First, one should note that constant throughput could be damaging enough for certain key indicators, notably CO2 emissions. Growth only makes matters worse. But as ecological economist Frederick Barrand-Blauoff has demonstrated, the latter is the expected outcome. If output were to be fixed, the profit from the first cycle could not be reinvested in additional machinery and workers in the next, it would have to be consumed, devalued, or both. The only way for capital to throw it back into production and keep accumulating at the same rate of profit would be to pay workers less, fire some of them while output stays the same, avoid taxes or obtain subsidies and other services from the state, measures whose potentials would quickly be exhausted. When growth is impossible, further accumulation of profits by capital can only have the effect of continuous transfer of income from wages to income from property, or, in other words, if profits cannot be made by growing the pie, it is to be done by cutting the rest in smaller slices. 18 That strategy is doomed to hit a wall. Rates of exploitation cannot rise indefinitely. At some point, the rate of profit would inevitably slide down towards zero, and since it is the lure of profit that motivates investment, capitalists would simply cease operations and refuse to set production in motion, or move their capital to someplace else, where the constraint on output does not apply. Then there is also the hypothetical possibility that GDP could grow while throughput stays flat or falls thanks to a declining material intensity of production, a decoupling of value and nature. We shall have some words for this vision later. Whence, then, does profit come? Hidden within the production phase, C, there must be some source of increase in exchange value, something with the curious ability to create more such value than it costs. What is it? The Marxian answer to this riddle is, of course, labor power. If it takes 4 hours for a power loom weaver to produce cloth whose exchange value equals her wage, she might well go on working for another 4 or 6 or 8 hours, even though her reproduction, potatoes, cutlery, rent, has already been secured. If I buy a bicycle, the cost of it bears no relation to the distance I can go with it. Within its physical capacities, I can spin the pedals for a time entirely unrelated to the price. Point 19 A similar blessing is bestowed upon the capitalist, with the critical difference that the commodity of labor power does not have a particular use value like the bike, transportation from A to B, but the general use value of generating fresh exchange value, once she has worked for the 4 hours required to cover her wage. The operative can be spun to continue manufacturing cloth, or whatever other commodity is being produced, for sale on the market. During the remainder of the day, she produces surplus value, which becomes profit when related to the invested capital as a whole, so that capital accumulation is in fact the production of surplus value, ABC of Marxism, and still the most plausible account around. After all, labor is the activity that sets anthropogenic products apart from those of raw nature. If profit had any other source, money would be growing magically on trees and capitalists could just walk around picking it like a golden fruit. Point 20. Thus capitalist property relations give rise to 1. The profit, 2. The compulsion to chase it incessantly, 3. The necessity of growing material throughput, all stemming from the fundamental intraspecies fracture. Capital is the expanding gas forming in the cracks and hollows between the better part of humanity and the rest of nature. By its very definition, it is the circulatory, spiral-like process of valorization or self-expanding value, but it is also, by its very definition, the relation between capitalists and workers, For capital exists only by sucking in living labor as its soul, vampire-like, but if labor is its soul, extra-human nature is its utterly corporeal body. In the tracks of self-expansion, capital must deposit a mass of commodities that is constantly growing, a mountain range of transformed matter rising through the social ridges. 21. The crux of this theory of growth is historical specificity. When not in his determinist mood, Marx wants us to defamiliarize growth, however familiar it might appear to someone born and bred in an advanced capitalist society. It has to be seen for what it really is, a quirk of history, an eccentricity of the present. Capitalist relations alone, Marx affirms in theories of surplus value, stimulate unrestrained development of the productive forces and of wealth, but these relations are conditional. 22. The systematic tendency towards self-sustaining growth is an emergent property of these property relations, whose existence is due to certain events in time. Unlike Ricardian Malthusian, anthropocenic, techno-determinist and, not the least, various neoclassical theories of growth as an innate pursuit of the human species, this theory can account for the basic empirical observation, in one part of the world after another, of a hockey stick, whose horizontal handle represents zero or slow growth, while the upward sloping blade represents the relentless growth of unprecedented magnitude characteristic of capitalism, in the words of economist Michael Joffe. 23. The compiler of the data represented in Figure 12.1, Angus Maddison, leading authority on historical growth statistics, calls the global advance in per capita income between 1000 and 1820 a slow crawl. 25. A jump occurred around 1820, a year Maddison derives from Crafts, but as we have seen, self-sustaining growth had already taken hold of at least one department of British industry decades earlier. Yet the aggregate hockey stick had the typical shape for Britain as well. Between 1820 and 1913, per capita income grew 3 times faster than in 1700 to 1820. Rather than explaining away the horizontal blade as a long slumber, a lack of something or a not yet there stage, it should be seen as a sign, to speak with Brenner, of different rules for reproduction. Figure 12.1. The growth hockey stick. Growth of per capita GDP, 1000 to 1998, annual average compound growth rate, 0.24. In societies where the bills remained fused with those pecking the wood, capital had nothing to recombine, no function, no way of being. Neither the direct producers nor their exploiters had to pass via the market, potatoes for the peasant or swords for the lord, use values ruled the roost. Hence there was no insatiable appetite to devour nature. Use value in itself does not have the boundlessness of exchange value. Marx points out in the Grundriss, things taken from nature can be consumed as objects of need only up to a certain level, fizzling out in the sphere of private consumption. But capital recognizes no boundary in nature. The moment it becomes comfortable with a boundary, it would itself have declined from exchange value to use value, from the general form of wealth to a specific, substantial mode of the same. The function of money as capital is to resume its circular course always anew like a perpetuum mobile, solely concerned with the expansion of abstract value. It can drain nature on biophysical resources without really noticing what is in there, its eyes firmly fixed higher. 26 Planetary boundaries do not appear on the radar. Capital qualitatively ignores nature while quantitatively overtaxing it. The material aspects of production are irrelevant, yet value would not be valorized without annexing all the material substrata on earth, the blindest bull locked in the most fragile china shop. 27. We discern here a major contradiction in human stoffwechsel under capitalist property relations. On the one hand, members of the species scavenge remote corners of the planet for useful materials, burrow into hidden stores, integrate an ever-widening variety of components into their tools, universalize their metabolic interaction with the rest of nature. On the other hand, magnates of metabolism form a distinct subclass of the species. Human stoffwechsel expands and splits. Moreover, it expands by dint of being split. It transcends every external barrier on the basis of internal barriers cutting through the populations, or, to paraphrase Marx, the contradiction between the universal biospheric power of capital and the private power of capitalists develops ever more blatantly, more destructively, and it is the inner rupture that drives the extension. 28 The nature of the divide between humans determines how they, some of them, shatter the rest of nature. Following this theory, derived from classical Marxian thinking cleansed of determinism, we can now propose the general formula of fossil capital. At a certain stage in the historical development of capital, fossil fuels become a necessary material substratum for the production of surplus value. But they are not merely necessary as leather for boots, raw cotton for cotton textiles, or iron ore for machines. They are utilized across the spectrum of commodity production as the material that sets it in physical motion. Other sources of mechanical energy are pushed to the fringes, while capital expands in leaps and bounds, energized by fossil fuels. These have now become the general lever for surplus value production. With F for fossil fuels, as a portion of the means of production, we can thus write the general formula of fossil capital. The more capital expands, the larger the volumes extracted and commusted, integral to the Stoffwechsel. Fossil fuels are now subjected to productive consumption in ever-growing quantities, with an inevitable chemical byproduct of which Marx and Engels were aware. In the second volume of Capital, Marx explains that the time expended by the capitalist on buying and selling goods, on prowling the market and securing transactions in meetings with other businessmen, is not value-creating time, but nonetheless a necessary moment of the capitalist production process in its totality. Nothing sold, nothing gained. Efforts must go into the realization of the value, even if it creates no value in itself. Then Marx draws a parallel pregnant with meaning. The time spent on buying and selling is somewhat like the work of combustion involved in setting light to a material that is used to produce heat. This work does not itself produce any heat, although it is a necessary moment of the combustion process. For example, in order to use coal as a fuel, I must combine it with oxygen, and for this purpose transform it from the solid into the gaseous state. For carbon dioxide, the result of the combustion, is coal in this state, Fe, i.e. effect a change in its physical form of existence or physical state. The separation of the carbon molecules that were combined into a solid whole, and the breaking down of the carbon molecule itself into its individual atoms, must precede the new combination. 29. When Engels edited the posthumous second volume of Capital, using his initials to mark insertions into Marx's manuscripts, the science of chemistry had made progress since the days of Babbage, but nothing indicates any apprehensions on his part or that of Marx about the noxious effects of the gas. We may nevertheless take Marx's analogy literally, reverse it and state that constantly increasing quantities of CO2 are a no less necessary aspect of the production of surplus value than market transactions. The combustion of fossil fuels in their solid form and the consequent release of CO2 do not in themselves generate any value for the capitalist, but they are material requirements for value creation. The extended formula of fossil capital thus reads: since fossil energy now fuels the perpetuum mobile of capital accumulation, always igniting itself anew as a driving fire that never goes out, the cycle continues indefinitely. And so on. Fossil capital, in other words, is self-expanding value passing through the metamorphosis of fossil fuels into CO2. It is a triangular relation between capital, labor, and a certain segment of extra-human nature, in which the exploitation of labor by capital is impelled by the consumption of this particular accessory. But fossil capital is also a process. It is an endless flow of successive valorizations of value, at every stage claiming a larger body of fossil energy to burn. One could think of it as the biophysical shadow of Marx's general formula of capital, coming to the forefront only at unexpected biospheric dusk. The general formula of fossil capital, in these simple, extended and extrapolated versions, does not, of course, capture the entire field of fossil fuel combustion even in a capitalist society. First, there is a form of consumption preceding fossil capital by centuries if not millennia, the purchase of use values whose very usage emits CO2. Heating cottages with coal falls into this category, as do, to take but two examples, driving to work in a car and surfing the web with a computer, insofar as these run on fossil energy. The immediate cause of combustion is here the satisfaction of some need or other in the sphere of private consumption, where the utility of the coal, the car, the computer is enjoyed. Here the formula would rather be. We might call this the formula of consumption of fossil use values or, in short, fossil consumption. It can be repeated, obviously, but it would not contradict its own premise if it came to rest with a certain quantum of C, F, it is not wired to slide into reiterative magnification. It predates the circuit of fossil capital, but it cannot, as we have seen, give rise to a fossil economy on its own, for individual consumption is neither the ignition mechanism nor the driving fire of capitalist growth, there is nothing self-sustaining about it. Yet it might be key to our current predicament. We shall have a few words to say on it later. Second, the F in the formula of fossil capital must come from somewhere. Since the capitalist encounters it as a purchasable commodity, and since it is not, like labor power, a capacity of a living person but a dead thing, it must have been brought to the market by some other capitalist for whom it is an output. This is the business of extracting coal, oil, or natural gas. Here the fossil fuels are not accessories consumed in the production of something else, but that which is produced as use values commanding exchange value and holding the promise of profit, in accordance with the following formula, which can indeed be extrapolated as any other cycle of valorization. Like fossil consumption, this circuit predates that of fossil capital. There were collieries run as capitalist firms centuries before what? Its existence is a necessary precondition for the emergence of the other two formulae. For a private consumer and, more importantly, an industrial capitalist to be able to acquire fossil fuels, there must already be a capitalist specialising in the provision of F to the market as his own immediate object of profit-making, his material detour to the accumulation of capital. We shall call this the circuit of primitive accumulation of fossil capital. It might be central to both past and present developments, and so we shall return to it below. In the history of the fossil economy, the processes summed up in the three formulas have, of course, become thoroughly intertwined with one another. It could be pictured something like the model in figure 12.2. Highly simplified though it is, it puts the spotlight on the core dynamics of the fossil economy, by which all energy that is solid melts into air. It revolves around the circuit of fossil capital. The other two processes have their critical functions, naturally, but only in fossil capital is self-sustaining growth in general welded to the combustion of fossil fuels. Figure 12.2. A stylized model of the fossil economy. 1. Primitive accumulation of fossil capital. 2. Fossil capital. 3. Fossil consumption, by workers. 4. Fossil consumption, by capitalists consuming part of the profit. With coal placed right under the driving fire of capital accumulation, as the fuel transmitting motion to the labor process, a spiral of growing fossil fuel combustion was, for the first time, integrated into the spiraling growth of commodity production. But why did capital latch onto fossil fuels? Why did capital in general become fossil capital? What tensions in the relationship between capital, labor, and the rest of nature, or, what properties of capitalist property relations as a matrix for Stoffwechsel, prompted this portentous step? The fossil anarchy of competition. Robert Thom came to grief, but history is replete with instances of successful management of common water resources, including for mills. One fascinating case is Al-Andalus, or Islamic Spain. In a typical Andalusi valley, water mills, mostly with horizontal wheels, were sited at the end of a canal system. They received flow and runoff from irrigated land above. By placing the mills at the valley floor, rather than at the top or in the middle, conflicts between millers and farmers, between the needs for mechanical energy and irrigation, were precluded, both parties having their fill in turn. The system was based on collective ownership of water by the Andalusi tribes, regulating and monitoring themselves, including the public utilities of their mills. 30. The banks of the Nile are home to particularly instructive cases. No land ever depended on water management more than Egypt, Alan McHale points out in Nature and Empire in Ottoman Egypt, an environmental history. The country known under that name can be defined as a desert with a river running through it. From its birth, Egyptian civilization has been suckled by the Nile and prospered by judicious use of its gifts to otherwise parched environs. 31 Fayyum, a desert depression and sometimes lush agricultural garden to the west of the Nile, thrived in medieval times on efficient and egalitarian principles of water allocation. In the 13th century of the Western calendar, the tribes of Fayyum managed their dams and canals with little if any interference from central bureaucracy, much like in Al-Andalus. Sluice gates were opened and closed according to a strict schedule, guaranteeing that all land received water in proportion to size. Downstream farmers had a right to larger feeder canals to make up for the loss of water through evaporation and seepage. Again, self-regulation of commonly owned water resources appears to have kept disputes to a minimum. 32. Following its conquest by Ottoman armies in 1517, Egypt became the most strategic economic province, a breadbasket feeding much of the empire with the plenties of the Nile. The Sublime Porte immediately sought to collect the strings of irrigation in its hands, but soon realized that maintenance of established practices would serve its purposes best, and so it delegated responsibility for continued upkeep of dams and canals to the village leaders, elders, and peasants themselves. Customary rules for water governance, in place min qadim al-zaman, or since time immemorial, were left to operate on a basic principle closely resembling that of residential communes. Although water was owned by no one, it was in many ways owned by all the users of a particular water source or conduit. 33. Peasants were tied together in what McHale terms communities of water. They adhered to the physical properties of the liquid's movement, viscosity, and flow rate, and the notion that the welfare of the whole always trumped the interests and desires of the few. This ideal of cooperative and collective responsibility arose from the fact that, throughout the countryside, scores of villages relied on the function of a single set of irrigation features for their entire supply of water, some combination of a canal, a dam, a section of the Nile, a water wheel, a sluice gate, and other irrigation works. In these hundreds of ecosystems organized around the shared usage of water and irrigation features, the actions of a few directly affected the welfare of the whole community. 34. Consequently, there had to be some protocol for conflict resolution, usually of an informal nature. When typical disputes between upstream and downstream communities, the former accused of siphoning off more than their rightful share, could not be settled through direct mediation, Ottoman courts tended to side with the claimants and order a fairer allotment. Locals who failed in their duties could be commanded to repair dams and canals. Revenues pooled by the authorities were invested in required infrastructure. Intervening when necessary, the state engaged in balancing acts akin to opening and closing valves in a long and complex series of intertwined pipes, effectively a form of planning, locally designed, centrally supervised, of the utilization of the flowing commons. 35 McHale contends that it worked remarkably well. Spanning wide distances, similar phenomena have been charted in Yemen and Peru. Close coordination between upstream and downstream users, community assemblies, mechanisms for conflict resolution, customary norms of fairness in operation up to the present day. 36 More famous is the fieldwork of Nobel laureate Elinor Ostrom and her colleagues among Nepalese farmers, highly skilled in creating mutually beneficial water rules, general assemblies held at least annually, committees formed to distribute water between plots, informal communication maintained on a daily basis, rule breakers sanctioned. Disputes, someone taking more than his share, at an unauthorized time, without contributing his input, but particularly quarrels between users at the heads and tails of canals, have traditionally been resolved through mediation, often overseen by community leaders. 37. What are the requirements for the successful management of common pool resources such as water for irrigation? According to Ostrom, as long as mutual dependencies are clear to all participants, and they expect to relate to one another for a long time into the future, farmers in the developing world demonstrate substantial capabilities to craft rules for the efficient, relatively harmonious utilization of their commons. 38 Trust is a decisive component. Participants should communicate face to face, express and perceive emotions, share a set of values, engage in dense social networks, learn to associate locally and act collectively over time. 39 Farmers in Al-Andalus and medieval Fayyum would have recognized themselves in those mirrors. All of these instances, and hundreds more could be adduced, are united by lasting success in that cooperation of all interested in the improvement of a mill stream so sorely lacking in the British Hills. All narrow and immediately selfish views must be entirely kept out of view, Tom vainly exhorted his fellow manufacturers, but from Al-Andalus to the Andes, there were well-oiled mechanisms in place for suppressing precisely such aberrations. Continents apart, geographically, ecologically, culturally, these societies had one common denominator: their property relations were not capitalist. Producers and means were like birds and bills, land and labor power were not freely transferable commodities, resources were owned or controlled by communal associations, no profit monomania had seized hold of production. Under such relations, the nature of the flowing commons did not represent a problem, or at least not an unmanageable one. But in capitalist relations, competition is law. Now that labor power and means of production are disjointed commodities, capitalists have to buy them on the market, retreat to their private premises for manufacturing and return to the market to unload the products alongside others who have done the same. Dependency on the market, not as a voluntary choice but as the mandatory place for acquiring workers, materials, tools, all prerequisites for production, forces capitalists to engage in competitive behavior. To sell their goods successfully, they must set prices near the average and preferably below it, lest they be undercut by others. They must take on board the best techniques. Unless they reinvest and expand, they may be crowded out by rivals who enlarge more aggressively. Only by maximizing profits can they stay ahead. Competition, in Brenner's words, is a mechanism of natural selection by which those who do not wage efficient economic war on their neighbors are eliminated. It drives the capitalists forward with a constant march, says Marx. It is nothing other than the inner nature of capital, for by its workings, what corresponds to the nature of capital is posited as external necessity for the individual capital. It is the whip that enforces all the dynamism, and destructivity of this mode of production. 40. In pre-capitalist property relations, direct producers and exploiters, if indeed any such exist, have immediate access to their means of life or luxury, their terraces and wheels, commons and courts. As a result, Brenner observes, their survival and reproduction is not dependent on the sale of their products on the market, consequently they do not have to compete in terms of their productive powers. 41 Since what they need most is reserved for them by custom or violence, they are not under compulsion to cut costs, innovate, adopt, accumulate. Rivalry between feudal lords plays out not on the field of productive prowess, but on the field of battle. As long as labor power and means of production are locked away from investment, the exploiters do not primarily relate to each other through economic competition and so will not systematically develop the productive forces, whereas competition renders it obligatory for each producer to be continually on the watch, to discover improved methods by which the cost of the article he manufactures may be reduced. With Babbage. 42 Self-sustaining growth proceeds through a never-ending tournament of industrial competence on the highest horsepower. For the Marx of Grundrisse, the original condition of humanity is direct common property of the land through family, clan, village, or some other collective association, sanctifying the principle of cooperation in labor for the communal interests. Then the earth, the tools, other means of production are transferred to private ownership. Cooperation breaks down under the collisions between mutually indifferent individuals. The earth is no longer managed by them as their common wealth, Atoms of authority, the proprietors of the means now act in total isolation of their private interests from one another. 43 This is the road from the Nile to the Irewell. The mutual dependence and trust of Ostrom's commons are foreign to capitalists. Deliberate coordination contravenes the principles of the market. Everywhere that the bourgeoisie is at home, writes Rosa Luxemburg, free competition rules economic relations as their one and only law. This means the disappearance from the economy of any kind of plan or organization. The form of bourgeois economic government is not despotism but anarchy. 44 While meeting each other ex post in the marketplace, the actors have no reason to share plans for production ex ante. Competition throws a spanner in the works of mutual adjustment, blocks the sharing of information and upsets collective plans. 45 Capitalists may meet in general assemblies to discuss all sorts of matters, including price fixing and union busting, but not to elect distributors with the right to regulate their use of resources. Here anarchy must prevail. In early 19th century British industry, capitalist property relations came close to the ideal anarchical form. Mill owners did not, could not, share the communal bonds of an Andalusi or Nepalese valley. Their deployment of mechanical energy was a private affair guarded with special jealousy. Heart of the factory, the wheel or the engine determined the dimensions of production, dictated the speed of the machines, corresponded, via the shafts, to minute requirements. Given this status of the prime mover, it is no wonder that the reservoir schemes fell apart. However valuable water may have been on the whole, prime movers ought to stand in total isolation from one another. In the structural crisis, the spatio-temporal profile of the flow proved a poor basis for continued expansion of the many capitals. The onset of overproduction, an ordeal possible only when manufacturing for the market has gone from optional to imperative, brought home the contradiction in full. The authoritative compilation of juridical praxis in the period, the British Law Dictionary from 1835, spelled out the inopportune social nature of running H2O. There is no property in the water. Every proprietor has an equal right to use the water which flows in the stream, and consequently no proprietor can have the right to use the water to the prejudice of any other proprietor without the consent of the other proprietors, who may be affected by his operations. 46. 99 years later, the Harvard Law Review, that most venerable of American journals in the field, ran an article titled Natural Communism. Detailing the unbroken tradition from the days of residential communes. Samuel C. Wheel, an expert on water rights and disputes, claimed that communism in four things is necessitated by nature: air, running water, the sea, and the seashores. Energy from the flow would fall within the same purview. A man may put running water in a tank, but then it is taken out of its natural condition. As long as it remains there, his property is flushed away. Constant mobility, interchange of parts, and perpetual renewal and disappearance make dominion or control of the corpus as impossible for running water as for air, and free it, therefore, from any ownership. The agents who use the water necessarily use it in common. Since there is only one source for all, the utilization can only be rationed among so many borrowers. 47. Now Will was anything but a communist. In most things, communism is depressing, he averred. It is a prison where no man can do what he likes, and every man but the guards must do what he is told. The American ideals of freedom and reward for industry and intelligence shone the light on mankind. But in some things, Will argued, communism simply could not be avoided, remembering that a source of water is the mingled result of rain, seepage, evaporation, and transpiration. The parties' interests in it must continue to be undivided so long as we cannot command and divide the wind and the rain and the heat of the sun. The good in question comes into existence independently of capital. Or, in the words of the Law Dictionary, a water course does not begin by prescription, nor yet by assent, but begins ex jure naturae by the rule of nature, having taken this course naturally. 48. But if some parts of nature prescribed communism, the way out for capitalist property relations would be to base themselves, in that most crucial department, power, on some other segment of the earth. Swimming deeper into water in the second quarter of the 19th century, British capital would have been caught by its currents of communality. Power needs had reached a stage in which large-scale reservoirs were required, and technically possible, and economically lucrative, but they were so many quasi-communist prison bars. The alternative was a source of energy that did begin by prescription. Steam power is called into existence by the will of man, we have heard Hugo Reid exclaim, continuing, there is no mystery about its action, it is perfectly under his control, it can be increased or diminished in its strength at a moment's warning, and there is a perfect knowledge of all the circumstances from which variation in its power can arise, the exact opposite of the logic of water. 49 Hence the birth of the fossil economy coincided with the underutilization of the rivers of Britain's manufacturing districts, in a scenario inverting the tragedy of the commons. Here the commons were harvested below their capacity because of the irrationality of the private profit maximizers who, rather than uniting in promising reservoir schemes, took flight in the isolation of coal. So it came to be that the tournament of self-sustaining growth switched to fossil horsepower. The very rules of competition demanded it, since only the stock had a spatio-temporal profile easily donned by the rivals, disembedded, solitary, vociferous. Note here that it was not the liquidity of water that constituted its commonality, oil would later in history exhibit the same virtues as coal, but precisely that profile. Conversely, the advantages of the stock derived from its exteriority to landscape and weather. 2 tons of coal piled up in 2 yards had no relation to each other, 2 cubic meters of water flowed contiguously, as did gushes of air or shafts of sunlight. The anarchy of capital had to become fossil. The production of abstract space by means of fossil energy. The historical divorce means that peasants are pushed off their land. It can happen by enclosures, punitive rent hikes, land clearings, introduction of agricultural machinery, crushing competition from agribusiness, military confiscations, bans on inheritance of small plots or some other blow that makes continued life on the land impossible, but regardless of form, the rule is general, industrial capital hinges upon a popular exodus from the countryside. Released from their attachment to land, the free workers congregate in the factories where production takes place. Marx describes the process in Theories of Surplus Value. If we consider the material element of accumulation, it means nothing more than that the division of labor requires the concentration of means of subsistence and means of labor at particular points, whereas formerly these were scattered and dispersed as long as the workers in individual trades, which could not have been very numerous under these conditions, themselves carried out all the manifold and consecutive operations required for the production of one or more products. Hence, conglomeration of workers, concentration of raw materials, instruments, and means of subsistence. 50. Birds with bills can fly around. As long as producers and means are united in their homes, think of the spinner and the wheel, the weaver and the loom, production will be diffused in space. Founded on their disjunction, capital realigns them within the confines of its properties. Capitalist commodity production has a spatial logic of centralization. 51. The basic receptacle is, of course, the factory, but it immediately points beyond itself, towards a place for the conglomeration of all manner of inputs not under one roof, but within the town where mills, warehouses, banks, stock exchanges, machine workshops, wholesale traders and, not the least, houses for hands are crowded together. 52 Macro receptacle and magnet for means of production, the town receives the influx of free workers, the amassing of proletarians, the flip side of the hemorrhaging of the countryside. A reserve army of labor takes up residence. It is a necessary condition for the production of surplus value. Only a shadow of potential substitutes will keep a worker aware that she is fortunate to have her job. The threat of dismissal is perhaps the most effective means yet discovered to impose labor discipline in class-divided societies. Brenner notes, feudal lords could not make use of it against their serfs, but capitalists must be able to waive it as a credible option before their operatives. The barracks should be located in the vicinities. As critical geographers Michael Storper and Richard Walker argue in The Capitalist Imperative, territory, technology, and industrial growth, a large, dense, concentrated supply allows for flexible labor turnover policies, whereas a small, thin, spatially dispersed labor market forces firms to treat their employees as precious minerals. Moreover, when a multitude of workers live together in the same neighborhoods, submission to factory discipline may appear as a calling, a normal way of life and expected future. The town is the place where the ethos of wage labor, so repulsive to the first recruits, takes root. 53. Capitalist property relations engender concentration in space. Capitalists sticking with water in early 19th century Britain would eventually have to expand out from the center. It would have been different if all that abundant, cheap water had been located in a hole in the ground, in a trunk around which a town could bush out or follow some other vertical configuration, but then water would not have been water. As water, it flowed on the surface of the British landscape, fully available but incongruous with the spatial logic of the prevailing relations. The contradiction was present from the first days of the factory system, but it did not play out linearly or incrementally over time. In a belle époque for business, when rates of profit are high, there are margins for enduring the drawbacks of suboptimal sites. 54 The onset of crisis erases them. Profits vanishing, competition tightening, it becomes imperative to reside in the most favorable place, where the largest markets can be courted, the latest machines purchased, maximum surplus value squeezed out of labor, so as not to fall off the cliff. This is, of course, exactly what happened after 1825. The structural crisis threw the underlying contradiction between the spatial profile of the flow and the spatial logic of capital into sharp relief, ushering in their resolution through the transition to the stock. Countries with less complete historical divorces were not driven by the same compelling dynamics to take that step. France is a case in point. In The Domestic and Financial Condition of Britain, published in 1834, George Browning offered the following comparison. The French laborers do not like the sedentary life of a weaver, or the immured existence of a miner, whilst their smiling fields and luxuriant groves are so tempting and so much more congenial. Hence their population is comparatively scattered, their roads bad, their canals few, their immense strata of coal and iron lie buried in primeval beds, and their power of competition is viewed by the British manufacturer with easy indifference. 55. Surely underestimating the sway of capitalist relations over France, Browning nonetheless put his finger on the distinguishing predicament of Britain. No other country in the world had come even remotely as far in tearing its population away from fields and groves. For that reason, not for any unique strata of coal, did it breed fossil capital. None of this means, of course, that it is always in the interest of capitalists to stay put in established growth centers and never to leave for the peripheries. Towns teeming with workers might become traps. Relocation into relatively pristine lands is, as we shall see, a vital strategy for capital in the perennial search for laborers easily procured and trained to industrious habits. But such moves are simply another manifestation of the fundamental freedom to place the power amongst the people, wherever it was most wanted. As Kennedy put it, it is the spatial mobility as such that matters to capital. Two modalities of space here collide. In the production of space, Henry Lefebvre distinguishes between absolute and abstract space, the former being made up of fragments of nature located at sites which were chosen for their intrinsic qualities, cave, mountaintop, spring, river. He exemplifies with architecture, temples and sanctuaries built on sites with inherent properties, such as a peak or well, but industrial water mills would be no less typical. Then the forces of history smashed naturalness forever and upon its ruins established the space of accumulation. 56 There emerged abstract space, where capital tears material components from their natural beds and heaps them up in places of its own choosing. Instead of going reverently to the mountaintops and rivers and establishing businesses there, as some temples on holy ground, capital carries away what it needs and pours it out in places where the production of more exchange value can best proceed. Capital produces abstract space, as a matrix of nodes and arteries that evolve not through their revealed biophysical attributes, but through the circuits of capital itself. The modality of abstract space has something in common with the rationality of the factory. Absolute, natural space juxtaposes, and thus disperses, it puts places and that which occupies them side by side. It particularizes. By contrast, abstract, social space implies actual or potential assembly at a single point, or around that point. It implies, therefore, the possibility of accumulation. For the first time, there is now a space in which property relations take precedence over nature itself. 57 In the words of Neil Smith, prominent disciple and popularizer of Lefebvre, capital strives relentlessly to emancipate itself from natural space and produce a space in its own image. 58 But abstract space remains eminently terrestrial. Like exchange value, it must have its material substratum in first nature. The raw materials for it can only come out of the earth itself, as fragments wrenched away and plugged into whatever circulatory space capital produces. Thus, with Lefebvre, primary nature may persist, albeit in a completely acquired and false way. Within second nature, witness urban reality, the city would be nothing without the constant withdrawal of biophysical resources from its hinterlands. 59. Only the stock could ground the production of abstract space. Though bound to rock formations impossible to reproduce, it was buried at a remove from the space inhabited by humans, under a mountaintop, a seabed, a desert plain, as a relic of a landscape long dead and gone, the optimal if not the only conceivable source of energy for the breakout into spatial abstraction. By virtue of being concentrated in subterranean sites of no other use or meaning, parts of the stock could be brought into the world of earthlings as loose fragments, passing from hand to hand, circulating freely inside the circuits, releasing the full force of accumulation. Giving up on spring and river, capital dug into a source whose most concrete quality was abstractness, permitting it to circulate through nature rather than around predetermined places in the landscape. 60. The mobility of capital in an abstract space under permanent reconstruction is made possible, a logical paradox, by immobile strata of concentrated energy. The enhanced freedom to locate and relocate, refine and manufacture, order and dispatch, import and export is guaranteed by mines, wells, gas fields, large concentrates of technomass inseparable from the ground below. 61 A mine cannot be sent to another place, it should be regarded as a site in absolute space, albeit one established to serve abstract space from its fixed position. Furthermore, to suffuse the economy with fossil energy, enormous physical infrastructures amounting to entire landscapes in their own secondary right, railways, canals, steam engines, coal depots, some of the swarthy scenes Leafchild saw in the mining districts, have to be put in place. It takes a specific organization of space to try and annihilate space, with Harvey. 62. Similarly, it takes a specific kind of nature to annihilate it. Fossil fuels are the material substrata for an abstract space and a second nature steeped in exchange value, the bedrock for the biospheric universalization of capitalist rule. The production of space entails, Lefebvre is perfectly clear on this point, the destruction of nature. In a prescient formulation, he writes of the city, which consumes, in both senses of the word, truly colossal quantities of energy, both physical and human, and which is in effect a constantly burning, blazing bonfire. Written in 1974, the production of space contains almost biblical moments of despair. It is becoming impossible to escape the notion that nature is being murdered by anti-nature, by abstraction, by signs and images, by discourse, as also by labor and its products. Along with God, nature is dying. Humanity is killing both of them, and perhaps committing suicide into the bargain. 63. But if humanity is an entity within quotation marks, by which Lefebvre hints at a subset, the cause of death might be other than suicide. The production of abstract time by means of fossil energy. When a capitalist buys the right to command labor power, it is restricted in time, otherwise there would be slavery. If the worker is a living bicycle, the manufacturer seeks to spin into utmost exertion, with the help of some other mechanical power than his own. Of course, this urge is compounded by the form of acquisition being a temporary hire, ending every day with the worker returning to her home for rest, recovery, and recreation, and then starting anew the next morning, but always with a daily limit. For reasons to do with the basic metabolic needs of the human organism, labor cannot continue indefinitely. It can only be extracted during stints specified in the employment contract, and the capitalist must avail himself of the commodity before its bearer leaves his premises and resumes her life. He must make sure the worker performs as much labor as possible within the given time frame, be it 6 or 14 hours. Labor has to occur during that time, not when the weather is right, or when the sun has risen, or when the worker happens to be in the mood for hard labor, for such events may bear no relation to the period agreed upon in the exchange. Purchased time without actual labor is wasted money. Actual labor outside of purchased time is beyond the control of the capitalist. He acquires time from another life as a vessel to be filled to the maximum. One modality of time now supersedes another. In Time, Labor, and Social Domination, a reinterpretation of Marx's critical theory, Moishe Postone distinguishes between the two as concrete time and abstract time. The time it takes to cook rice is concrete, it is measured by an actual event. So is the time required to say one paternoster, or the time of spring or religious holidays. In its concrete form, time is a dependent variable, the function of an occasion, process, or sensuous rhythm. It does not exist as a neutral framework but is rather constituted by qualitative appearances. It is inside, not outside them. It structured social relations before capital. Point 64. In defining concrete time, Postone draws heavily on E. P. Thompson's classical essay Time, Work Discipline, and Industrial Capitalism, in which pre-capitalist conceptions of time are illustrated with a range of ethnographic and historical examples. In Madagascar, time might be measured by rice cooking, about half an hour, or the frying of a locust, a moment. Englishmen once used pissing while as a temporal yardstick, a somewhat arbitrary measurement, Thompson wryly comments. But above all, this sort of time is embedded in natural cycles. A petition from Sunderland in 1800 describes a seaport in which many people are obliged to be up at all hours of the night to attend the tides and their affairs upon the river, the fishermen and seamen performing their labor in intervals set by nature itself, in a rhythm of tidal waves from which their activities could not be extricated. The artisan has to down his tools when darkness falls. In peasant households, the cows must be milked in the morning, the grain harvested before the rains, the firewood collected when autumn arrives. Hours and tasks must fluctuate with the weather. 65. Prior to capital, the laborer works in a mode of task orientation, a concept Thompson borrows from anthropology. With her eyes on fulfilling a task, be it catching so and so many fish or sewing a jacket, the timing and tempo of the labor process are determined by requirements internal to it, not externally imposed. A smallholder will not harvest because his employer is shouting at him, but because the wheat is mature. A fence is mended when it needs to be mended, tools are repaired when broken. Production is still oriented towards use value, and this holds even for the most rampant feudal exploitation. A portion of the grain will be wrested from the farmer when time has come to grind. Most labor, including compulsive surplus labor, would, to quote anthropologist Tim Ingold, have to fall in with the rhythms of their environment, with the winds, the tides, the needs of domestic animals, the alternations of day and night, of the seasons and so on. Point 66. This is not to say that labor in concrete time is all joy and reward. It can be just as stressful, excessive, disciplined and punishing as any other. When a peasant sees the clouds gathering on the horizon, he may have to work without rest for a whole day. In the report quoted by Thompson, people are obliged to be up at all hours by the very movements of the river. Concrete time is not constituted by leisure, but by fluctuation in rhythms and speeds of labor attending on the seasons and weather shifts, which decides when the time for various tasks is ripe. Such temporality seems to inhere in agriculture, but also, so Thompson argues, in certain relations. The work pattern was one of alternate bouts of intense labor and of idleness, wherever men were in control of their own working lives. The pattern persists among some self-employed, artists, writers, small farmers, and perhaps also with students, today, and provokes the question whether it is not a natural human work rhythm. Doing things when they need to be done, not on time controlled by someone else. 67. Abstract time, on the other hand, is empty. It is a mathematical hollow, an incorporeal repository of events which stands independent of them all and never betrays their influence. Motion, action, procedure occur within abstract time, under a regime of constant, equal units, hours as long today as tomorrow or at any other point of the year. Time is transformed from a result of activity into a normative measure for activity. Things can now happen on time and more specifically on clock time, be the weather as it may. 68 No less than its concrete predecessor, abstract time is, of course, derived from nature, namely from the motion of planets in outer space, so far from the floods, the snow, the monsoons, the sandstorms as to appear disconnected from the cycles on Earth, or at least external enough to allow for rigid calculation of hours, minutes, seconds. It is a homogeneous schedule, an independent variable lending itself to the measurement of subsumed activities. If concrete time is pissing time, a piss might take 35 seconds, less or more, under abstract time. The time span of the working day represents an investment to the capitalist. It must not be squandered by workers loitering around or waiting for a signal from nature. Time has become money. Locked in competition, the capitalist must see to it that his commodities are produced at least as fast as those of his rivals. Slower than the average, he will have to expend more labor and set a higher price on his goods, and so he becomes intensely preoccupied with productivity, the factor perhaps most characteristic of abstract time, output as measured against a fixed time unit. Always looking over his shoulder, he asks, how long did this operation take, how much labor went into it, and searches for ways to speed it up. 69 As Lukács notes in History and Class Consciousness, the working day is successively divided into ever smaller fractions, each with its own price tag, and so time sheds its qualitative, variable, flowing nature. It freezes into an exactly delimited, quantifiable continuum filled with quantifiable things. It is reified, stiffened, converted from flow into finely cut pieces. 70. The flow of energy belonged to the era of concrete time. Water power was a legacy from that era. Abstract time inhered in capitalist property relations. The contradiction was there from the beginning, but capital did not have to resolve it before reaching the fork in the road that was the factory acts. The 10 hours bill of 1847, Marx pronounced in his inaugural address to the First International, constituted the victory of a principle, nothing less than the first time that in broad daylight the political economy of the middle class succumbed to the political economy of the working class. 71 Up to that point, capital had primarily been accumulated through the production of absolute surplus value, extension of the working day beyond the hours necessary for the workers to produce the equivalent of their wage. Already with the Act of 1833, the screws on absolute surplus value were tightened. With the 10 Hours Act, it was absolutely reduced through the shortening of the legal hours. How did capital respond to that challenge? Marx's answer is well known. Capital threw itself with all its might, and in full awareness of the situation, into the production of relative surplus value. By speeding up the development of the machine system, 72 relative surplus value is generated by curtailing the necessary labor time. If the worker formerly needed 8 hours to cover her needs, now she might make it in 6 only, so that the surplus is extended backwards into the day, rather than forwards as in the absolute variant. This is achieved primarily by means of new machines, raising the productivity of labor, but also by stricter discipline, increasing the intensity. The coming of the factory acts marked the shift from absolute to relative surplus value as the dominant strategy of accumulation. Fewer hours remaining, more had to be produced within them, provoking another round of abstraction of time. In Marx's words, the acceleration and intensification of labor caused a condensation of labor time, or, even more suggestively, the pores of time are so to speak shrunk through the compression of labor. 73 With the pores shrinking, even less room was left for the fluctuations of concrete time, abstract time becoming ever more sovereign in its demands on labor. The regime of absolute surplus value attenuated the contradiction between flow and abstract time. As long as the latitude of the working day was so unrestrained as to absorb within it the swings of the flow, water remained a viable basis for capital. Concrete time could still be reconciled with the abstract demands of accumulation, at the expense of the operatives who had to perform all the extra hours of work. But the factory acts ushered in a new regime of more labor in shorter time, without bulging pores of interruption, making the contradiction squarely unsustainable. The temporality of relative surplus value, the shrinking of the pores, the heavier, more extensive machinery, demanded that breaks in mechanical energy be banished, underlining the benefit of a prime mover that could be sped up at will. And so it turns out that abstract time, no less than its concrete victim, is written in the signs of Tellurian nature. Instead of the rhythms of day and night, of seasons and winds and tides, we get the stock, dead, frozen, ejected from perceptible natural cycles through burial underground. In fossil fuels, the time of photosynthesis hundreds of millions of years old is compressed so that living labor can be condensed, their timelessness the material prop for a tyranny of the abstract. The perpetual circulation of capital, its fluid move from one circuit to the next, is made possible, a logical paradox, by absolutely inert, non-cyclical, non-flowing strata of concentrated energy. In this dimension no less than in space, abstraction has its substratum firmly placed within the Earth's crust. Capital can fly high above all qualitative determinants only by digging and drilling into it. The abstract and fossil spatio-temporality of capital. Capitalism, writes critical geographer Noel Castry, has its own distinctive spatio-temporality. It does not proceed in space and through time, as if the two were fixed coordinate axes along which capital politely developed without altering their characters. Rather, capitalism produces its own abstract space and abstract time. Components of the very process of accumulation, the two dimensions form a unity, one single spatio-temporality which lies not outside but inside capital as its DNA or, if you prefer, its operating hardware. 74. Marrying Castry with Brenner, we can see that this abstract spatio-temporality springs straight from the fundamentals of capitalist property relations. The historical divorce must be overcome in specially designated locales and hours. A primordial rift in the relation between humans and the rest of nature is propagated in space and time, severing human beings from the qualitative properties of both as labor is relocated to places and moments set aside strictly for the purpose. Prior to capital, production was rooted in home and weather. With capital, it must be uprooted from both, since its purpose is no longer use but exchange value. The two dimensions of abstraction reinforce one another. To take but one example, a regime of relative surplus value spurs installment of the most up-to-date machinery, easiest to get hold of in urban centers. More fundamentally, as Jonathan Crary argues in his superb study of capitalist temporalities, 24/7, Late Capitalism and the Ends of Sleep, the modern factory was the launching pad for the war against seasonal and diurnal cycles as well as an autonomous space in which the organization of labor could be disconnected from family, community, environment, or any traditional interdependence or association. 75 The ecological significance of that site can hardly be overestimated. None of this is to suggest that capital wipes out absolute space and concrete time from the surface of the earth, to the very contrary. Absolute space can be spotted in every coal mine and oil platform, while concrete time is a bone of contention in many a conflict between labor and capital. Think of workers demanding vacation time in the summer, unions defending the breaks needed for taking a meal or going to the bathroom, a team of carpenters arguing that this is the time actually required for building a wall in heavy rain. Qualitative ruffles do not disappear, but are rather dominated by abstract uniformities, as a consequence of exchange value being, quite literally, on the front burner of production. The money form, writes Postone, is abstracted from the sensuous reality of various products, the polar opposite to use value. If production had remained oriented towards use value, absolute space and concrete time would have been part of the texture of life, nothing much to fuss about, as Fairbairn hinted in his 1864 treatise. It is only at out districts, and where the mere wants of the inhabitants have to be supplied, that water mills can be used with profit. 76 But supplying the mere wants of the inhabitants was no longer the purpose of production. If the abstractions of capital have sometimes been perceived as a kind of farewell to nature or a detachment from the earth, nothing could, strictly speaking, be more erroneous. The more capital tries to extract itself from the absolute, concrete qualities of space and time, the deeper must be its exploitation of the stock of energy located in their exterior. The abstract spatio-temporality of capital is just as entwined around nature as what came before it, only a very special segment of nature, with a spatio-temporal profile harmonizing with its own. 77 Capitalist growth, then, did not become welded to fossil fuels because it is a linear, neutral, incremental addition of wealth, output, or productive forces. It is no such thing, and no such thing exists. That growth is a set of relations just as much as a process, whose limitless expansion advances by ordering humans and the rest of nature in abstract space and time, because that is where most surplus value can be produced. The mystery of a shift to the expensive source is dispelled. Once we rid ourselves of the perception of growth as a transhistorical snowball, we can see that capitalist growth had every reason to discard water despite its abundance, cheapness, and general excellence. Real subsumption of labor by means of really subsumed nature. When capital first appears on earth, a creation is already in existence. A new genus of exploiters set about making history, but they find themselves in circumstances not of their own choosing. Instruments, raw materials, technical know-how, work organizations are left intact from previous occupants. The original act of the capitalists is to insert themselves in the metabolism between human beings and the rest of nature as it is, like a spider taking over another one's web. Technologically speaking, the direct producers continue to work as they have always done, weaving on the looms and spinning on the wheels of old, only they do it for capitalists, in the guise of putters out or owners of primitive workshops, to whom they hand over the products and from whom they receive wages. In results of the immediate process of production, one of the many preparatory sketches for his magnum opus, Marx, of course, defines this original takeover as the formal subsumption of labor under capital. 78 Novel technologies are not yet introduced to enhance productivity, profit pivots on absolute surplus value, capital circulates and expands, but without being embodied. It is a brief overture. Formal subsumption, capitalist property relations as empty shells, is bound to be racked by wild contradictions, most fundamentally because labor power is a very special commodity. In fact, it is a commodity only in the weak sense of being bought and sold on a market, but not in the full sense of being produced for sale, there being no establishments for the manufacturing of people. Labor power is rather a faculty of human beings, an attribute of their vitality, in itself subjectivity or subjective power, potenza in Italian, as emphasized by Antonio Negri in his autonomist classic Marx Beyond Marx, Lessons on the Grundriss. 79 A source of wealth without which capital would be unable to get anything produced, it possesses an irreducible, elusive, frustrating autonomy. There is no guarantee that the buyer actually gets what he pays for. Because the worker has a life that cannot fully pass into the hands of the capitalist, she may withhold some of her utility, slow down, fiddle away the morning, ignore guidelines, go on strike. The process of extracting her labor engages armies of overlookers, but as long as subsumption is merely formal, they are fighting a losing battle, since the only weapon they can load is their own frail personal authority, shouting, flogging, fining, prosecuting. As struggles with autonomous labor intensify, however, subsumption soon moves from being formal to becoming real. The capitalist unrolls his machines. Inherited instruments are replaced with fresh productive forces obliging the operative to follow their own speed, execute the operations they decree in a metallic voice, watch them, mend them, remove the finished products. Henceforth, the worker's activity is determined and regulated on all sides by the movement of the machinery as the power that the capitalist has through this thing. Above all, Marx underscores, the machines assert their imperious power through perpetual motion. 80 The worker need not lift a finger to get the process of production rolling, it rolls when she turns up in the morning and again after lunch, by a force completely oblivious to her presence. A pygmy, a minder, an assistant who adjusts a slide or quadrant, the worker enters the factory to fill some tiny gaps in an overpowering mechanical current. No longer a mere formal claim, the appropriation of her living labor has become a technological imperative, the process of extraction delegated from overlookers to the very means of production, to which the operative must submit if her work is to be done at all. The shift from the hand loom to the power loom may be taken as an exemplary switch from formal to real subsumption, while the self-actor accelerated the process, underway since Arkwright, in the spinning department. In both cases, the historical sequence inverted the prescripts of productive force determinism, the relations of production are within the productive forces, in the words of Raniero Panzieri, writing in the legendary autonomous journal Quaderni Rossi in 1964.81. This is the logic of real subsumption. Now the spider spins his own web, all the better to catch surplus labor, profit comes to pivot on relative surplus value, dressing in overbearing materiality, the masters ceaselessly revolutionize the means. But it is an ongoing process, never at rest, since the autonomy of labor cannot be extinguished. Real subsumption is a valence of power, not a final solution. External coercion can take a step back. Machinery itself enforces a barrack-like discipline through the summoned forces of nature, chief among them mechanical energy. 82 Conquered fragments of nature reworked through human labor. Machinery represents dead labor, but, a highly mysterious thing, it comes alive by connection to the prime mover. Now it rises over the worker as a mighty organism. When the automatic center is switched on, the machinery turns into a mechanical monster whose body fills whole factories, and whose demonic power, at first hidden by the slow and measured motions of its gigantic members, finally bursts forth in the fast and feverish whirl of its countless working organs. 83 A mighty organism, a mechanical or animated monster, a demon, also likened to a leech and a vampire. Marx here approaches full-blown steam demonology. 84 Indeed, his choice of words can hardly be interpreted as anything other than an assimilation of that proletarian idiom. Unmasking Victorian machine fetishism, he traces the movement of capital leading up to machinery as a source of social power which has the appearance of a thing, and in fact also is that thing. But what prime mover can sustain such subsumption? Marx never takes up that line of inquiry, but he crosses its path in the most remarkable discussion of the relative benefits of water and steam in all of his works, in the third volume of Capital, at the beginning of the long sections on ground rent. Assume, Marx opens his excursion, that the factories in a country are powered predominantly by steam engines, but a certain minority by natural waterfalls instead. Water is far cheaper, Marx further assumes. This is written in London in the mid-1860s, his assumption is perfectly realistic, and so provides its beneficiaries with exceptionally favorable conditions. A smaller quantity of constant capital and living labor is required to produce the same amount of commodities, raising the profit 10% above all the rest. Having evoked such an imbalance between a majority of mediocre steam capitalists and a minority of outstanding owners of water mills, Marx identifies the fundamental reason for why water should be cheaper: the winners owe their super profits to a natural force, the motive force of water power, which is provided by nature itself and is not itself the product of labor, Unlike the coal that transforms water into steam, which has value and must be paid an equivalent, i.e. costs something. It is a natural agent of production, and no labor goes into creating it. But in the next moment, Marx, advertently or not, illuminates the instability of the flow for capital, however cost-effective it may be. It is in no way just up to the capital to call into being this natural condition of greater labor productivity, in the way that any capital can transform water into steam. The condition is to be found in nature only at certain places, and where it is not found it cannot be produced by a particular capital outlay. It is not bound up with products that labor can produce such as machines, coal, etc., but rather with particular natural conditions on particular pieces of land. 85. Capital can come across a waterfall in the country like a spider's web, but not spin it. The subsumption of this force of nature is bound to be ever formal. In one respect, the flow of energy is like labor power, a commodity only in the weak sense of being hired for use, not in the full sense of being produced for the market. That is why water had no exchange value, why it was so much cheaper than steam, and why it had to be discarded. The stock, on the other hand, is but a dormant potential, awakened as a force of nature only through the touch from the resources of capital, its acquired means and labor. That is why coal had exchange value, why steam was more expensive, and why it had to be chosen. It is likewise the reason for the existence of primitive accumulation of fossil capital and the absence of any equivalent on the side of the flow. We see here another series of paradoxical reversals. The renewable, common, already activated source of energy appears to capital irreproducible, exclusive, disabling. Only the stock can be conjured up as a power in motion internal to capital itself, setting it free from flowing nature and, indeed, from everyone else, in a sort of thermodynamic autoeroticism. Labor power runs through the veins of living beings, water power does not, but from the standpoint of capital, the two are alike in another respect: the flow can withhold some of its utility. There is no guarantee that the leaseholder actually gets what he pays for. As a self-generated, fickle, and place-bound potenza of nature, the flow possesses an autonomy similar to that of human labor. We have followed the analogous interruptions throughout the second quarter of the 19th century, some of the myriad ways in which water, like workers, subverted capitalist authority. A source of wealth without which capital would be unable to get anything produced, nature possesses an irreducible autonomy, but some parts of it can be more thoroughly internalized, really subsumed, than others. The web of fossil energy has to be actively spun. Internal to capital by virtue of being external to landscape and weather, the stock possessed a seductive halo which would, however, later turn out to be a chimera. For the transition engendered another paradox: water was quasi-autonomous and immune to real subsumption because unproduced by labor, whereas steam had all the opposite characteristics because the stock could only be picked by labor, and so by shifting from the former to the latter, capital necessarily became more dependent on human labor in one very special sphere, the production of energy itself. The substitution of machinery for living workers rested on a greater role for living workers in the provision of fuel. As soon as capital sold its soul to the stock, seeing in it the magical formula for real subsumption of labor by means of really subsumed nature, problems of control would reappear in a different form. We shall return to them below. But none of them altered, of course, the original dynamics post factum. In the moment of crisis, the formula corresponded to a most pressing reality. One cannot have real subsumption of labor with only formal of nature. If the autonomy of the working class is to be fought by a regiment of machinery, the prime mover, the field commander, had better be reliable. 86 The vertical water wheel was one of the instruments inherited by capital from previous exploiters. Found on hand, it was retrofitted for accumulation and coupled to the first machines for spinning cotton, real subsumption in the spinning department commencing on the basis of water, an asymmetry rectified in the crisis. At the beginning of its career, capital relies on the crutches of past modes of production, Marx writes in the Grundriss, but as it matures it throws away the crutches, and moves in accordance with its own laws. 87 Water power was such a crutch, and capitalists who kept walking with it, the Ashworths, the Greggs, eventually appeared as dinosaurs with their demands for renewed legal powers for formal subsumption and absolute surplus value, no clemency towards unions, unlimited working days. Doors locked to the inspectors. Seen from another angle, a concatenation of events in the crisis spurred the shift. Several victories wrung from capital by the militant labor movement, the repeal of the combination laws, the high wages of the cotton spinners, the upsurge in unionism, the Factory Acts of 1833 and 1847, were countered with the turn to the stock. Capitalists using steam were one step ahead in the process of subsumption, because they had a motive power bent to their own laws of motion. In the engine, the relations were within the force, and precisely for that reason, violence was required to subdue the resistance. Had steam-powered machinery not represented a materialist dominance over labor, British workers would not have opposed it as stridently, and there would have been little need to call out the cavalry. The use of extra economic force to protect steam attested to the mechanical nature of that power. As Brenner has consistently stressed, property relations are constituted through political struggles and must, in the last instance, remain sanctioned by force, equally so fossil capital. 88. Real subsumption of labor and of nature were at one, but not identical. In some critical respects, labor power is sui generis. The flow can be outright replaced with the stock, a true commodity, but there will always be a residuum of human labor, as a pseudo-commodity, and therefore of autonomy, if only flickering, in the process of production. Capital will therefore encounter fresh incentives to push workers further to the wall by means of machinery, in new rounds of automation resting on growing withdrawal from the stock. The differences between the two processes of subsumption, one more complete than the other, ensure that more fuel is poured on the fires. Stabilizing power, destabilizing climate. Man's power over nature, C.S. Lewis once observed, turns out to be a power exercised by some men over other men with nature as its instrument. Herein lies a fundamental truth about the structure of social power and that of environmental degradation. Using Lewis's statement as his epigraph, anthropologist Richard Newbold Adams, in a book now mostly forgotten, outlines a theory intended to fuse the two aspects. It is the actor's control of the environment that constitutes the base of social power. More specifically, power itself can be defined, Adams suggests, as the control that one actor exercises over some set of energy forms which constitutes part of the meaningful environment of another actor. Having this power in his hands, A may submit B to his will. 89 Power, in other words, is a tripartite relationship. Human being A is superordinate to human being B due to his utilization of the forces of nature C. Now one can imagine modes of power in which the control over strictly physical, thermodynamic energy is at most of tangential importance. Think of the spiritual authority a teacher wields over her students, or the psychological manipulation a man might use against his partner, but in the sphere of production, energy is what makes everything work, and so control over it will prop up power as domination. Indeed, all economic activities are ultimately a matter of energy conversion, be they manufacturing, transportation, construction, commerce or drilling. Objects in the world can only be transformed, transferred, treated in whatever way by means of energy. At the points of large-scale commodity production, that universal force must be concentrated. The power of capital over labor is conditional upon control over it, particularly over its mechanical forms, the ones that set the instruments in motion, without which all production would stand still. On this score as well, working humans are unlike woodpeckers, bonobos, or any other animals. No matter how intricate the tools they construct, among humans alone, the unity between the motive force of labor and the labor itself is not inviolable. In the words of Harry Braverman. 90 Beaver B fells the tree with her own motive force. She does not operate an instrument impelled by some external current of energy seized and delivered by Beaver A due to this peculiar human capacity for energetic division. The idea might also arise, under certain historical circumstances, that living labor can be replaced by the dead labor of machines, answering mutely and exclusively to the masters. The road to enhanced power over labor thus passes through nature, and resistance from B may curve back upon A, prompting him to dig deeper into C to preserve and expand domination, part of what occurred in the shift to steam. With the stock as a power at their command, capitalists inflated their power vis-a-vis workers. Capital became more powerful in both senses of the term, as in a powerful explosion and a powerful proprietor. 91 By dint of their exceptional purchasing power, capitalists could buy steam engines and coal alongside slices of human lives over which they could then exercise reinforced power on the shop floor, in an original construction of the fossil economy neatly fitting into Adams's theory. The transition expressed an increase in control over the environment indistinguishable from an increase in the power within the human system. 92 Moreover, in the ensuing circuit of fossil capital, every unit of F further increases the power of capital insofar as it serves as a lever for surplus value production. F is here fuel on a fire that progressively elevates some humans to powerful kings on the backs of others. In contrast to the sphere of fossil consumption, if you pay €500 for a long-haul flight, your action certainly induces emissions, but it does not in itself augment your future claims on the time and resources of other people. You have spent your money, not invested it. Only if combustion is a moment in the accumulation of capital, only if it plays its part in generating profit, will the actor possess renewed, expanded power to purchase and command human life at the end of the process. In fossil capital, the consolidation of power at the top would then proceed in tandem with the dissipation of the stock. Contrary to fashionable conceptions of power as horizontally dispersed throughout society, the pattern here would be a vertical centralization of power in the dual sense, followed by atmospheric diffusion of the waste products, the carbon trail an index of how far that process has proceeded. Picture a smokestack. Can capital be taken to task for it, with the knowledge we now have? According to Stephen Lukes, the powerful are those whom we judge or can hold to be responsible for significant outcomes, even if unintended. Indeed, unintended outcomes may be obvious instances of power. 93 A chunk of the excess CO2 currently in the atmosphere, yet to be quantitatively specified, might be regarded as a biogeochemical instantiation of the power accumulated/dissipated by capital. As for emissions originating in the sphere of production, with the Stalinist states within brackets, it would be difficult to judge any other party more directly responsible. A question of greater interest, however, is what light a theory of fossil capital might shed on our current predicament. But before we take it into the present, we need 2 more tours into the past. A brief comparison with the American transition. Our theory of fossil capital is modeled on the transition to steam in Britain, not a very broad or stable foundation for a general theory, however salient that single case might have been. We should have at least one more before we bring it any further. The second pillar of the fossil economy, responsible for more historical emissions than any other, is, of course, the United States. Can the theory be applied to its first dealings with coal? We have no room for a comprehensive inquiry here, a quick glance at some fundamentals will have to do. Steam engines set foot on American soil at an early date, but were extremely slow in conquering the economy. Water wheels provided the bulk of mechanical energy until after the Civil War. In terms of total industrial horsepower, steam edged them out only in the census of 1870, with 52% as against 48%, a national shift occurring some 4 decades later than in Britain. As valuable for manufacturing in the 19th century as the energy from petroleum is today, water had several recognizable attributes: safe, familiar, found in tremendous quantities over enormous stretches of territory, cheap. 94 If it is simply a question of power, without reference to anything else, water power is cheaper, far cheaper, said a comparison printed in publications of the American Statistical Association in 1888. When the transition eventually took place, water remained way ahead of steam in this respect, its supplies far from fully utilized, including in the most heavily developed region of New England. 95. Running water carried the cotton industry to the heights of American commerce. In 1850, a trifling 11.5% of the mills were steam-powered. Only in the 1880s did the now spurting engines exceed 50% of HP and surpass the business model first developed at Lowell. 96. There, on the rapids of the Merrimack, a company of Boston entrepreneurs built dams, dug canals, bought land and constructed capacious reservoirs à la Greenock. There are signs of inspiration from Tom, renting the water to cotton capitalists, who availed themselves of the regular, cut-price flow. By the 1830s, such collective reservoirs were a common sight in New England. The Lowell model followed a pattern stretching back to the earliest days of colonization, when waterfalls were perceived as ideal locations for settlements, the pioneers grouping around the primordial grist mill. In the early and mid-19th century, land was still easily acquired and fresh factories attracted to the frontier sites after the design of water systems. 97 On the Irwell, Thomas Ashworth sought to unite 754 already well-established mills, many with lineages going back to the time of the Doomsday Book, whose owners were locked in cutthroat competition. On the Merrimack and other eastern rivers, corporations could first develop the reservoirs through local monopolies catering for incoming investors, in a land and industry that still appeared empty. But ere long disputes plagued the colony complexes. At Lowell, the director of operations, nicknamed the chief of police of water, had to juggle the interests of the tenants, clamp down on managers overdrafting water or disturbing the supplies of their neighbors, answer to complaints and respond to requests for out-of-hour operations and, in general, superintend the aggressive, competitive, often demanding spirit of management in the textile corporations. In the words of Hunter. 98 The more the industry grew, the tighter the competition. The greater the tendency to overproduction in the final decades of the century, the harder it became to keep manufacturers seated and still at the table of a shared watercourse. Continued expansion required closer coordination at the very moment when internal rivalries sharpened. In the late year of 1894, Boston engineer Joseph P. Frizzle published a paper in the Transactions of his Corps lamenting the fashions of the day. How often do we hear it said that water power has had its day? It is going out of use. It is being superseded by steam, etc., when in fact the American rivers still waited for businessmen to profit from their cheap currents. If only they could let wisdom reign, if only large enough reservoirs were created and tight schedules for the release of water adhered to. There was only one catch to the solution. The construction of a system of storage reservoirs, or any similar enterprise, in the common interest of a number of mill owners, presupposes a concert of action and a spirit of mutual concession and accommodation among the parties very rarely met with. Mutual jealousies and bickerings over trivial points usually prove fatal obstacles to such projects. 99. The anarchy of competition craved to be fossil. As in Britain, many of the best falls tended to be found in places otherwise perceived as forbidding or unsuitable for industry. Over time, a centrifugal dynamic evolved. In fierce debates over the two prime movers erupting in the 1840s and continuing for half a century, the spatial factor was constantly held against water. A man sets down his steam engine where he pleases, argued the Scientific American in 1849, that is, where he is sure of always having hands near him, without loss of time in seeking for them. One champion of water conceded that the advantages of a thickly populated neighborhood were often considered equal to the extra expense of steam, while his opponent harped on the expenses of colony construction and pointed out how easily they could be evaded in seaports already filled with help, another euphemism for workers, who gladly go into mills in their immediate vicinity. 100 But only after the Civil War did such arguments acquire real urgency. In the subsistence economies of the early American settlements, water was the perfect source of mechanical energy, close at hand, free of charge. A population sprinkled in agricultural enclaves, only tenuously connected by trade across long distances arduous to traverse, corresponded well to the distribution of streams. In the 1840s, and here the contrast to Britain could scarcely be sharper. Most American manufacturing still occurred within the fold of this rural frontier economy. In 1840, a mere 10.8% of the population could be classified as urban, living in towns with at least 2,500 inhabitants, falling to 10.7% in 1860. Then urbanization suddenly roared through the nation, the figure jumping to 28.1% in 1880.101 in Hunter's analysis. This constituted the watershed moment. The accelerating concentration of manufacturing in cities was the principal factor in the drastic reversal of the status of water power in the post-bellum generation. More than anything else, it was the mobility of steam power that brought about its adoption. 102 Contemporary observers drew the same conclusion. In 1887, the president of the American Society of Civil Engineers looked back upon the prodigious increase of steam. Between 1870 and 1880, total HP capacity rose by 80% as against 8% for water, and offered a simple explanation. A convenience of access to business and labor centers has tendered very largely to the increase of steam power. And although there are immense water powers yet undeveloped, and the cost of steam power is largely in excess of that of water power, yet position and its relations have decided in favor of steam. 103. Position and its relations, a simple formula for abstract space. The centralization of the working population after the Civil War proceeded in lockstep with another, no less critical development, namely the formation of a truly integrated national market. Interlinked by trains and steamboats, the last vestiges of self-contained colonies now collapsed on one giant field of competition. Manufacturers could serve distant consumers through speedy and punctual delivery. Patience with seasonal flux was lost. A paper on the costs of steam power in the Transactions of the American Society of Civil Engineers in 1883 explained how farmers for centuries had dealt with failing water simply by switching to other tasks, harvesting in dry weeks, hauling logs before the snow melt, and had succeeded in holding milling in abeyance without any financial damage. But such a state of things is not possible with the manufacturing interests of modern times. Large contracts are to be filled, hundreds of thousands of dollars of capital are invested, the mills cannot be stopped if the owners hope to compete with others, hence the itch to take up steam. 104 A terrible drought gripped the northeastern and middle Atlantic states in 1879.105. Distinctly non-fossil up to the Civil War, the U.S. economy never experienced anything like the long proto-fossil prelude of Elizabethan stamp. As late as in 1850, 9/10 of the nation's heat was generated from wood, an abrupt shift to coal occurring only in the second half of the century concomitant with the shift from water to steam. Even more pointedly than Britain, it was the engine that towed barges of coal to the fires. 106 The concrete conditions and conjunctures of the birth of the American fossil economy were thus unique, but the most important difference might have been strictly chronological, the lateness of the process. Its essential repetition of what had already occurred in the homeland of steam. The basic contours were strikingly similar. In America as in Britain, capitalist property relations, with their peculiar spatio-temporality, cut the chains to the flow and chained self-sustaining growth to the stock. The Elizabethan leap and the primitive accumulation of fossil capital. In the final part of the first volume of Capital, Marx turns to the question of how it all began. Where did the first M come from? To place a satellite in orbit requires prior assemblage on Earth. To throw capital into the spiral of unremitting accumulation presupposes some initial amassment of money, what Marx describes as ursprüngliche accumulation, connoting origin and root. 107 The standard English translation is, of course, the infelicitous primitive accumulation, giving the impression of a crude and immature stage unrelated to the workings of advanced capital. Wary of that misleading association, we shall retain the generally accepted term. For Marx, it denotes a dual process of social rupture, on the one hand, the emergence of capital ripe for investment, on the other, the appearance of free workers, disjointed from the means of subsistence and production and therefore available for wage labor, another word, then, for the historical divorce. In analogy with this analysis, we have suggested that the circuit of fossil capital can only come about if another circuit, in which F is the output, the commodity produced for the market, has already been established. But to complete the analogy, we need to add a version of the second moment as well. Primitive accumulation of fossil capital is the process by which capital is invested in the production of fossil fuels while at the same time dissolving the bond between the direct producers and the earth, fencing off nature as private property, dispossessing farmers, hunters, herders, fishermen, and others hitherto independent of the market, contributing to the creation and expansion of capitalist property relations. Where in history can we search for it? The obvious first candidate is the Elizabethan leap. For more than half a century, however, the dynamics of this takeoff in coal production have been read almost exclusively through the lenses of Ricardian and Malthusian thought. The point of departure for all discussions has been John Neff's two-volume Rise of the British Coal Industry, from which one sentence is often extracted. All the evidence suggests that between the accession of Elizabeth in 1558 and the Civil War, England, Wales, and Scotland faced an acute shortage of wood, which was common to most parts of the island rather than limited to special areas, and which we may describe as a national crisis without laying ourselves open to a charge of exaggeration. 108. Here is the source of the notion of a timber famine in 16th century Britain, compelling the nation to switch to coal as its main fuel for heat. Now decades of research have proven that Neff was, in fact, guilty of exaggeration on this particular point. In the 1950s, historians pointed to evidence of stable or even growing forests, so far from there being a timber famine, concluded one, it is abundantly clear that the supply of both timber and cordwood during the 2 centuries after 1550 was enormously increased with surprisingly little increase in prices. 109. Then in 2003, Robert Allen presented the most comprehensive data so far on English and continental fuel prices in the early modern era, showing an outright fall in most of England. During the 16th and 17th centuries, even the price of charcoal dropped in the run-up to the Elizabethan leap, the very opposite of what would have happened in a nationwide famine. Most recently, W. Edward Steinmuller has reconstructed the productive potentials of English forests, yields, rents and prices. The average cost of wood hovered close to that of coal per unit of thermal energy up to 1,700, and then coal became more expensive. 110. But unlike in the shift from water to steam, there is, in this case, no smoke without fire. All the talk of a timber famine has some foundation in reality, namely in London. This particular city did suffer from a fuel crisis by the time of the leap. Wood prices shot up in the middle of the 16th century, lending coal a 50% discount over the following 100 years, forests within the reach of the swelling capital, its population increasing tenfold between 1520 and 1700, were denuded. The crisis Neff spotted was an urban bottleneck, not a systemic constraint, writes Allen. Nothing like a nationwide dearth of wood, there was a concentrated explosion of demand in London, the central node in an emerging world economy into which money and people flowed in copious amounts, a spearhead of abstract space. 111. Yet this does not diminish the fact that scarce and dear wood figured in the background. The metropolitan shift in relative prices had no equivalent, not even in or around the Cottonopolis, in the contest between water and steam in the 1830s or 1840s. Moreover, there are some indications of similar disequilibria on the local fuel markets in other rapidly growing English towns in the late 16th century, which may have converged into shortages of at least regional proportions. 112. Neff exaggerated, but he did not confabulate. If the famine narrative made up one leg, somewhat shaky, in Neff's account, a second one has received far less attention. For a large-scale coal industry to see the light of day, the rules for ownership of the land and its contents first had to be rewritten. A lucky prospector would have to abrogate all other claims on the site, fence out various plebs who might want to continue using it and make sure it belonged exclusively to him, otherwise he would not invest his money, and there would be no extraction. 113. These were not the kinds of property relations that prevailed in England prior to the leap. But in 1566, 8 years into Queen Elizabeth's reign, a royal court excluded all mineral resources except gold and silver from the regale, or the ownership and control of the crown. With the stroke of a pen, coal deposits were transformed into private property. Before the edict, however, it was not so much the crown that impeded exploitation of the stock as the church, whose holdings included most of the land where the great northeastern mines would soon open. It evinced little interest in expanding the industry. Coal from monastic pits was dug, sold, and burned, but only with poor equipment, in shallow seams and on a small scale, according to medieval routine. If the deeper seams, which alone could supply coal in large quantities, were to be reached, investments of many hundreds and even thousands of pounds were required, Neff observed, but churchmen were not disposed to invest large sums of their own in mining, and they did not encourage their lessees to do so. To the contrary, when the Bishop of Durham leased mines to a tenant, he imposed high rents, short terms and restrictions on output, guaranteeing that the enterprises would be puny. 114. Merchants were kept at arm's length. The bishops and monks were not dependent on the market for their reproduction, hence under no compulsion to increase productivity or reinvest surpluses, thriving on sword and cross, they could afford to stay aloof from subterranean riches. But the Tudor state freed the soil and all that was in it from the stifling grip of the church. Starting with Henry VIII's moves towards Reformation, the crown dissolved the monasteries and gradually confiscated their properties, including most of the mineral wealth of the kingdom, but not for itself to harvest. Following the Edict of 1566, coal seams were thrown into the ballooning market for land transactions, either as nominal crown holdings leased to tenants or as full properties of landlords, who might then exploit or lease them in turn. Rents were slashed, terms lengthened into century-long contracts, all output restrictions done away with. Mining rights could now be bought and sold by investors with a direct interest in digging up as much coal as possible. Only by maximizing production would they earn the profit necessary to recover their investments, keep hold of the lands and, preferably, purchase more. Unlike bishops and monks, landlords and tenants operated in insecure competition with each other and were under the compulsion to produce for the market, freed from the ecclesiastical yoke. Moreover, they could pour capital into the depths of the mines, without fear of a sudden squeeze from above. 115. Over the course of the 16th century, the Bishop of Durham lost all seams on the Tyneside to the merchants of Newcastle, who already knew how to live by the market. Their attitude to business was the opposite of that of the church, and while they had hitherto traded goods, they now began to produce the commodity of coal. This instigated the Elizabethan leap, in the 1570s and 1580s, right on the heels of the expropriation of the church and the privatization of 1566. The pattern was repeated across the English coal districts. Throughout the country we find that it is in manors lost by the church that the principal mining enterprises of the late 16th and early 17th centuries are started, Neff noted, stressing how these transfers of property accounted for the remarkable expansion of the industry. 116 Capital had been unleashed under the ground. But what about the people living on the land? Suddenly, their houses and fields might sink into cavities. Cattle would stumble into unfenced shafts, grass turn poisonous, pits and machinery usurp space hitherto available for agriculture. Under customary law, tenant farmers were entitled to move cattle on commons, take wood and even coal for domestic use and roam freely across adjacent wastes, ancient practices that had to be terminated to allow commercial collieries to open. Until the middle of the 16th century, enclosures and expulsions were almost never inspired by riches underground, but after Elizabeth's accession to the throne, such motives came to the fore. Lords would simply appropriate land where they suspected that minerals lay buried. Several of the most high-profile enclosures of the early 17th century were undertaken to prevent any interference with extraction, and much like their sheep-walk twins, the coal encroachments provoked furious resistance. In 1605, the freeholders and customary tenants of the Earl of Derby's manor broke into the common land he had fenced in, carried away the coal, threw it in the bushes and filled up the pits, which they thought a menace to their cattle. 117 The Sutton Manor, later growing into one of the largest pits in Lancashire, had its enclosures pulled down 16 times by freeholders who claimed common of pasture. On what would become the Shropshire coalfield, local inhabitants waged a stubborn campaign to shut down the collieries, destroying gates, seizing machinery, and stoning labourers. In a corner of a battlefield stretching across the country, many were the obscure battles fought with pitchfork against pick and shovel to prevent what all tenants united in branding as a mighty abuse. 118. The Elizabethan leap took the form of persistent warfare against traditional ways of life in the countryside. Copyholders lived in constant fear of the discovery of coal under their land and did all they could to thwart extraction, keeping seams secret, sabotaging searches, throwing earth into pits as fast as the colliers dug them out. 119 Not infrequently, the operators had to station armed guards at the shafts night and day, a wall of physical force around the budding proto-fossil economy. Already at this stage, landlords inclined to accumulate capital had secured the backing of a formidable state apparatus, thrashing the resistance in 1,000 disputes. By the end of the 17th century, exclusive private property to coal-rich lands had been conclusively enforced, the customary tenants and commoners deprived of virtually all of their rights. 120 Far from relieving pressure on the land, the shift from wood to coal would have been received by the affected lay people as a withdrawal of that most precious resource. The result was separation. On the one hand, ownership of the stock, including ipso facto the surface above it, came to be concentrated in the hands of a few. On the other, the rise of coal contributed to the eviction of tenants and the general decline of peasant proprietorship in England. 121 In some regions, coal enclosures were paramount in divorcing the direct producers from the land, an underappreciated aspect of the centuries-long process generating the distinctive social structure of this country. Here was the sine qua non of the proto-fossil and fossil economy. In 1708, a writer hiding behind the initials J.C. published The Complete Collier, or, The Whole Art of Sinking, Getting, and Working, Coal Mines, and C., as is now used in the northern parts, especially about Sunderland and Newcastle, one of the first mining manuals ever written. The aim of the text was to incite owners of estates with coal, extending to them a very private carrot. If encouragement, or profit, were not allowed to the adventurers, what would those persons do to live? J.C. asked, going on to state that if no profit can be raised, I see no reason why any man should adventure his money. 122. Thankfully, profits from collieries were generally handsome in the late 16th and early 17th centuries, often above 40%, sometimes as high as 130%. Indeed, so successful was this accumulation of capital that the coal industry came to suffer from overproduction in the second half of the 17th century, when demand flattened out while mines continued to be dug, markets glutted, prices falling. 123 Such ailments were sure signs of a supply-driven process. The shift from water to steam and the rise of the fossil economy were, as we have seen, called forth by demand. The Elizabethan leap and the inception of the proto-fossil economy likewise had their demand component. After all, profits were possible because coal had become a subsistence commodity in London and other urban markets, but were fundamentally realized through truly revolutionary transformations on the supply side. Only in Great Britain, observed Neff, were the rights of the landowner to all minerals, except gold and silver, made absolute. 124 That principle had no precedent or analog anywhere else in the world. In post-Song China, for instance, the state maintained full control and stamped out private mining of coal. 125. Although merely scratching the surface, this reinterpretation of the Elizabethan leap allows us to flesh out a theory of the primitive accumulation of fossil capital. The leap constituted such a process by 1. Initiating the accumulation of capital through the provision of F to the market, 2. Having its origins in the expropriation of land and the conversion of the stock into private property, and 3. Spreading and consolidating capitalist property relations. It laid the foundation for the subsequent rise of the fossil economy by filling the markets with coal and by furthering the very relations that eventually made the turn to steam exigent. Indeed, the case can be made that abstract space and abstract time germinated in the early mines. Domestic fuel from the stock made possible the unparalleled enlargement of British towns, the sites where easily procured laborers would congregate, while mining introduced an element of dark and dead, unresponsive, Ionian, and therefore uniform time into the economy. Unlike most if not all other sites of labor, the pits had no rhythm of their own. Wage earners were sent into their recesses to dig coal during specified hours, for delivery to distant customers with detached schedules. Once fossil capital had been born, it required constant nourishment from the prior circuit. The pursuit of the general formula of fossil capital, M, C, L plus MP, F, P, C, M, presupposes incessantly rolling primitive accumulation, M, C, L plus MP, P, C, F, M, or, in simpler terms, for capitalists to burn fossil fuels, there have to be other capitalists specialized in their production, and for the former to burn more, the latter have to deliver it in greater quantities, the two cycles ever intertwined. In the strict sense of a circuit, primitive accumulation of fossil capital is a permanent foundation for the fossil economy. As a political process, it has reiterated the ordinances of the Elizabethan leap in countless instances over the past 2 centuries, from the Arabian Peninsula to the Ecuadorian rainforests. Expanding extraction of fossil fuels has come about only through expropriation of the land and its riches, annihilation of resistant state structures and customary rights, dispossession of local inhabitants, expulsion into shanty towns, a history very much written in letters of blood and fire. 126. Conditional upon the power of capital, the process cements it at every step, first and foremost by extending exclusive capitalist control over nature. If there is a faint trace of Ricardian Malthusian dynamics in the Elizabethan leap, it disappears completely in the more recent iterations. As is well known, the history of petroleum has until very recently been one of overproduction, entirely different factors driving the rigs and drills into the soil. Shell did not go to the Niger Delta because the British population no longer could subsist on plants. Capital does not eat because someone is hungry, capital always eats. The ecological veracity of this relation in process cannot be captured by a model of substitution and relief, precisely because it is not embedded within the natural limits of ecosystems. It operates on a higher level, above that of use value, in the thin, abstract air of exchange value, and just as it must pump out surplus labor in perpetuity, so it must pump out material substrata from the ground whether or not they are scarce. Capital is supra-ecological, one could say, a flying biophysical omnivore with its own peculiar social DNA. It is not a timeless growth pursuit bumping into walls of shortages and transcending them by moving on to abundant goods, not a universal process unfolding through reaction upon specific constraints. Rather, it is a specific process unfolding through a universal appropriation of biophysical resources, insatiable in its appetite, starting and ever continuing with energy. Chapter 14. China as chimney of the world, fossil capital today. An emissions explosion. On May 12, 2014, the New York Times reported that a large section of the mighty West Antarctica ice sheet has begun falling apart and its continued melting now appears to be unstoppable. That would mean at least 3 meters of sea level rise in the pipeline. The findings were published by 2 independent teams in Geophysical Research Letters and Science, the latest additions to an endless background noise of ringing toxins. Glaciers running from inner West Antarctica towards the Amundsen Sea have hitherto been held back by ice shelves, functioning like plugs in a bathtub, but the warming oceans are transporting more and more heat towards the continent, melting the shelves and pulling the plugs. The balance of forces overturned, the tub is draining, the glaciers unhinging from the ground, no hills or ridges preventing them from sliding into the sea. 1 Today we present observational evidence that a large sector of the West Antarctic ice sheet has gone into irreversible retreat, one of the lead authors said in a press conference called by NASA. It has passed the point of no return. A couple of centuries would likely be necessary for all of it to reach its destination, but, the New York Times noted, even 1.2 meters would suffice to inundate land on which nearly 4 million Americans currently live. What is more, continued emissions of greenhouse gases would initiate the same processes on the even larger ice sheets of East Antarctica and Greenland. If we have indeed lit the fuse on West Antarctica, it's very hard to imagine putting the fuse out, commented Richard B. Alley, expert in the field, but there's a bunch more fuses, and there's a bunch more matches, and we have a decision now: do we light those, too? On the very same day, the New York Times reported that Canadian oil companies are proposing many new and expanded pipelines that would connect the oil sands fields with new markets in China and across the world. Not beaten by the delays in the Keystone XL project, designed to transport oil from the tar sands region of Alberta through the United States all the way down to Houston, the companies were planning pipelines that would snake towards the Canadian coasts, both eastern and western, from whence oil could be ferried to combustion in, above all, China. Oil sands production would climb by more than a fourth in the next decade, even without Keystone XL. Several companies would double or triple their output. Not since the 1950s had so many pipeline projects been on the table. They faced diverse resistance, from First Nations, environmental activists, local communities worried about the spoiling of scenic views, but the vice president for oil sands at Shell Canada stated their compelling rationale: for us, for future investment, it's pipeline, he told the Times. We want more capacity. Long term, we need to see access to global markets. The government risked violent confrontations if the most controversial projects were implemented, but the prospects for most of them, the New York Times concluded, appear bright. 3. Counting from 1751 to 2010, half of all CO2 emissions from the combustion of fossil fuels occurred after 1986, in just 25 years, when one of the greatest research efforts in history produced the science of climate change. 4. The turn of the millennium marked another crossing. Widespread awareness of the catastrophic implications of global warming essentially belongs to the 21st century, and since the year 2000, the rate of growth in CO2 emissions has been triple that of the 1990s. Not because of any climate policies, but due to the crash in capital accumulation, emissions shrank, a truly extraordinary event, by a little more than 1% in 2009, only to rebound in 2010 with a near 6% climb and then stabilize around the annual average of 3%. Exceeding the worst-case scenarios developed by the IPCC, that novel clip of business as usual puts the world on track to a rise in temperatures of 4 degrees by 2060, far beyond the level to which humans can be expected to adapt with any reasonable sense of civilization intact. 5. Things are out of hand. We may legitimately speak of a post-2000 emissions explosion. A theory of fossil capital should have something to say about it. Two basic facts about the explosion immediately strike the eye. First, it has been centered on a single country, the People's Republic of China. Between 2000 and 2006, 55% of the global growth of CO2 emissions happened there. By 2007, the figure stood at 2/3. In 2004, China became the world's largest extractor of fossil fuels. 2 years later, it eclipsed the US as the top emitter. 6. The explosion appears to stand in some relation to globalization. From the early 1980s up to 2008, world trade grew by 8% per year, markedly faster than output, but the true novelty lay in booming foreign direct investment, FDI. From the 1980s onwards, FDI flows increased faster than cross-border trade. From 1990 to 2009, they quintupled, reaching a peak before plummeting during the financial crisis and then rebounding. As it happened, this tendency was also centered on China. The main destination for FDIs, the country's inflow in 2008 was nearly twice those of Russia and India combined. 2 years later, China deposed Germany as the top exporter of manufactured goods. 7. Beyond those well-known figures, what has been going on here? What combustible mix of China and globalization has set off the emissions explosion? whose power to light a whole bunch of fuses on Earth seems little short of overwhelming. An explosion for export. The baseline of the bourgeois ideology known as eco-modernism is a belief in more affluence as the remedy to ecological woes. If only people were modern, high-tech, and sophisticated enough, there wouldn't be so much pollution around. More precisely, countries follow the environmental Kuznets curve, EKC. Poor and underdeveloped, they leave little imprint on the environment. As their incomes begin to grow, so do their impacts, but only up to a turning point, after which increasing wealth reduces environmental degradation, pushing it back towards the point of departure. Having passaged from neutral agriculture and dirty industry to clean services, the most advanced economies end up with populations prosperous enough to care about their surroundings, efficient technologies, responsible institutions, all that is needed to tread lighter on earth. Others ought to travel that royal road. The best way to open it is to promote globalization, or so runs the argument in force since the early 1990s, when the idea of the EKC emerged in debates over NAFTA and economist Wilfred Beckerman summed up its political traction. There is clear evidence that, although economic growth usually leads to environmental deterioration in the early stages of the process, in the end the best, and probably only, way to attain a decent environment in most countries is to become rich. 8. Figure 14.1. The environmental Kuznets curve. Now, decades of research have produced scant evidence for the existence of any EKC in perceptible reality. As for carbon dioxide, there is one variable that seems to follow the curve, the intensity of pollution, or the amount of CO2 released per unit of production. But what counts for climate is, of course, total emissions, and for that critical measure, there is no downward turn, only a secular rise with income. 9, yet intensity might be a central variable in the emissions explosion, and so we shall return to it below. Moreover, the EKC can be faulted for overlooking precisely the globalist nature of the world economy. The carbon footprint of a smart, tech-savvy, happy-go-lucky art director is not a function of what he produces, but of what he consumes, much of which will be imported from other nations still doing the dirty work of manufacturing. There are absolutely no indications that people at the right end of the income axis cease to purchase laptops, smartphones, shoes, jeans, cars, and long-haul flights and revert to hermetic asceticism. To the contrary, the ecological burden of their existence grows without fail, only it is being offloaded to distant producers, to which it then seems to belong. 10 The lightness of the MacBook Air crowd is an illusion grounded in myopia. In the case of CO2, most emissions associated with a commodity originate in the process of production, not final consumption. A Swede does not emit CO2 by wearing a t-shirt from Bangladesh. It has already been emitted from the factory where the t-shirt was sewn and the power plant providing the electricity by the builders and machine makers and those further back in the supply chain, forming a sequence of emissions, an invisible legacy of the burnt accessories, embodied in the commodity. The actual volumes of CO2 caused by the importing consumers may thus stretch far beyond the borders of their homeland. Indeed, the tendency of late has been for more CO2 to be discharged in the production of commodities ultimately consumed in a different country. In 1990, 20% of all emissions. By 2008, the share had grown to 26%. 11 Official statistics, on whose basis climate negotiations are conducted, still allocate emissions to the territorial states where the smoke actually leaves the ground. But why should Bangladesh be held accountable for CO2 released for the benefit of Swedish t-shirt wearers? Catching up with the growth of emissions embodied in trade, EET, a rising chorus of researchers, activists, and politicians from certain countries advocate a reallocation of responsibility, a shift from production-based to consumption-based accounting, which would provide a more realistic picture of how and why human actions affect CO2 emissions. 12 In plainer language, do not let the well-off Westerners get off that cheaply. Again, China is at the center of both the phenomenon of EET and the ensuing pointing of fingers. In the period 1990 to 2008, fully 75% of the growth in emissions imported to an XB, the developed countries with obligations under the Kyoto Protocol, emanated from the People's Republic. In 2001, China entered the WTO, dismantled the remaining barriers to investment, abolished restrictions on foreign ownership, relaxed requirements on local cooperation and, in general, flung the gates wide open. Then the real explosion began. While a third of the increase in Chinese CO2 between 1990 and 2002 could be directly attributed to export, the share rose to half in the following 3 years. Moreover, according to one estimate, as much as 48% of the country's total emissions between 2002 and 2008 were generated in the export sphere. 13 Here was the main source of the plume of smoke shooting up from Chinese territory. Other drivers were comparatively puny. For the years 2002 to 5, population growth and changing lifestyles contributed 2% and 1% of the emissions growth respectively, government expenditure and household consumption 7% each, in contrast to the roughly 50% of export production. 14 No other part of the early 21st century Chinese economy came close to the eruptive dynamism of the sector, and then its indirect stimuli on infrastructure and consumption are not even counted. The mountains of Chinese commodities mostly ended up in developed nations. While China was the main exporter, the US was the main importer of embodied emissions, swallowing ever greater volumes, net imports increasing by 250% from 1997 to 2007. For the EU, the corresponding figure was 154%. 15 Some countries in Western Europe like to believe that they have climbed the summit of the EKC and entered the descending slope, but that self-image is based on production-based deception, for imports have been rising higher and faster. In terminology stemming from debates over the Kyoto Protocol, such displacement of emissions is known as carbon leakage. At an early stage of climate negotiations, fears arose that if only some countries, those in Annex B, would be covered by mandatory reductions, dirty activities would simply move out. A car manufacturer seeking to emit unlimited amounts of CO2 could relocate to an unfettered country outside Annex B, such as China. A country wishing to reduce its emissions could import products instead of producing them. But no carbon leakage of that kind has in fact occurred. No mass flight from Annex B countries could possibly have been triggered by draconian emissions cuts, for no such cuts have been implemented. A distinction is therefore made between strong and weak carbon leakage. The strong variety is the, so far hypothetical, departure of production activities caused by stringent climate policies. The weak is the phenomenon of them leaving for some other unspecified reason. Here mainstream research into EET suddenly halts. One team notes that the likely cause of the large emission transfers we report here are pre-existing policies and socio-economic factors that are unrelated to climate policy itself, but stops short of asking the next natural question, then what are these causes? 16 If car manufacturers do not move their factories to China to escape climate change mitigation, why do they do it? For all its merits, EET research has not been able to identify the causal drivers at work, precisely when it comes to explaining how and why human actions affect CO2 emissions. It limits its field of vision. There is another, related trouble with the framework. Negating the EKC, it tends to jettison the moment of production and lay all its emphasis on consumption. Thus we may read that the proportion of emissions stemming from exports is large and significant, which demonstrates China's position in international trade as a world factory. Those who consume the goods made in China should also share the responsibility. 17 Now contemplate that statement. China is a world factory, emitting a lot of CO2, and those who consume the goods should assume responsibility for them. Is not someone missing from the picture here? What emerges from the consumption-based accounting approach is a view of the Western consumer as an absolute sovereign who sends CO2 packing to other parts of the world, presumably by standing in front of shelves and picking cheap Chinese commodities rather than expensive domestic ones, the owners of the means of production being neutral, passive, out of sight. When consumption is treated as a generic Western activity, the argument has the potential to go seriously astray. Studying the embodied emissions in U.S., Chinese trade, One group of researchers argues that workers making goods in the developed world enjoy comparatively lavish lifestyles versus their counterparts in the developing world, a lifestyle which in many cases induces substantial environmental impact. Chinese emissions are dominated by the manufacturing of products consumed by workers. 18 Making up the majority of American consumers, they, the workers, should assume responsibility, and this is indeed implicit in much of the research in the field. CO2 from China falls on the shoulders of ordinary people in the West. No differentiation is made between rich consumers and others, in a premise about as unrealistic as the original EKC curve, and while it is of course undeniable that workers in advanced economies benefit from cheap Chinese commodities bought at Walmart, Tesco, or IKEA, putting the blame on them is not very convincing as a science of why emissions have relocated to China. American or other Western workers never made the decision to outsource manufacturing. In fact, if there is anyone who has ever resisted such moves, it is they. Neither the EKC nor its standard negation can make sense of the nexus of emissions and globalization as it has materialized in China. A negation of the negation might do the job better. Globalist fossil capital. The theory of fossil capital outlined above suggests that the stock is the general lever for surplus value production. On its basis, we may propose a simple hypothesis for the era of globalist production. Globally mobile capital will relocate factories to situations where labor power is cheap and disciplined, where the rate of surplus value promises to be largest, by means of new rounds of massive consumption of fossil energy. The transition is by now a distant memory. It is all a matter of pursuing the spiral. What do we mean by globally mobile capital? We mean, first of all, industrial capital free to invest across national borders and capable of carrying production technology to the new locations. Capital from source country A is globally mobile if it may construct factories, greenfield investment, or buy companies, mergers and acquisitions, in host country B, and if it can bring machines, technical expertise, management principles, and other key assets from A to B, and, of course, if B is flanked by a range of other, similarly available host countries. As the world economy has developed since the 1970s, these conditions have been progressively realized. They imply that capital can transcend borders with roughly constant levels of productivity, or, put differently, the productivity of a transnational corporation, TNC, is a firm-specific asset, something it owns and can insert into the host country regardless of the average levels of productivity attained there. 19 But this only holds, and as we shall see, the distinction is crucial, for immediate production technology, while not for infrastructure. Mobility of this kind represents a foray deep into abstract space. On a quest for optimal profitability, capital roams the earth more freely than ever before. Labor, on the other hand, remains relatively place-bound. Since it is tied to living human beings, with their own neighborhoods, dialects, memories, families, habits, friends, and bars and political parties and innumerable other life components, the commodity of wage labor cannot become mobile like capital, even if there were no pass controls and walls obstructing migration. As time goes by, as capitalist development unfolds in history, workers develop distinctive features anchored to their places of habitation. In one locality, they build up powerful unions enabling them to push up wages, while in another they remain barely organized. Some are highly educated, while others have only basic schooling. Some are prone to political militancy while others are under the sway of preachers of patience. Wages, skills, manageability and other properties of labor power vary in space. The inextinguishable autonomy of workers gives rise to a rugged, uneven, never fully stabilized geography of class relations. It follows that mobility is not a luxury for capital, but a necessity, in the words of Storper and Walker. Because working-class communities are not as plastic, or are less geographically mobile than capital, labor forces must be sought out, fought with and, on occasion, abandoned by industry in its ceaseless process of evolution and restructuring. 20 On this view, the production of abstract space is not a capitalist monologue but a way of staying one step ahead in the class relation, bolstering the freedom to evade, approach and parry labor from an outer rim of circulation. When capital has secured its liberty to prowl the globe with portable productivity, it chooses between potential host countries on the basis of their specific assets. One profoundly nation-specific endowment is precisely labor power. As capital moves around, it will attach great weight to the national characteristics of the labor supply. It will look for cheap labor, places where laborers are easily procured. It will look for workers amenable to discipline, accustomed to high labor intensity and long working days, a population trained to industrious habits. A favorable combination of these factors will sustain a high rate of surplus value and ceteris paribus entice TNCs to invest. Conversely, if laborers become dearer and more rebellious, TNCs will move out of such places. The simplest indicators of high rates of surplus value are low labor costs, commonly and roughly translated into low incomes, and hence it follows that industrial production will tend to move from nations with higher average incomes to those with lower ones, not in a complete evacuation from the former, but in a process of relative relocation. 21. But things are not, of course, that simple. Features of labor power are an independent determinant of FDI flows, but far from the only one. A TNC might, for instance, wish to position itself in the midst of a market, serving customers face-to-face in order to better adapt products to their tastes, inflate the value of a brand or excel competitors in some other way. Here it is the consumers of the country, not the workers, who attract investment. But if the TNCs export their products from the host country, we have reason to suspect that it is the workers, not the consumers, who have enticed them to set up shop there. Labor might figure in a market-oriented strategy as well. A country offering both moneyed consumers and inexpensive workers is a particularly good choice for production in situ, and foreign affiliates may switch between selling to local and external outlets, but as a general rule, export-oriented FDIs are more strongly determined by the attributes of labor power. 22. In the abstract space of a globalist economy, customers can be served from practically anywhere, sites of production can be dissociated from sites of consumption, capital may pick and choose between export platforms, and the lever by which it reaches and exploits labor is fossil energy. More precisely, there are three moments by which enhanced mobility draws on the stock. A necessary condition for labor power to be cheap and disciplined is, to begin with, the presence of a reserve army of labor. Full employment dilutes both qualities. From the classic case of Britain, we may surmise that the best place to find a sizable reserve army is an economy in the throes of the passage from agriculture to industry. A whole new laboring population will be released for procurement, as ex-farmers leave their villages en masse and congregate in towns. But a country experiencing this passage also, in all likelihood, undergoes the transition to a fossil economy. To the extent that inflowing capital expedites this process, it extends business as usual to places where it did not exist before, other than in undeveloped forms. An expansion of the fossil economy accompanies the relocation of production. CO2 will be exhumed from the chimneys of foreign-owned factories, perhaps in surroundings that until recently were rural, even pristine, but more importantly, the arrival of foreign capital will stimulate enlargement of the infrastructure of the host country. No capital would flow to a place where it would have to establish all infrastructure from scratch. After all, the physical presence of property-less workers can never be a sufficient condition for attracting investment. Rather, they will only be de facto accessible for surplus value extraction if a basic infrastructure is in place prior to arrival. First and foremost, power plants and electricity grids capable of delivering the indispensable energy. Cheap and disciplined workers in the darkness and standstill of constant outages would not be of great value. The TNCs must be able to rely on an energy substratum upheld by the host country's state apparatus and count on its capacity to absorb more inflows. 23. Conversely, an item high on the agenda for states wanting to attract FDI, and in the globalist economy, that is the holy grail of development, is construction of infrastructure, and so we should expect a positive feedback loop. operational plants and grids, mines, and wires are prerequisites for TNCs to invest. Their arrival will encourage further enlargement, which will in turn draw more FDI, and so on. We may identify this moment of the dynamics as the expansion effect. A second moment concerns emissions intensity. In general, and this is the consolation prize for the EKC believers, wealthy nations do have lower carbon intensity than poor ones. More CO2 is emitted in the production of one t-shirt in Bangladesh than if the same t-shirt were to be produced in Sweden. Between the early 1970s and the early 1980s, a curve really did appear for developed countries, their continuing ascent towards ever greater affluence co-evolving with a decline in carbon intensity, that is, a decline in CO2 emissions per unit of production, not in total amount of emissions. 24 At the end of the day, such progress is of little importance, but now consider a capitalist who is about to reinvest his profit and expand the scale of production. Suppose that he can choose between two countries to invest in, his homeland A and a potential host country B. Suppose, further, that the carbon intensity of production is twice as high in B. We can easily see, then, that if he bets on B, total CO2 emissions from his expanded business will be twice as high as if he stayed at home. The increase in scale will be compounded by a jump in carbon intensity. If this simple example is stretched out temporally, we may add the assumption that carbon intensity declines simultaneously and equally in both countries, with the gap between the two unchanged. Even so, a move from A to B would push up the intensity of production relative to a scenario of staying put. In these cases, the expansionary logic of capital accumulation would not only trump the decline in carbon intensity, as in Jevons's paradox, but rather be realized through a concomitant relative rise in carbon intensity, and needless to say, that would be all the worse for the CO2 concentration in the atmosphere. There are some intuitively appealing reasons for why carbon intensity should be lower in high-income than in low-income countries. The former will likely possess the most advanced and efficient technologies for power generation and transport, propped up by well-endowed governments, relying on high wages for tax revenues. Their infrastructure will generate low amounts of CO2 per unit of electricity supplied or good delivered. In developing nations, infrastructure will indeed be less sophisticated. Power plants will use suboptimal equipment and the cheapest available fuel. The scramble to expand infrastructure to keep pace with development will induce governments to set considerations other than costs aside. Indeed, inward FDI may incite them to embark on crash programs for augmenting capacity for power generation, with whatever equipment is at hand and the least expensive fuel mix. 25 While TNCs carry along their firm-specific production technologies, they have no choice, and no other interest, but to utilize the infrastructure on offer. Here, they will take what they find. Hence there emerges an environmental Kuznets curve in reverse. If we insert the premise of globally mobile capital into the EKC, vastly enhancing its realism, we are led to the prediction that, when a turning point in income levels has been reached, capital will move back to countries near the peak of carbon intensity. It will not move to the poorest countries, for there the infrastructure will be inadequate. Neither will it stay in the richest, most carbon-efficient countries, for their rates of surplus value will be low. Instead, it will hover around the apex of the curve, increasing carbon intensity through relocation. If high incomes and low carbon intensity form a single package, as they seem to do, and if low incomes and high carbon intensity are their mirror compound, then a rise in incomes, equivalent to a rise in wages, will, given that capital is globally mobile, cause a shift of industrial production to more carbon-intensive countries, not because capital desires such intensity for its own sake, but because it is thrown into the bargain when it scours the globe for maximum surplus value. We may call this second moment the intensity effect. Figure 14.2. The environmental Kuznets curve in reverse. Thirdly, energy infrastructure is, again, not a sufficient condition for realizing the promise of inexpensive, submissive workers. If they are disconnected from major arteries of transport, the commodities will not reach the world market smoothly and perhaps not at all. making their labor power, for all pecuniary purposes, worthless. There have to be rails, highways, containers, warehouses, ports, likewise airports to ferry raw materials, components, finished goods, managers, CEOs between affiliates, markets, factories, and headquarters. Since modern transport systems are almost completely reliant on oil, globalist production will translate into larger emissions of CO2 in this sphere as well. The more fragmented and integrated the circuits, the more extended and dispersed the supply chains, the more petroleum will be burnt on the road, on the sea, in the air. As in the expansion effect, the TNCs will balk at constructing the requisite transport infrastructure and look to the state to ensure it, and needless to say, this imperative will be particularly compelling when the corporations export commodities from the host country. 26 This third moment might thus be designated the integration effect. Combining the three moments, expansion, intensity, integration, we arrive at a more precise version of our hypothesis. Here are the dynamics through which globally mobile capital will speed up the consumption of fossil energy through its perpetual drive to maximize surplus value. The environmental Kuznets curve in reverse might stand as a general metaphor, since conditions for accessing cheap and disciplined labor power tend to be bound up with expanding business as usual, comparatively high carbon intensity and increased transport. Capital will shoot its arrows upwards and backwards, towards the summit of degradation. While not, of course, covering all emissions growth, we have here a key to the explosion. The chimney of the workshop. Globalization is no longer driven primarily by trade. In 2011, the Vail Columbia Center, a leading FDI research institution, declared that international investment has become roughly twice as important as trade in delivering goods and services across frontiers. 27 By the time the financial crisis struck, emerging markets had decisively surpassed developed countries as receivers of FDI, among them, China outshone all others. Where did the capital come from? The circulation of FDI money through Hong Kong and various tax havens, notably the Virgin and Cayman Islands, before touching down on the Chinese mainland made it notoriously difficult to pin down its origins, but a trend manifested itself after the WTO entry. While neighboring Asian countries had been the preeminent provenances of FDI in the 1990s, flows from the US and the EU now took off. China became the home for factories relocated from all over the globe. According to one study of the years 2001 to 4, the US was the number one country of origin for immigrating industry, followed by the EU, Japan, Taiwan, the Philippines, Canada, Singapore, and Mexico. 28 For the first 11 months of 2010, when the tax havens had largely succumbed to the effects of the financial crisis, the Chinese Ministry of Commerce reported the following list of top 10 FDI sources: Hong Kong, Taiwan, Singapore, Japan, the US, South Korea, the UK, France, Holland and Germany. Industrial capital settling on Chinese soil had a propensity to export. Over the years 1998 to 2005, 19% of domestic manufacturing firms were exporters, as against 63% of foreign affiliates. 29. The secret behind this surge in foreign-financed, export-oriented production was never very well kept. In October 2004, The Economist affirmed that the ascent of the People's Republic was safeguarded by its almost unlimited supply of cheap labor. By some estimates, there are almost 200 million underemployed workers in rural areas that could move into industry. This surplus labor may take at least 2 decades to absorb, helping to hold down wages for low-skilled workers. 31 Figure 14.3 shows how Chinese manufacturing wages compared to those of some other countries in 2002. Figure 14.3. Chinese manufacturing wages, average in 2002 as a percentage of the average in selected countries. 30. As predicted, the relative wages barely rose at all during the first decade of the century, the cost of labor power remaining a trifle of that in developed countries. In 2008, hourly labor compensation costs in China were 5% of those in Japan, 4% in the US, 3% in the Eurozone. 32 It was an immensely powerful magnet. One 2006 survey asserted that low-cost skilled labor has long been regarded as China's most important advantage in attracting foreign companies to make goods in China. Furthermore, Chinese workers are not only cheap, but diligent, motivated to improve, and good with their hands. In the words of another study, employers in the early 21st century became accustomed to having a seemingly unlimited supply of very cheap labor, and being able to insist on certain qualities in their workers, such as a compliant and flexible personality, and the willingness to work very long hours. 33 Easy to procure, trained to industrious habits. The force that weighed down on Chinese workers and imposed on them these characteristics was, at the bottom, as explicated by The Economist, the gargantuan reserve army of labor. Bent on fast-tracking industrialization, the post-Maoist state released, to interpret it benevolently, hundreds of millions of young farmers from the countryside into the cities. But the floating population retained one foot in the villages, falling back upon traditional sources of income in need, reducing the reproduction costs of labor power. Inside the cities, meanwhile, attempts at independent union organization were nipped in the bud, the working class subdued and delivered to foreign investors. 34 The Chinese export miracle would not have come about without their presence. In the 1980s, foreign invested enterprises, FEs, that is, either joint ventures or wholly foreign-owned companies, produced a meager 0.1% of the goods exported from China. In 2001, the share exceeded 50% for the first time, and it stayed above that mark throughout the decade. 35 Other methodologies produce even higher figures. Foreign affiliates might have accounted for more than 70% of total Chinese exports in 2005.36 From 1990 to 2008, China's industrial output increased by a factor of 26, that of fees by a factor of 332. Here was the impellent of capital accumulation in the People's Republic, running on high and rising profits, outshining domestically owned companies in technical prowess as well as in revenues. On the basis of figures similar to the above, The Economist argued that the export growth has more to do with foreign firms relocating their production to China than with Chinese businesses undercutting other producers. 38 The conclusion can be extended straight to the atmospheric legacy, inverting the causation implied by the consumption-based approach. The main agents behind EET were not consumers in the West, but owners of firms relocating their activities. Decisions on boards of directors preceded and shaped those in front of shelves. Cheap and disciplined labor power was not, of course, the sole attractor in China. The huge domestic market had its own distinctive allure, but for capital moving to China and exporting its commodities, the characteristics of labor power must have exerted the stronger pull. Given the role of fees in Chinese exports, and that of exports in Chinese emissions, we may thus infer that the quest for maximum surplus value was indeed a paramount mechanism for igniting the explosion. Figure 14.4. Share of foreign invested companies in exports from China, percentage, 1980 to 2009.37. More concretely, the three effects, expansion, intensity, integration, appear to have been in full swing. There was a spike in fossil fuel burning after accession to the WTO. Of all the massive growth in Chinese energy consumption between 1987 and 2007, over half occurred in just the final 5 years, with industry the most voracious sector by far. Having lost some appetite in the last 3 years of the 1990s, the volumes it took swelled again at the turn of the millennium, accounting for more than 2/3 of total final energy consumption. It was a powerhouse in all senses of the term. The relative contribution of households to energy use declined, the absolute magnitude of residential energy stayed level between 1987 and 2008, in spite of a 20% increase in population, but then people have never propelled the fossil economy. Agriculture, construction, commerce, and other services reduced the role of coal in their fuel mixes, so that in 2002, industry absorbed more than 90% of all coal consumed in the Republic, 3/4 of it burnt in the generation of power and heat. Coal rightward arrow electricity rightward arrow manufacturing of commodities for export, such was the sequence at the center of the explosion. 39 For all the talk of industry having become less central to capitalist development, in this case, whose planetary significance is hard to overstate, it weighed heavier than ever. In fact, an authoritative study suggests the same trends on a global scale. Power generation and industry dominate total CO2 emissions and drive them ever higher, putting buildings entirely in the shade. 41 Mills, not cottages, pour petrol on the fire. Figure 14.5. Fossil energy consumption in China, 1995 to 2007. Coal, million tons. Petroleum, million tons. Natural gas, billion cubic meters. 40. The spike coincided with the coming to fruition of governmental plans to attract foreign capital. Banking on FDI as the recipe for national development in the 1990s, Beijing resolved to expand energy infrastructure to cater to incomers, ratcheting up the efforts as WTO accession approached. A reminder of the needs came in 2002, when a shortage of oil, electricity, and even coal struck the nation. To secure a supply capable of keeping up with expanding industry, the government now further deregulated the coal market, allowing 1,000 mines of all sizes and efficiencies to bloom and, not the least importantly, undertaking its own investments in transmission lines from inland power plants, railways, and highways to the FDI-dense, bloated cities on the coast. More than 80% of all coal burnt in China in the first decade of the millennium originated from the two northern provinces of Inner Mongolia and Shaanxi, often traveling 2,000 or 3,000 kilometers, distances as long as from Paris to Moscow or Cairo to Casablanca, though without crossing international borders, before being piled up inside the magazines of labor power. 42 Chimneys rose to the sky on the foundation of the mobile stock. Until recently a negligible fishing hamlet, Shenzhen became the boomtown of the FDI export miracle, literally sprouting smokestacks, exhaust pipes, and cement buildings where none had existed, posting 14 million inhabitants in 2008. The twin town of Dongguan likewise rose from the backwaters into a conurbation brimming with factories, migrant workers, and clouds of CO2 arising from their combination. It was Lancashire Redux, on an unheard of scale. But not even the seams of China were enough to feed its bulging industries. The Republic became a net importer of coal in 2007, spurring massive expansion of mines in Australia, Mongolia, the US and a host of other countries. In the first half of 2009, most of the coal imported to the industrial hothouse of Guangdong, the province home to both Shenzhen and Dongguan, came from Vietnam. 43 An oft-noted feature of the early 21st century, China's hunt for energy sources extended to the four corners of the world, including, for instance, the oil fields of Angola, where Beijing, honing its skill at producing fossil abstract space, constructed an entire port city. Alongside the black stone, the Republic thus became progressively more dependent on the black gold. By 2002, only the US consumed more oil. By 2007, more than half of the oil consumed in China was imported, a share projected to reach 77% in 2020. 44 Rarely if ever has the formula of placing the power amongst the people, wherever it was most wanted, been implemented on such a scale. The state apparatus of the People's Republic accomplished its mission. In 2010, its investment promotion agency could boast. In recent years, the construction of Chinese infrastructure has been improved greatly. The infrastructure in transportation, communication, and the supply of water, electricity and natural gas is almost complete. The ability of supply and quality of energies, raw materials, and components has been improved obviously, which provides foreign investors with excellent external conditions in production and operation. The bottleneck effect of infrastructure construction in hardware on the economic development, such as transportation, communication, and energies, has been eliminated almost. 45. Had the state not done its work so dutifully, fees would not have arrived in such numbers, and conversely, without the stimulus of fees, the imperative to expand infrastructure would have been nowhere as strong. The expansion effect roared through China. As for the intensity effect, approximately 18% of growth in atmospheric CO2 concentration between 2000 and 2006 stemmed from the increasing carbon intensity of the global economy, increasing, or deteriorating, by an annual average of 0.3%. 46. The homeland of the trend was, of course, China, its already high carbon intensity rising further and hosting a constantly swelling portion of the world's manufacturing. Of the three fossil fuels, coal is the dirtiest, most productive of CO2. A power plant running on coal emits roughly twice as much per watt as one fueled by gas, and in 2003, coal accounted for 97% of all fossil-fired power in the People's Republic. There were good reasons to choose coal before the slightly less nasty alternatives. The Republic was rich in coal, poor in oil and lacking in gas. More of the black stone could swiftly be extracted by workers in the mines, its costs stood at a sixth of that of oil. Coal dominance is a major determinant of high carbon intensity, and to make matters worse, levels of efficiency in China's coal plants were spectacularly poor. Among the 14 countries responsible for 65% of global power generation in 2003, only India came out worse. 47 When manufacturing relocated to the People's Republic in the early 21st century, it was plugged into a relatively satisfactory energy supply, predominantly based on coal, transformed into electricity by highly inefficient technologies. Just as we would expect, wages and carbon intensity were inversely related. Compare Figure 14.3 to 14.6. Figure 14.6. Carbon intensity of selected countries as a percentage of China's carbon intensity, 2001, 08. National averages for the period. 48. China had, relatively speaking, low wages and high carbon intensity. Certain other countries had high wages and low carbon intensity, and capital flowed from the latter to the former. It moved back along the curve towards higher rates of surplus value and higher levels of emissions per unit produced. If all the industry removed to China by, say, 2008 had stayed in the US, South Korea, Japan, Taiwan, Germany, not to speak of concentrated in an extremely carbon-efficient country such as Sweden, things would have looked very different indeed. Beijing launched a colossal enlargement of transport infrastructure in the 1990s to pave the way for FDIs, most conspicuously along the southeastern littoral, the traditional gateway for incoming capital now rejuvenated with container terminals, port systems, highways, intermetropolitan networks for commuting businessmen and other nodes sunk into global circuits. While all coastal cities waved the same basic bait, cheap and disciplined labor power from the inland, they sought to outmatch each other in transport facilities, explicitly conceived to lure footloose investors. The shipping of goods from China left growing traces of CO2 in the sky. For every insertion of export-oriented production, the distances to be traveled were stretched out, emissions per product rising. In the year 2000, inputs, raw materials, parts, and components, accounted for a stunning 85% of global CO2 emitted in the cross-border transport of commodities, final goods only taking the remaining 15%. Such emissions from within globalist production chains gravitated heavily towards China. 49. If Manchester was the chimney of the world in the 1840s, the People's Republic of China assumed that position in the early 21st century primarily because globally mobile capital seized upon it as its workshop. Or, to reach the centers of populous towns, where laborers were easily procured and trained to industrious habits, capital deployed fossil energy in ever greater volumes, pursuing the modus operandi first laid down by the rise of steam, not in its entirety but in its essence. The Chinese emissions explosion represented an epochal carrying of power to hands. But there were never any guarantees that the bonfire of profits would last. Capitalists consider leaving China. On May 28, 2010, the New York Times opened a dispatch with the following words: after years of being pushed to work 12-hour days, 6 days a week on monotonous low-wage assembly line tasks, China's workers are starting to push back. 11 days earlier, at a Honda gearbox factory in the Guangdong city of Foshan, 2 workers had pressed a red button for shutting down the machinery in the event of quality problems. The turnout soon involved the entire workforce of 1,800 and spread to other plants supplying components to the Japanese auto giant, forcing it to halt all production in the People's Republic. In Zhongshan, the strikers added the demand of free trade unions to higher wages and better working conditions and developed a sophisticated, democratic organization, in effect electing shop stewards to represent them, the New York Times reported, apprehension mixed with admiration. 50 Within another few weeks, the wave had engulfed unprecedented numbers of foreign affiliates, a sewing machine factory belonging to the Japanese Brother Industries, a Taiwanese rubber plant in Shanghai, several Toyota works, a Carlsberg brewery, 73 factories in the northern industrial zone of Dalian, a Hyundai establishment in Beijing where the union official had once promised the South Korean owners that no strikes would ever happen under his watchful eye. Analysts cited by China Daily say workers, particularly those among the new generation of migrant laborers, are becoming more confident about their bargaining power and predict these actions could ultimately bring an end to cheap labor in China. 51. And indeed, the strike wave enforced whopping wage increases across the board. At its gearbox factory at Foshan, Honda eventually agreed to pay 32% more. In the Dalian zone, the 70,000 striking workers achieved a 34.5% hike. At Hyundai's Beijing plant, management conceded a 25% rise over 2 months. Reacting to the turmoil, all but one of China's provinces raised their legal minimum wage, by an average of 24%, the first significant increase since the minimum wage system was adopted in 2003. While China was no stranger to mass action, nothing like this, in terms of spontaneous contagion, geographic spread, targeting of fees and clear-cut victories, had ever before occurred in the workshop of the world. 52. The summer of 2010 sent shivers down the spine of bourgeois observers. Contemplating the contours of the next China, The Economist declared that the popular image of the country's workers as docile, diligent, and dirt cheap had been shattered. Recent unrest has put Chinese labor at odds with foreign capital. Firms may have to get used to bulls here workers. Undergirding the new bull's highness was an unexpected depletion, or withdrawal, of the reserve army of labor. As explained by Forbes, the size of the workforce peaked in 2010, 6 years before Beijing's official demographers said it would, and rural residents are increasingly reluctant to move to the cities to work in dreary factories and live in squalid conditions. 53 Even in the world's most populous nation, supplies were drying up after a decade of breakneck accumulation, boosting the strike forces on the southern coast. How would firms respond to this new situation? In the assessment of The Economist, rising wages would erode the return on capital, but workers are not the only ones who can migrate. Capitalists can also go to where workers are abundant. First, labor-intensive factories will move inland. Eventually they will depart China altogether, just as they left Japan and Taiwan before it. That, after all, is why Honda and Foxconn opened plants there in the first place. 54. In the wake of the strikes, reports of investors planning to desert China abounded. Among the countries identified as new havens were Vietnam, Indonesia, India, Malaysia, Cambodia, Bangladesh. Chinese workers now cost 5 times more than their Vietnamese counterparts, 3 times more than the Indonesians, 13 times more than the Burmese. Other low-wage destinations mentioned, some patently in desperation, were Pakistan, Ethiopia, other parts of sub-Saharan Africa, even North Korea. 55 But the predictions may have been premature. There were obstacles to the exodus, one of them particularly telling. In late 2011, the Financial Times spoke to Frank Leung, owner of a Hong Kong-based women's footwear company, about his travels in search of new homes for his Dongguan factories. Bangladesh appealed to him, with wages 20 to 30% of those in China. but after his visit to the country Mr. Leung was shell-shocked. They have crazy traffic congestion and everyone uses a generator in factories, because the power supply is erratic, he says. The logistics make it very hard to work efficiently. The New York Times later pointed out that most of the alluring alternatives in Asia have other problems, such as overburdened, unreliable electricity grids, and for the same reason, the Vail Columbia Center concluded, Sub-Saharan Africa would probably not receive much redirected FDI after all. 56 The substratum was simply too deficient. As for Vietnam, FDIs had already put pressure on the creaky infrastructure. Power cuts are still common, even in the capital. Furthermore, lengthy traffic jams slow down shipments and drive up costs. But the state pledged to accommodate incoming capital, above all, by establishing coal mines and coal-fired power plants of low efficiency. In late 2009, the government unveiled plans to develop the largest deposit in the country, 20 times the size of the biggest mine in operation, meant to ensure national energy security by 2025. 57 A similar situation prevailed in Indonesia, where rampant electricity shortages discouraging investment were combated by means of a crash program for expansion of base load capacity through coal-fired power plants. Some concerns were voiced over the growing dependence on dirty coal, but the great advantage of the fuel was its abundance and low price compared to oil and natural gas, to say nothing of geothermal or nuclear. 58. For India, one economist drew the lesson that FDI could be attracted if labor power were dressed up like in China, quick to learn, highly disciplined, low wages. While that description of Chinese workers might have already become outdated, the following lesson had not. The main hurdle for larger inflows is the lack of infrastructure such as power, roads, railways, oil and gas, aviation, telecommunications, etc. There is also a need to improve transport between the metro and port cities. 59 In February 2014, the Indian Business Today discussed the opportunities created by the end of cheap labor in China and relayed the conditions laid down by capital. The government, say manufacturers, needs to encourage component suppliers. It must also fix the country's creaky infrastructure by building highways, power plants, and ports. And indeed, the Indian government vowed to emulate the Chinese model. In 2010, it approved the construction of a new coal-fired power plant every second day. 60 If arrows were to be shot out from China, they would have to land at new summits. There were alternatives to leaving the Republic. Factories might be moved away from the boiling cost to rural provinces where wages still belong to another realm, the chimneys of the littoral replanted or replicated in the Chinese interior. But that strategy raised its own problems, as one manufacturer of knitwear complained, "We need nimble fingers, but we're worried we find farmers who can't work my machines." Treading the inland path or not, companies could also put another time-honored strategy into effect. The giant orange robotic arms that swiftly weld together car frames at the Great Wall Motors factory in Beijing might seem like the perfect answer to China's fast-rising labor costs. They don't ask for a raise, get injured or go on strike. Reuters began a story about factories on the front lines of automation. 61. Leading the charge was Foxconn, the single largest foreign-owned exporter in China, long anonymous but, after 2010, infamous for assembling iPods, iPhones, laptops, and other electronic gadgets for American brands. At Foxconn's megafactory in Shenzhen, housing 400,000 inmates in a sprawling compound, some of the workers chose another method for revolting against unbearable conditions in that year of unrest, jumping from the roofs of dormitories and cutting their wrists. After a dozen suicides, the company offered a massive wage hike, and immediately began to prepare for automation. A robot called Foxbot, designed for assembling, moving, and polishing things, would be engineered in mass quantities, aiming for 1 million units in 2014. Management sped up the substitution of dead for human labor. Technology magazine The Verge quoted Zhang, a worker in the Shenzhen factory, describing the changes. There were about 20 to 30 people on the line before, but after they added the robots it went down to 5 people, who just pushed buttons and ran the machines. In a Dongguan town specializing in knitting, firms installed 40,000 computerized knitting machines to rid themselves of 200,000 workers. Similar spurts of automation were reported from across the manufacturing spectrum, and not only in China. Of course, 62 robots are on the rise in the world economy. What they mean for energy demand is obvious. The summer of 2010 really does seem to have constituted an inflection point in the evolution of the workshop of the world. Since then, not only have walkouts hit fees on a regular basis and labor shortages cast a pall over expansion plans, but wages have continued to soar, at double-digit rates each year in Guangdong. In 2013, focus on fashion retail snivelled over data on the new basic salary in Shenzhen, a frightening figure for factory owners, and an average rise of more than 30% in some cities and provinces since 2010, a heartbreaking figure. 63 actual relocations were underway. Foreign buyers are fleeing China for Bangladesh, Cambodia, and Indonesia, not just for cheaper labor but also because of rising tensions between the workers and their employers, the South China Morning Post reported in February 2014, citing unpredictable movements in the migrant workforce. Swedish garment company H&M redirected manufacturing to Bangladesh, Foxconn-eyed Indonesia as a new platform. One survey indicated that 40% of U.S. firms considered moving out, with many having already begun. FDI inflows to China stagnated and surged in Asian alternatives. In 2013, Indonesia seized the position as the most popular investment choice for Japanese companies. 64 All such movements were predicated on fossil fuels as the general lever of surplus value production. Indeed, if the post-2010 insecurity around China and its Asian rivals demonstrated anything, it was precisely how necessary a condition that lever continued to be. Without it, without new mines, plants, grids, ports, roads, the workers that, for the moment, seemed most easily procured and industrious could not be exploited. But states seemed eager to roll out the black carpet. If massive relocation of capital away from the People's Republic were to transpire, it would undoubtedly unleash new expansion and integration effects, though a rise in carbon intensity would be more uncertain, though ironically, there were signs that China had increased the share of imported natural gas in its fuel mix just as incomes for working people reached heartbreaking heights. 65 Spreading factories across more Asian countries to safeguard against Bull's Highness would translate into more chimneys in more places, more fragmented, integrated production chains, more self-reinforcing spirals of accumulation touched off across the continent, whose exploding emissions have other sources as well, but none as flammable as the quest for maximum surplus value. Whether factories actually depart in significant numbers remains to be seen. It depends on levels of working-class militancy in China, stability of the state apparatus, potentials for replenishing the reserve army with fresh supplies from the countryside. IMF has produced a list of refill measures, including accelerated mechanization of agriculture, the possible attraction of richer consumers, movements in currency rates and parallel developments in all of these variables, and more, in alternative host countries. 66 Perhaps the most likely scenario is a pattern of more widely dispersed FDIs, driven by a dynamic non-equilibrium in which capital leaps from place to place, refueling the combined effects of the drawn-out relocation of industry from old centers to Asia. A collapse of the manufacturing industry in China inducing an absolute reduction of its CO2 emissions seems out of the question, but then again, capital accumulation is a cumulative process, not a zero-sum redivision. The response to labor revolt may simply be to let another 1,000 chimneys bloom. The law of the rising atmospheric concentration of CO2. In the first edition of Long Waves of Capitalist Development, published in 1980, Ernest Mondale scanned the dismal landscape of yet another structural crisis. One of many contradictions related to all too powerful labor. With the post-war expansion having exhausted much of the reserve army in the advanced capitalist countries and lent indispensable workers a high degree of collective self-confidence, rates of profit fell. How could capital regain the initiative? Among the many preconditions for a new upswing, Mondale proposed the following: in order to drive up the rate of profit to the extent necessary to change the whole economic climate, under the conditions of capitalism, the capitalists must first decisively break the organizational strength and militancy of the working class in the key industrialized countries. 67 2 decades later, precisely such an epoch-defining victory materialized in China as the workshop and chimney of the world. The globalization of production, unfolding since the 1970s and speeding up in the 1990s, caused a tectonic shift in the balance of forces between capital and labor. Endowed with a new ability to remove commodity production to distant countries and export from there, capital could twist the arms of unions, their place-bound members now thoroughly substitutable on a global scale. A car assembled in Ghent or Turin for sale on the European market could just as well be manufactured somewhere in Guangdong. China, opened to the world after 1978, but particularly after 2001, seemed to form a black hole sucking in production, the sound of disappearing factories reverberating across the rest of the globe, echoing in remaining plants from Sweden to Mexico and pushing workers to the wall. In the veiled language of The Economist, the flow of Chinese workers from farms to factories has held down manufacturing wages, not only in China but also throughout the world. In effect, the Chinese Reserve Army became a global reserve army, helping to raise rates of surplus value and widen inequalities throughout the ambit of the Dragon. 68. Chinese workers were themselves harmed by the logic. In late 2010, Chinese Labor Bulletin worried that the strikes would yield few long-term results. Many low-cost, labor-intensive enterprises are currently more likely to respond to workers' wage demands by simply closing down and relocating to a lower-cost area, than by actually bothering to negotiate with their workers. Credible threats of relocation are no less efficient in undermining the bargaining position of Chinese than any other workers caught up in the swirl. Indeed, whereas Western labor movements were once allowed to gather force in relative security, production apparatuses still moored in national economies, their latest Chinese reincarnation walks on a rug that might suddenly be pulled from under its feet. 69 No one has better analyzed the immediate class dimension of this dance than Beverly Silver in her Forces of Labor, Workers' Movements and Globalization since 1870. Drawing on Harvey, she identifies a recurring spatial fix in the modern history of capital. Each time a strong labor movement emerged, capitalists relocated production to sites with cheaper and presumably more docile labor, weakening labor movements in the sites of disinvestment but strengthening labor in the new sites of expansion. Escaping the problem of dear and undisciplined labor, capital ended up creating it anew in what was supposed to be the sanctuary. As a corollary, Silver proposes the theorem where capital goes, labor-capital conflict shortly follows. 70. We may now add another: where capital goes, emissions will immediately follow. This is the class content of carbon leakage. There is, however, no reason to assume that labor always reemerges in the new sites of expansion with the same strength and vigor as in the old. Recent decades of globalization have rather caused a structural debilitation of labor, and in this respect, the historical trajectories of conflicts and emissions diverge. Capital dances around enfeebled labor movements, disempowering the global working class through its relentless spatial fixes and permanent exit points, while CO2 emissions rise exponentially through the same dynamics. Or, the stronger global capital has become, the more rampant the growth of CO2 emissions. Indeed, one might argue that the decisive capitalist victory in the long 20th century struggle with labor was crowned by the post-2000 rush towards catastrophic global warming. Counting from 1870 to 2014, a fourth of all cumulative CO2 emissions were belched out in the last 15 years of the period. This world of exploding emissions is also the world in which 85 individuals own as much wealth as the bottom half of humanity, the anthropo becoming less of a monolith by the day. 71. Apart from relocation, Silver emphasizes another strategy to sap militant labor: automation. An ecological phenomenon through and through, it is one aspect of the relentless rise of machinery over the longue durée of capitalist history, expressing the perpetual increase in productivity under this mode of production. For every unit of human labor, more material substrata are mobilized, processed, and dissipated. What Marx calls the technical composition of capital goes up. In value terms, constant capital, the part of capital invested in materials, grows in proportion to variable capital, another term for labor power, so that the organic composition of capital, the value reflection of the technical composition, rises as well. Living labor is squeezed out, shouldering an ever heavier mass of machinery and other matter, dead, unable to produce surplus value, and so the rate of profit inevitably falls. This, of course, is the basic reasoning behind Marx's law of the tendency of the profit to fall, law of the tendency, because there are counteracting factors operating against it. If, for instance, the elements of constant capital become cheaper, their larger share may not cause a growth in the organic composition. Suppose that a worker has to handle 2 machines instead of 1, while those machines have each been produced in half an hour rather than in 1, as formerly, then the value proportions remain unaltered. A higher productivity in the machinery producing sector would, in this case, prevent the value of constant capital from growing in the same degree as its material volume, and so the rate of profit might not fall after all. 72 It is merely a tendency, held in check, periodically even reversed when capital advances fast enough on its many frontiers. What is certain in Marx, however, an iron law of accumulation, impossible to bend or stem, is that the material volumes grow, that the technical composition rises even if the organic does not, and from an ecological perspective, this is what matters. 73 Given that capitalist machinery has been based on the stock since the early 19th century, and given that increased productivity will therefore mean that each hour of labor wields a greater amount of appropriated stock, there seems to be a law of a rising fossil composition of capital. The struggle to minimize the share of human labor in relation to machinery and other matter, an unceasing substitution missing in the Ricardian Malthusian paradigm, causes a rise in the fossil composition, which, operating over the span of capitalist history, translates into a law of a rising concentration of CO2 in the atmosphere. Are there counteracting factors here as well? There is an analogous possibility, not in value but in material terms. The carbon intensity of production might fall, perhaps so rapidly as to offset growth in scale and productivity. Suppose that a worker has to handle 2 machines instead of 1, while those machines each consume half the former amount of fossil fuels, then the energy proportions remain unaltered. But unlike in the history of value production, such counter-tendencies have remained scenarios, vain hopes, pipe dreams of eco-modernist thinking. In reality, Jevons's paradox constantly negates them on a global scale, the spirals of accumulation beating the attempts to save fuel. Moreover, globalist production in general and capital migration to China in particular have induced an opposite intensity effect, not cancelling but reinforcing the underlying rise in fossil composition. The carbon intensity of the world economy as a whole is increasing. 74 The law of the falling rate of profit might be at most a tendency, but the law of the rising concentration of CO2 is immutable. Realized through both relocation and automation, it represents a unity of energy and exploitation, in motion since the original transition to steam and running out of control in the present. Now, needless to say, far from all of the rise in atmospheric CO2 can be imputed to fossil capital. There have been states, armies, workers' cooperatives, residential areas, land clearings, plebeian transportation systems and other burners outside its circuits. The claim here is only that it constitutes the main propulsive force of the fossil economy. If this is at least somewhat correct, any meaningful action on climate change would one day have to challenge fossil capital, which would require, first of all, a sober acknowledgement of power realities. In some of the literature on EET, one finds pious references to the responsibility we all share, without any particular distinctions. Ultimately, our daily consumption and production decisions drive global emissions. 75 In what sense these decisions are in fact ours is not entirely clear. The danger here is that targeting the Western consumer, or, worse yet, Western workers, as an abstract generality guarantees the failure of climate politics. Even if moving beyond production-based accounting, the real culprit would remain an elephant in the room. Indeed, the very thought of limiting emissions attributable to global fossil capital as an amorphous but highly centralized locus of power runs counter to the premises of actually existing international climate politics. The gas is left alone, allowed to continue to expand in the fracture zones. A commitment to inertia. Capital is not a being endowed with a will and mind, a cabal, an almighty conspiracy or a central directory preparing its decisions and foreseeing their consequences, anything but. It is a blind process of self-expansion, but one personified in capitalists, whose actions and reactions are, and have to be, animated by the compulsion to valorize value. More often than not, the products are unintended. A putter out of cotton may adopt the power loom as a protection from embezzlement, only to assemble weavers in a position to strike inside his premises. A car company might relocate manufacturing from the strong unions of South Korea to several interlinked sites in southern China and one day wake up to the news of a walkout crippling production. Such sequences of displaced, reshuffled contradictions have appeared not only in the textile, auto, semiconductor, and other industries, as mapped by Beverly Silver, but just as much inside the circuit of primitive accumulation of fossil capital. In Carbon Democracy, the most important work on the modern history of that circuit, Timothy Mitchell draws attention to what must be considered a great irony of the transition from flow to stock. It empowered some labor. Now the current of energy presupposed colliers. Escaping from the frying pan of the flow, capital jumped straight into the fire of a fossil economy in which human labor connected chambers beneath the ground to every factory, office, home, or means of transportation that depended on steam or electric power. 76 With the power of proletarians in mines, alongside those on rails, canals and docks, to switch off all power, the early labor movement could refine the general strike as its weapon of mass paralysis. The intuitions from the Halifax meeting in August 1842 hardening into an effective strategy for maximizing the leverage of the class. 77. How did capital respond? It took up oil. After a series of frightful strikes on the major coal fields in Europe and the US, particularly in the wake of the First and Second World Wars, and with correspondingly emboldened labor movements on the advance, the resolve to acquire oil reserves at a safe distance stiffened. An important goal of the conversion to oil, Mitchell argues, was to permanently weaken the coal miners, whose ability to interrupt the flow of energy had given organized labor the power to demand the improvements to collective life that had democratized Europe. A more tranquil source of energy would be oil from Middle Eastern deserts. 78 Gushing from the ground, it could be pumped into the landscape by a relatively small workforce, no need for armies of extractors to be sent into the seams. Under the permanent supervision of management, thanks to its liquidity, the transport required less labor. From the mid-20th century, the fossil economy turned towards the Middle East as its new center of gravity, in another buoyant spatial fix. And then the problem re-emerged in novel guises: Palestinian guerrillas blowing up pipelines, populist regimes nationalizing oil, workers gathering strength enough to disrupt the world economy in general strikes, most notably on the Iranian oil fields in 1978-9, wars, terror attacks, which in turn spurred the search for energy security in the form of wells far from the Middle Eastern quicksand. In no case, however, did the shift from one fossil fuel to another, or from one region to another, lead to any absolute decline in consumption of the troublesome source. Coal never disappeared from the calculus. Today, it is again responsible for more CO2 emissions than any other fossil fuel. 79 Just as in the circuit of fossil capital, the reappearing autonomy of labor has provided one incentive for the diversification, multiplication, and expansion of the circuit of primitive accumulation, and wherever capital has gone, more fuels to burn have been uncovered. But the fundamental incentive has remained the demand for fossil fuels from the rest of the economy. In China, the explosion fed on material from northwestern mines and thus precipitated a boom in extraction, with all the usual repercussions. Known for their biodiversity, The grasslands of Inner Mongolia are the ancestral homelands of nomadic herders, who have never used coal in their daily life, and still do not, but who happen to live upon some of the best deposits in the Republic. Since the turn of the millennium, intensified exploration and processing have contaminated water, dried out streams, released toxic chemicals into the air, reduced vegetation, occupied landscapes, opened invisible shafts into which herdsmen and animals have stumbled. Seeing their traditional way of life under threat, impoverished and displaced, the herders of Inner Mongolia have frequently resorted to blocking coal transports, with the predictable outcome, greater armed presence. 80. In May 2011, herders from Xilingal raised a roadblock in the path of 100 trucks. On the midnight between 10 and May 11, some drivers decided to force their way through the barricade, hit a herder known by the name of Mergen, dragged his body for 150 meters and then drove over it several times. The killing put a match to the grasslands. Over the coming weeks, out of sight of world media, the Chinese state stamped out the anti-coal revolt by blanketing Inner Mongolia with police, blocking internet and telephone connections, sealing off schools, declaring curfews, imposing de facto martial law. A human rights activist spelled out the seething frustration: this land has become a lawless zone in which the companies can do what they like, completely disregarding the indigenous people. 81. As in the English countryside in the Elizabethan Leap, the Middle East in the early oil era and countless other places and periods, the primitive accumulation of fossil capital inside China has proceeded through violent expropriation of the direct producers, sinking the hooks of capitalist power into the earth, the source of all production and of all being. With Marx, once it has taken hold of that source, it is exceedingly difficult to unseat. 82. As a strictly economic circuit, investment in mines, derricks, rigs, refineries, pipelines and similar structures conform to some well-known laws. These are expensive goods. They are also durable. An oil platform is not consumed over a lunch. In November 1982, a Norwegian platform consisting of nearly 1 million tons of concrete became the heaviest object ever moved by people. The money sunk into such installations will return with an increment only after a long time has passed. It might take a couple of years to recover the outlays on a self-actor or a foxpit, but several decades for a tar sands mine or a trans-Canadian pipeline. As shown by David Harvey in Limits to Capital, the result is inertia. When capitalists purchase fixed capital, they are obliged to use it until its value, however calculated, is fully retrieved. If the platform were to be scrapped one day after inauguration, the loss would be horrendous. 83. The search for flexibility and mobility, which has guided capital since it turned fossil, ends up fixing it in ultra-heavy means of production and transportation. For every article of freedom the stock has handed it, the more of it has been locked underground for the long haul. Immeasurably larger and thicker than in the days of Leafchild, a second crust now girdles the globe: oil and gas fields, coal trains, pipelines, coal-carrying vessels, oil and LNG tankers, coal treatment plants, refineries, LNG terminals, counting in the tens of thousands, covering millions of kilometers, constitute the world's most extensive, and most costly, web of infrastructures, in the words of Smill. This is a very precious thing for some. Capital, observes critical geographer Wim Carton, has a vested interest in the endurance of the fossil fuel landscape, antithetical to the interest others might have in terminating use of the stock. 84. This is not, however, a matter merely of recuperating expenses. Once a power plant has paid back, the owning firm will be wise not to knock it down, but rather to keep it in operation for as long as possible. Already paid for, it can now be treated as costless fixed capital and used as a base for capturing larger market shares. Decommissioning the complex and constructing another would be to start all over again. 2/3 of American power plants built since the 1890s still remain in use. Beyond solid physics and long turnover times, companies will resist the retirement of such assets for as long as these can be maintained and repaired to a reasonable cost, particularly if the product in question is electricity, which the consumer receives in exactly the same shape and form no matter how old the plant is. 85. Something like a coal-fired power plant may seem to straddle the line between the circuit of fossil capital proper and that of primitive accumulation, but here we shall treat such infrastructure as part of the latter, since it delivers F as an output, even if in converted form. We might want to dismantle the fossil fuel landscape as quickly as science tells us we should. For the involved capital, that would be tantamount to an asteroid impact obliterating a whole planet of value, still awaiting its first harvest or ripe for a second or third. The same type of commitment extends to the fossil economy in toto. Fixed capital in energy and use might have been triple that on the supply side as of 2005, but an industrial zone can, at least potentially, be retrofitted for renewable energy. 86. A coal mine cannot. Neither can a coal-fired power plant be fed with wind turbines, it would have to be torn down. Early expiry of that kind is now a necessity. If global warming is to be limited to 2 degrees Celsius in 2100, one study concludes, huge quantities of installed coal capacity will need to be prematurely retired between 2030 and 2050. Such a vast global write-off of capital would be unprecedented in scale. Talk of a transitional demand. 87. Capital has been destroyed before in history, of course, in wars, crises, waves of deindustrialization, but this time it would, rather uniquely, be publicly sentenced to an untimely death. Here, then, is one impediment to the transition: capital in the circuit delivering F to consumers. It grows higher by the day. For every moment emissions cuts are postponed, the fixed capital operating as a block against them amasses more weight. Since investments in new and expanded facilities continue right up to the moment when mitigation begins, if indeed it ever does, more astronomical amounts of capital will have to be liquidated on that day than if the work had begun a decade or two earlier. Inertia builds inertia, each generation in the fossil economy passing on a heavier nightmare to the next. What needs to be done, of course, is to take off infrastructure for the delivery of F more quickly than it is built, but exactly the opposite is happening. In the first decade of the millennium, more coal-fired power plants were constructed than in any previous decade. The acceleration is quite breathtaking. In the 3 years from 2010 to 2012, upwards of 2.5 times more coal capacity was added than in the entire decade of the 1990s. A dark cloud of committed emissions is hung over the future. Assuming that they remain operational for 40 years, the coal-fired power plants built in the world in 2012 alone will emit 19 billion tons of CO2 over their lifetimes, to be compared with the 14 billion actually emitted by all operating fossil-fueled power plants in 2012. Currently committed emissions are growing by 4% per year, or faster than actual emissions. Such is the war on the future waged by business as usual. Nearly 2 centuries after the rise of steam, the prime ammunition remains coal. 88. No wonder Eurocoal, the lobby of the European coal industry, in 2014 released a manifesto entitled "Why Less Climate Ambition Would Deliver More for the EU." But it is the emissions explosion in the chimney of the world that casts the longest shadow. In the first 8 years of the millennium, China added a fresh capacity to generate electricity from coal larger than the entire combined capacity of the 5 largest EU economies. Some 30 to 35 years would have to pass before investors could make a profit on these plants. In late 2012, another 1,200 such plants were planned in the world, hundreds of them in Europe but the majority in China and India. 89. By that time, coal suppliers suffered from overproduction, their profit rates declining, but representatives of the industry expected brighter days soon. China has exceeded its projections on coal use every time, said Brendan Pearson, CEO of the Minerals Council of Australia, with confidence. And indeed, by 2010, the People's Republic alone had contributed 37% to committed future emissions. But committed should be taken to mean economically preordained, not physically predetermined. 90. There is, after all, nothing impossible per se about closing a coal mine. There are just some people standing in the way, infinitely more powerful than a band of herders. It is imperative to try to grasp the forces any transition would run up against. In 2013, Fortune's list of the 500 largest corporations of the world had Royal Dutch Shell in the lead, ExxonMobil as number 3, Sinopec as 4, China National Petroleum 5, BP 6, State Grid Corporation of China, supplying 80% of the country's electricity, 7, total 10. Only 3 of the 10 largest, Walmart, Toyota Motor, Volkswagen, had their core business outside the circuit of primitive accumulation of fossil capital. But diverse sources flow through that circuit. Financial injections from banks are critical for activating modern coal extraction. From 2005 to 2010, the years covering Al Gore, the Stern Report, IPCC's Nobel Peace Prize and COP15, probably the half-decade when awareness of climate change has stood highest on the political agenda, the investment from banks in coal-fired electricity and mining doubled. J.P. Morgan Chase, Citigroup, Bank of America, Morgan Stanley, and Barclays threw most money into the circuit, inextricably entwined with those of financial capital. 91. Not only structures for extraction that have actually been built, however, but reserves of fossil fuels are glittering gold to their owners. Contrary to all talk of impending scarcities, there is enough oil, gas and, above all, coal in the ground to raise the average temperature on Earth by between 16 and 25 degrees. That will not happen, of course. Every investor would be charred long before it could. But the circuit of primitive accumulation of fossil capital is hell-bent on moving in that direction, for here capital subsists directly on delivering the stock to the fires. Corporations are valued on the basis of the deposits they control, display them to shareholders and count on their future exploitation, and if only 1/5 of their assets would in fact be taken above ground and burnt before mid-century, the 2 degrees target would go up in smoke. 92. A plain demand, a minimum of rationality in the current situation, would be to impose an open-ended moratorium on the development of new coal mines, oil wells, and gas fields. Against it stands an interest expressed with exemplary clarity by Rex Tillerson, President and CEO of ExxonMobil, in March 2013, "My philosophy is to make money. If I can drill and make money, then that's what I want to do." 93. The fire looks at us so cheerily. Even if the analysis sketched here is broadly correct, it would still leave one, perhaps the, paramount question unresolved: why do not people rebel? Why is it that fossil capital persists, if not unchallenged then safely ensconced in the driver's seat? How is it possible that the passengers do not overwhelm and throw it out, or just wreck the train? Given the gravity of the situation, this might be the greatest mystery of all. Dozens of pieces, the distances between victim and perpetrator, the abstract character of climate science, the convenience of turning a blind eye to disturbing facts and thinking about the brighter things in life, all the creative ways in which societies organize collective denial, would be needed for a satisfactory explanation, but here we shall draw attention to only one. 94. It takes us outside the circuits we have dealt with hitherto and into the sphere of fossil consumption, where no capital is accumulated, but where the great mass of humanity integrated into the fossil economy resides. Mysterious as it may seem, the puzzle is, at closer sight, only a sharpened version of the problem Marxist theorists of ideology have struggled with since Gramsci: why do subaltern classes resign themselves to their fate or even consent to it explicitly? Or, how are the predominant relations of production reproduced? In this tradition, the referent of ideology has undergone a slippage, from a system of ideas proclaimed by meetings and monuments to a structure so deeply ingrained in the very materiality of bourgeois society as to be invisible, inaudible, crushingly efficient because it is unstated and taken for granted. One theory with which to approach the problem might be that of Althusser. For him, ideology is not so much a set of doctrines as a state of existence, in which the subject comes to be enmeshed in the relations, something not thought and said, but done and felt. More precisely, bourgeois ideology materializes in ideological state apparatuses or simply ISAs, an ensemble of institutions with their own distinctive practices. 95. A person holding a political ideology in the ordinary sense of the term might join a demonstration or attend an assembly to express her convictions, but in the ideological state apparatus, it is the practical act that generates the ideological affiliation. A Catholic does not go to Mass because she is a believing Catholic, rather, the acts of going to Mass, moving her lips in prayer, kneeling down and confessing her sins constitute her as a Catholic. Material rituals summon the ideological subject into being. The apparatus recruits its subjects, or transforms individuals into subjects, by an operation which Althusser famously calls interpellation or hailing, and which can be imagined along the lines of the most commonplace everyday police, or other, hailing, "Hey, you there." Assuming that the theoretical scene I have imagined takes place in the street, the hailed individual will turn around. By this mere 180-degree physical conversion, he becomes a subject. Althusser here playing with the dual sense of the term, subject as in a freely acting individual, subject as in a subordinate. In the classroom, the teacher interpellates the student when calling on her to respond to a question. On a TV show, the host hails the viewer by welcoming him or inviting him to text his comments, and so on. Althusser again and again stresses that an ideology always exists in an apparatus, and its practice, or practices. This existence is material. 96. Now if we take this hypermaterialist theory of ideology one step further, we can conceive of the sphere of fossil consumption as an ideological state apparatus. In Chimney of the World, Moseley shows how late Victorian England developed a popular cult of the domestic coal fire, the archetypal site of fossil consumption, where coal itself was the use value. He quotes Live Coals, or, Faces from the Fire, an 1867 book by one L. M. Budgeon. The dear familiar fire, that lights up our hearth, and faces round it. The fire which looks at us so cheerily from the bars is the companion of the solitary, the comforter of the sad, the enlivener of the dull, the magnet of social attraction, the pivot and cherisher of tender recollections, in a word, the sun, when the summer sun is wanting, of every domestic system, hence its very life, not forgetting its vulgar but particularly vital uses, as roaster of the joint, and boiler of the kettle. 97. The conspicuously fetishistic language of this accolade did in fact, Moseley argues, reflect a widespread experience in the working-class homes of Victorian England, feelings of communion and convenience in the gathering around the coal fire. Here it would have been not a priest, teacher, merchant, or any other person but the material commodity itself performing the magnetic interpellation. In the commonplace homestead scene described by Budgeon, the fire called out a "Hey, you there," to the members of the family, who turned their faces towards it. By this mere physical inclination, they became parties to the fossil economy, recipients of its blessings, subjects to, and of, the act of consuming the stock. The material ritual fostered an allegiance so deeply felt as to be unconscious, although sometimes spelled out by authorities of the ISA, and to all of us the sitting around the coal fire is one of the most cherished features of our home life. In abolishing it we might save coal, but we should lose England, in the words of a professor in the Department of Fuel Technology at the Royal College of Science, speaking in 1912.98. So inextricably bound up with the fire had the English subject become that its extinction would have deprived her of her being. Now consider the equivalence of sitting around a coal fire in the modern sphere of fossil consumption, filling up a car at the petrol station, purchasing a ticket for a flight to some distant beach, or academic conference, or activist gathering, enjoying exotic fruits shipped in from some antipode, buying an iPad produced in China, or simply paying the utility bill. 99. The interpolations would be everywhere, performed by the objects of use value in all inflections. But this would seem to signify a step beyond Althusser. In his Isas, the church, the family, the parties, the media, the unions, the school, it is invariably people who hail people, the priest the congregation, the teacher, the students. The voice is clear and public, anchored in material practices but always louder than their sheer physicality. Can the commodity speak by itself? Another possibility might be to view the exhortations to engage in fossil consumption as interpolations, not the flight to the Bahamas, but the advertisement of it on TV and all the similar constant chatter, to speak with Marx. In current consumerist societies we are actively encouraged to express our sense of identity through our material possessions, and losing these can therefore mean losing our sense of identity, in the words of psychoanalyst Sally Weintraub, who proposes this as a critical factor behind popular inaction on climate change. 100. But the gist of Althusser's theory is hypermaterialism, or perhaps rather a Spinozist dissolution of the dichotomy between spirit and matter, allowing for no separation between body and symbol. Men live their ideologies, Althusser writes, not at all as a form of consciousness, but as an object of their world, as their world itself. 101. The ideology is immanent in the very act of looking at the fire. If we add to Althusser some insights from the opposite corner of Marxist theories of ideology, the reification school founded by Lukács, we may well locate interpellation in the very act of consumption, after the purchase. The commodity masks the relation between people, it parades, invigorates, swaggers, and chatters as though there were a human voice inside it. Such reification tends to cover the whole surface of phenomena, since the production of relative surplus value, synonymous with the perpetual increase in productivity, requires the production of new consumption, requires that the consuming circle within circulation expands. 102. Subjects are drawn into spiraling consumption because the sphere of production has to dump its growing mountains of goods onto buyers. The historical tendency of fossil capital is to spew out more products with an F in them for more people. In an advanced fossil economy, the one that has to be abolished, the transactions containing the formula C, M, C, F, are so innumerable as to permeate every expression of life, with Lukács. Hardly any subject can be formed without material ingestion of the F. Invisible and silent, the stock is present in the most mundane errand and the most exclusive teaser, in the most concrete existence of people, in their work, daily lives, acts, commitments, hesitations, doubts, and sense of what is most self-evident, with Althusser. 103. Whether a party animal or a progressive academic, you need to take that flight to maintain your subjectivity and be the person you are. While sitting in the plane, the window, the seat, the attendant and the view of the clouds below hail you without uttering a word. Hey, you there. You are a subject of the fossil economy, and since you repeat the act frequently, ESAs are always built on reiterations, you cannot imagine not flying. The F has constituted the subject, who cannot see himself outside of it and who rarely reflects upon, let alone articulates, the ideological affiliation. It is just there, in the veins of material life. So why would the fossil subject rise up to slake the fire? He could lose himself in the process. The fire looks at him so cheerily from the bars. We have here a provisional explanation for why resignation to the fate of global warming deepens with its acceleration, just as the capitalist system continuously produces and reproduces itself economically on higher and higher levels. The structure of reification progressively sinks more deeply, more fatefully, and more definitively into the consciousness of man. 104. But the circles are concentric. On the outer rings of the fossil economy, the bonds to the fire are looser. Indeed, it follows from all of the above that the subjects most thoroughly constituted by fossil use values and therefore resistant to climate change mitigation are the richest consumers. Someone poor, who might pay her utility bill but never flies to the beach, would have far less of her subjectivity invested in the stock and little if anything to lose from a transition. Insofar as class divides are deepening in fossil economies, the differences are widening. The explanatory power of a theory of fossil consumption as an ISA correlates with affluence. It might have some bearing on middle strata, the intelligentsia, and certain privileged segments of the working class, but not on the truly subaltern classes in a warming world. Much of climate politics is preoccupied with hailing consumers, hey, you there, buy something different, something with a green label or lower footprint, something locally produced or, even better, nothing at all. While this seems to match the ideological weight of fossil consumption, we can see clearly why the focus constitutes a double strategic mistake. First, it speaks to the well-off. The efficacy of such counterinterpellation stands in direct proportion to purchasing power. Second, it deflects attention away from production, the active moment determining business as usual as a whole, including the widening circle of consumption. Any progressive climate politics must, to be sure, confront the magnetism of the fire and come up with alternative interpolations, but as a general compass, the targeting of the consumer leads into the classical blind alley of Western environmentalism. In Reason in a Dark Time, Why the Struggle Against Climate Change Failed and What It Means for Our Future, moral philosopher Dale Jamieson unknowingly begins with an exact rendition of the human fate under reification, as theorized by Lukács. Human action is the driver, but it seems that things, not people, are in control. Our corporations, governments, technologies, institutions, and economic systems seem to have lives of their own. 105 Only if people were to break out of the stupor of consumption and start acting on this level could any real change come about. Chapter 15. A Return to the Flow. Obstacles to the Transition. Woes of the greatest Nadercraft. Our best hope now is an immediate return to the flow. CO2 emissions have to be brought close to zero. Some sources that do not produce any emissions bathe the Earth in an untapped glow. The sun strikes the planet with more energy in a single hour than humans consume in a year. Put differently, the rate at which the Earth intercepts sunlight is nearly 10,000 times greater than the entire energy flux humans currently muster, a purely theoretical potential, of course, but even if unsuitable locations, oceans, wetlands, steep mountains, are excluded, there remains a flow of solar energy 1,000 times larger than the annual consumption of the stock. One wind alone can also power the world. It has nothing like the overwhelming capacity of direct solar radiation, but estimates of the technically available supply range from 1 to 24 times total current energy demand. Pessimists have warned that a massive deployment of turbines would slow down the wind itself to the point where one more wind farm would add no more electricity, but such Ricardian concerns have been put to rest by recent research. It is physically impossible to exhaust the currents of the air. 2 Other renewable sources, geothermal, tidal, wave, water, can make significant contributions, but fall short of the promises of solar and wind. If running water constituted the mainstream of the flow before the fossil economy, light and air may do so after it. Fuel scarcity is not the issue this time around either. How fast could a transition to the flow be implemented? In the most comprehensive study to date, a sort of global TOM report, American researchers Mark Z. Jacobson and Mark A. DeLucci suggest that all new energy could come from wind, solar, geothermal, tidal and hydroelectric installations by 2030, reorienting manufacturing capabilities towards their needs. The world would not have to build one more coal-fired, or even nuclear, power plant, gasworks, internal combustion engine or petrol station. After another 2 decades, all old equipment based on the stock could be taken offline, so that by 2050, the entire world economy, manufacturing, transportation, heating, everything, would run on renewable electricity, roughly 90% of which the sun and the wind would provide. The job could be done by technologies already developed. In an inquiry with higher resolution, Jacobson, DeLucci, and their colleagues have demonstrated how the same conversion of New York State might be fully accomplished by 2030. 3 Others have sketched even more sanguine scenarios. Within 25 years, all fossil fuel consumption in the world could be replaced with solar energy. It would take the US and New Zealand no more than a decade to generate 100% of their electricity from renewables. Wind and solar could, surely the most optimistic proposition, replace every little piece of the stock as soon as 2024.4. In the real world, the flow does seem to be undergoing something of a boom, output of wind and solar growing exponentially year after year. Despite the financial crisis, global wind power capacity increased by 32% in 2009, For photovoltaics, popularly known as solar panels, the figure reached 53.5% in the 18 months ending in April 2014. More solar power was adopted in the US than in the previous 30 years. In 2013, 100% of the fresh electricity in Massachusetts and Vermont came from the sun, while China installed more photovoltaics than any country had ever done before in a single year. Kenya drew up plans for how to generate half of its electricity from solar by 2016. Haiti opened the world's largest hospital, California the biggest power plant fueled by the sun. Yet the flow remained a drop in the fossil bucket, evidently doing nothing to dampen the emissions explosion. Between 1990 and 2008, from the first to the fourth IPCC report, 57 times more fossil than renewable energy came online in the world economy. By 2008, wind represented a trifling 1.1% and photovoltaics a microscopic 0.06% of primary energy supply. Excluding hydropower, renewable sources generated a mere 3% of the electricity. In 2013, more energy entered the world economy from coal than from any other fuel. 6 How can this be? Why is humanity not running for life out of the fossil economy towards one based on the flow? What impediments block its way? We cannot, obviously, reach anything like exhaustive answers to these questions here, only put up some signposts for further investigations. A prime suspect is price. Fossil fuels simply remain cheaper. And indeed, 1 decade into the millennium, renewable sources still cost more on average than the conventional incumbents. 7 But the gap narrowed fast. In many parts of the US, onshore wind was already neck and neck with fossil energy, the price of turbines having fallen by 5% per annum for 30 years. Photovoltaics crashed at double that speed. In 2014, after a fall of 60% in only 3 years, solar panels cost 1/100th of what they did in 1975. In 19 regional and national markets, they had attained grid parity, meaning that they matched or undercut conventional sources without the support of subsidies, in California, Spain, Turkey, even Germany for residential power, in Mexico and China for industrial. Had it not been for state subsidies to fossil energy, 6 times larger than those to renewables in 2013 and showing no signs of decreasing, sun and wind might have had significantly lower relative prices, not the least in developing countries such as Egypt and Brazil. Had the costs of climate change, air pollution, lethal accidents, and other externalities been included in the market price of fossil fuels, they would not have stood a chance, and neither would steam power in the 19th century, but that remains an academic debate. 8. The ongoing collapse in the prices of the flow is, at bottom, a function of its profile. The fuel is already there, free for the taking, a gift of nature or greatest Nadercraft. To speak with Marx. 9 The only thing that has exchange value is the technology for capturing, converting, and storing the energy of the fuel, and like all technologies, it is subject to economies of scale. Mass production slashes the costs of panels and turbines. Every time the cumulative volume of photovoltaic installations has doubled, their market prices have declined by roughly 20%. Moreover, there are numerous potentials for increasing performance and further cutting costs. The silicon wafer of a panel can be thinned or replaced with a material better at converting sunlight into kilowatts, such as the mineral crystal structure known as perovskite, which now promises triple efficiency. Batteries can be improved, other methods for storage are under development. In what is perhaps the only subfield of the climate debate bristling with optimism and near utopian zeal, experts predict that both solar and wind will be generally cheaper than fossil fuels sometime before 2025. There is talk of approaching peak fossil fuels, beyond which coal, oil, and gas will be left in the ground simply because they cost so much more than their clean alternatives. 10. Now, it is easy to imagine that falling prices must be an unadulterated blessing for solar and wind. Alas, the outcome is not so straightforward. In the early 21st century, 2 of the largest players in the solar industry were BP and Shell, both of which used their newfound inclinations to great PR effect, BP rebranding itself beyond petroleum and Shell printing double-page adverts on its faith in a new energy future. For a time, these oil giants were the second and fourth largest manufacturers of solar panels in the world, apparently determined to throw their humongous resources into the sector, exactly what it needed for expansion. But in 2006, Shell sold its solar subsidiary. In 2008, it pulled out of the London Array, slated to become the largest offshore wind farm in the world, and the following year, the corporation announced its complete exit. There would be no more investment in solar or wind. Why? They continue to struggle to compete with the other investments in our portfolio, oil and gas, that is, said spokesperson Linda Cook. 11 BP gradually closed down its panel factories, complained in 2011 that it can't make any money on the sun and, 2 years later, followed Shell's lead, we have thrown in the towel on solar. Not that solar energy isn't a viable energy source, but we worked at it for 35 years, and we really never made money, CEO Bob Dudley explained, going on to sell off the company's entire U.S. wind business for good measure. 12. More specifically, both corporations attributed their pullouts from the sun to the plummeting prices on panels. Since they could not extract the fuel and sell it on the market, the only thing amenable to self-expanding value would be manufacturing the technology. The margins were squeezed year after year, however, until little if any profit remained, a tendency with no equivalent in their core business. BP couldn't make it solar profitable. They couldn't keep pace with the industry, and didn't like the capital allocation required. When oil is $100 per barrel, the board wants to stay focused on what they do to maximize earnings, a former strategist at BP Alternative Energy recalled as the reasoning behind the decision. For someone who is in it to make a profit, a high and stable price is better than a low and falling one. In the oil market, the prices are going up and down in cycles. The solar price is just going one way, it's going down, lamented one former executive at the defunct Shell Solar, restating the case for eternal fixed capital based on the stock. Oil companies invest in plants that should work for 30 years, whereas an investment in a solar manufacturing plant can be uncompetitive in 5 years. That kills the enthusiasm of oil companies. 13. But not only inveterate oil companies seem to shun a flow on the way to becoming cheap to ultra cheap. In 2012, Siemens said it would bury its solar interests due to the plunging prices. Bosch headed in the same direction. Solon, the first publicly traded solar company in Germany, went bankrupt. 14 A more highly publicized death was that of Solindra, a California solar company, whose factory couldn't withstand the competition from panel manufacturers in China, first stimulated by the German market, then by state credits in the wake of the financial crisis. Chinese panel factories excelling in mass production developed overcapacity. This would sound like another blessing for a species that needs solar power now more than ever, but it rattled the industry, set off a string of bankruptcies, including in China itself, where the head of one defaulting company leapt to his death, and prompted the EU to impose import tariffs, destroying the appetite of capitalists of all hues. 15. From a peak in 2011 to the year of 2013, global investments in renewable energy fell by 23%. In Europe, the figure was a stunning 44%. Solar tumbled, wind proved more resilient, venture capital and private equity steered clear of the razor-thin margins, their involvement in the sector reduced to 2005 levels. Had it not been for government spending, still rising, but just barely, the fall would have been even steeper. Due to the prices of photovoltaics and turbines dropping even more quickly, these years nonetheless saw growing volumes of actually installed capacity, but that offered scant solace to an actor like Bloomberg New Energy Finance. The decline in investment was disappointing for the industry and those hoping to see investors and financiers increasing their dollar commitments to the decarbonization of the energy system. 16 In other words, capital did not engage in the transition as many had expected it would, largely because energy from the flow lost so much of its exchange value at the very same time that its social use value, slowing down climate change, rose towards priceless heights. It is too early to tell if these trends will persist, but we do here discern the contours of a version of the Lauderdale paradox: the less exchange value that is attached to a necessity of life, such as light or air, the less interest capital will have in producing it as a commodity for the market. 17 Or, the more the price of energy from the flow approaches the zero cost of the fuel, the smaller the prospects of making profit and the more deficient the private investments will be. If this is correct, a realization of the potential of solar and wind on the basis of capitalist property relations would, at some point, become another self-undermining, involuting enterprise. It remains to be seen if the data bear out such a prediction, or if capital comes running back to the panels and turbines. Perhaps a decelerating productivity race would protect factories from devaluation and entice more spending, which would, however, itself undercut prices. One thing seems certain, though. The spatio-temporal profile of the flow does not allow for anything as lucrative as the primitive accumulation of fossil capital, since the fuel is not hidden away in a separate chamber, but rather hangs like a fruit for anyone to pick. There is little surplus value to extract in its production, no gap between the location of the energy source and that of the consumers in which the chasm between capital and labor could be reproduced. To some, res communes remain off-putting. But if prices fall low enough, will not the consumers of energy step up to the plate, the suppliers respond to their demand, and the two, moving in dynamic equilibrium, carve out a progressively greater space for the flow? We shall return to that possibility. At the time of writing, the collapsing prices of photovoltaics in particular do appear to be a mixed blessing for the transition. Is it further delayed by shortages of the materials required? Jacobson and DeLucchi contend that their global 100% scenario faces no major constraints from the substrata. All the panels, turbines, and plants will devour concrete, steel, copper, aluminium, much of which could be recycled from the retired fossil infrastructure, but apart from a few rare earth minerals, which need to be used frugally and preferably replaced, there is enough to be had for everyone. 18 Solar, wind and their auxiliaries would not occupy much land either. Biofuels would, which is one reason why Jacobson and DeLucchi and other serious proponents of a renewable world economy exclude them from their schemes, another being the net positive CO2 emissions when forests and grassland are converted to fields for inter alia corn for ethanol. 19 From flow to stock or back, the Ricardian Malthusian paradigm has little bearing on the transitions. Two other, familiar disadvantages are more frequently held against renewable energy. It is not present everywhere, and not all the time. Strong wind and shining sun are found in greatest quantities on certain spots, which might not be so favorable in other respects. In a major survey of the opportunities for scaling up alternative energy in 2010, Science quoted an ecological economist drawing attention to the fact that many of the windiest and sunniest regions in the world are virtually uninhabited. The wind may fall, the sun is guaranteed to be absent at least half of the day, the energy they deliver is often intermittent and hard to store. 20 Concrete space and concrete time are still seen as nuisances of the flow. Let us deal with each in turn. A flow against the tendency of things. A solar panel in Arizona generates 60% more electricity than an identical panel in Maine. The total technical potential of solar energy in the Middle East and North Africa is 12 times that in Western Europe and 72 times that in Central and Eastern Europe. Some of the most powerful winds blow over the tip of the southern cone, the island of Tasmania and the coasts of the North Sea, while much of Asia is comparatively poor in such endowments. Ever embedded in the landscape, the flow dispenses its energies unevenly in space. No other factor does more to determine variations in kilowatt prices. 21 Consider a photovoltaic array, whose cell converts incident light directly into an electrical current. It is nothing outside the local column of rays from the sun, it cannot be powered by radiation ferried from the other side of the planet, it is utterly hostage to conditions on the spot. Coal can be sent to whatever place capital currently favors for production. So can oil and natural gas, from Alberta or Alaska, Gaza or Ghana, but energy from sun, wind, wave, and water can only travel over limited distances. Sunshine from Algeria cannot be dispatched to Bangladesh. Some enthusiasts see only virtues in this localism. Hermann Scheer, probably the most influential European ideologist of renewable energy, the architect of the German transition project known as Energiewende, has constructed an entire vision for the rejuvenation of modern civilization around it. In the solar economy, he sings the praises of the short or non-existent supply chains of renewables. Finally, energy can, nay, must, be generated, harnessed, and used in the very same place. Source and consumer will be hand in glove, their local bond unbreakable. The emblem or prima donna of this novel era is precisely the solar panel, fixed on a rooftop and sending the current straight down into the bathroom, kitchen, and garage. If power plants running on solar energy are necessary as well, these ought to serve cities in the immediate vicinity. For example, Cairo's power needs could be supplied by a plant located in the nearby desert. 22 Transportation of renewables is neither necessary nor possible, and this is all for the better. Scheer envisions closed loops of energy, goods, and services inside local communities, with no trucks or high-voltage cables crisscrossing the earth. Energy consumers will have to adapt to the intensity of insolation, strength of the prevailing winds, presence or absence of hydropower potential in situ. A readjusting process of industrial relocation will ensue, in compliance with the distribution of energy supplies. 23 Factories will besprinkle the globe. There will be no centers. Echoing phalansteres and small is beautiful. Scheer's vision might correspond to an unmodified profile of the flow, but it lacks any appreciation of what is at stake here. The fact that supply chains for solar power are short, he writes, really does beg the question of why generations of scientists and technicians have refused to accept it as an alternative, as though the forces at work were inscrutable. 24 Their negation of Scheer's ideal is absolute. Globalization has produced the greatest separation between energy production and consumption in documented history, the chains often taking fossil fuels from deposits in one country to combustion in another, where commodities are manufactured for sale in a third. Every year, more carbon, solid and embodied, is shuffled across borders. In times of globalist production, capital flies past all fences to reach the greenest grass, moving restlessly between places in disregard of their intrinsic qualities, more intolerant than ever of tethers. The vision that rules the day is rather that of Jack Welch, the CEO of General Electric, who famously proclaimed that ideally, you'd have every plant you own on a barge. 25 If Scheer is correct about the ramifications of a transition to the flow, it stands in antagonistic contradiction to the logic of global capital, for the means of production would have to be shackled to communities formed around energy nuclei. The formula that once brought steam to ascendancy would have to be inverted. Capital would need to carry the people to the power, rather than placing the power amongst the people as it has been doing for the past 2 centuries, and never with greater vigor than in the current stage of abstract space. When the nature of the work is such that it is not possible to remove it, we have seen Babbage explain, the proprietors are more exposed to injury from combinations among the workmen. Globalist production is built on that hard-learned lesson. Scheer elegantly suggests that comprehensive use of renewable energy would take the wind from the sails of an economic globalization and industrial concentration process, but does not realize what this would mean, disarming capital of the weapon it has used so effectively to prevail in the struggle against labor. It is unlikely to let go of it easily. Other classes might have little to lose, workers would have, if not a world, then at least a slightly safer future to win from chaining the means of production to the sun, wind, or water, so that they can no longer suddenly depart. But few are the devotees of renewable localism or regionalism who make such a class alignment. Scheer, for one, entertains the hope of a widely distributed capital accumulation, a castle in the air with zero relation to the actual spatial dynamics of capitalist property relations. 26. Equally starry-eyed is his rejoinder to the second objection to renewables. The correct response to the argument that you can't dry your laundry if the wind doesn't blow is that you can dry it when it does blow. Sure, if use value were the purpose of labor. But in advanced capitalist economies, the reign of abstract time has penetrated every moment of existence with round-the-clock appliances, from the refrigerator to the conveyor belt, the data server to the charging station, fostering a general allergy to break-offs. It has, Crary writes in 24/7, become intolerable for there to be waiting time while something loads or connects. There is a profound incompatibility of anything resembling reverie with the priorities of efficiency, functionality, and speed. 27 Not the most propitious historical moment to tell people to give the weather some time. In industry, the equivalents of the cultural malaise diagnosed by Crary as 24/7 are the doctrines of lean production and just-in-time, a fanatical war against the remaining pores in the labor process, profoundly incompatible with anything resembling intermittency. Can capital be forced to rely on an inherently fluctuating flow? Its resistance to the thought has probably never been firmer than now. Critics of Jacobson and Delucchi have aimed for the temporal chink in their armor, pointing to winter weeks when the European skies have been both cloudy and calm and stressing that mismatches with peak demand are not acceptable in our modern economy. 28 In 2008, a climate initiative under the auspices of Google presented a plan for weaning the US off coal by 2030, replacing the black stone with a medley of wind, solar, nuclear and other sources. Absolutely impossible, the CEO of American Electrical Power scoffed at the idea. If you can make the wind blow 24/7, that would be good. Maybe Google's got a plan for that. Privately owned, profit-oriented utilities in the US abstain from renewables in fear of weather variability, currently causing interannual variations in revenues by 15 to 20% for wind farms and 5% for solar projects, not to speak of the swings from one month or week to another. The tendency of things, we have seen William Stanley Jevons observe in the 1860s, is such that we are likely to find coal a source of sunlight rather than sunlight a competitor of coal. Today, in time as well as in space, the tendency is a progressive reification, an ever-increasing remoteness from the qualitative and material essence of the things. To speak with Lukács. 29 Having incorporated the stock as its very marrow, capital moves ever further from the nature of the flow. A catch-22 of the transition. When all of this is said, however, a field of different possibilities opens up. There might be methods to engineer a more abstract profile of the flow. Solar power technologies, for instance, come in forms other than photovoltaics. A forest of self-acting mirrors may be planted on the ground to track the sun's rays and redirect them onto a single focal point, such as a tower, where the resulting temperatures may range from 200 degrees Celsius to 1000 degrees Celsius. The burning heat can then be used to produce steam, the old idea on which Jevons commented, and drive a turbine as in any conventional power plant. Whereas a panel converts sunlight directly into electricity, concentrated solar power or CSP takes the detour through heat but collects a much denser current, which can be transmitted across long distances, currently up to 2,000 kilometers, through high-voltage overhead lines, into centers of population and industry. For wind, an analogous option is to place giant farms offshore, where the winds are speedy and steady, unhampered by mountains and buildings, and lead the haul onto land. 30 Photovoltaic arrays and onshore turbines can, of course, also be connected to grids, but CSP and offshore farms have a special ability to capture the flow in the places where it is most abundant, deserts, straits, bays, from whence it can be carried to the people. But there is one major catch to such solutions: they require advanced planning and coordination. By far the most intensely hyped scheme in this genre is Desertec, a string of mega CSP plants in the northern Sahara exporting electricity to Europe via underwater cables. In 2009, a consortium of financial and industrial concerns launched the Desertec Industrial Initiative, DI, to mobilize a capital for the project, with the aim of supplying at least 15% of European electricity needs by 2050. The idea that renewable electricity should be produced in areas with optimal resources and exported to regions with high demand has become known as the Desertec Vision. The DI pronounced in 2012, updated maps showing a thick web of high-voltage lines covering the most densely populated parts of Europe with energy from CSP, photovoltaic and wind installations in the Middle East and North Africa. The project, a confident initiative reassured the public, can be realized by market players and investors. 31 But 2 years later, it lay in shambles. Unconvinced of the financial benefits, the heavyweights of the consortium, E.ON, Bosch, Siemens, had pulled out, the non-profit Desertec Foundation had split with the initiative, the plan to deliver electricity across the Mediterranean had been put on the shelf, European utilities arguing that it was incompatible with current levels of grid interconnectivity, plus, their markets already suffered from an excess of renewable energy. 32 One study concluded that Desertec was perfectly feasible in technological terms, but adequate political frame conditions that would allow for the necessary large investments are not yet available. 33 There was no plan in place to hold together the atoms of capital. The Desertec vision traveled to other quarters, however. Deserts are gold mines of sunlight waiting to be unlocked for the benefit of the hives and workshops of the world, such as China, hence the idea of Gobi Tech. The Gobi Desert might be the planet's single most favorable habitat for solar power generation. Covering 3% of its area with panels would suffice to produce more electricity than the world consumed in 2008, combining large-scale photovoltaics with CSP. Mighty currents could be sent through China to the FDI coast in the south, as well as through the Korean peninsula and all the way to Tokyo in the east. Like its European model, Gobi Tech has yet to leave the drawing board. No private investors have stepped forth. Another familiar problem bedevils the project. The cooperation between Asian countries envisioned by Gobi Tech's proponents overlooks how private market participants may have different agendas than their participating governments. Competition among private investors may be incompatible with state-based diplomacy. As two researchers put it, going on to quote an anonymous informant, getting countries to work together is difficult enough. But energy security is a money-making exercise, so private firms are reluctant to cooperate. They want to dominate. But the involved countries could also be expected to behave like profit maximizers. If one of them loses money, but the others do not, resentment could result. 34 And that is where the matter stands. Solutions to the problem of variability tend to point in the same direction, away from the narrow locality, towards supergrids of integrated sources, based on the principle that when the wind is still in one place the sun probably shines in another. Jacobson and DeLucchi have responded to their critics by suggesting that interconnected wind farms in North Africa, Russia, and West Asia would safeguard against barren European winter weeks. The point is to treat renewables in bundles, not as enclaves of impossible autarky. Geothermal, tidal, and hydroelectric installations provide more constant energy than solar and wind, and so have a critical role to play as buffers. 35 Desertec is, or was, designed to offer the same balancing services. The sun always shines in Arabia. Another idea is to refurbish Norway as the green battery of Europe, charged by surpluses of the flow from neighboring countries. When the wind is strong in Germany or the UK, some of it can be sent to pump water up into reservoirs in the Norwegian mountain. When the wind slackens, the water can be released and the favor returned. We have seen an Ayrshire gentleman propose the exact same solution for the British industry of the 1820s. After the transition, Jevons imagined how coal could be made entirely redundant by some intelligent planning. The most perfect conceivable system of machine labor might be founded on hydraulic power. Imagine an indefinite number of windmills, tidal mills, and water mills employed to pump water into a few immense reservoirs near our factory towns. Water power might thence be distributed and sold as water is now sold for domestic purposes. Not only all large machines, but every crane, every lathe, every tool might be worked by water from a supply pipe, and in our houses a multitude of domestic operations, such as ventilation, washing, the turning of the spit, might be facilitated by water power. 36. We know on what blocks such ideas stumbled. Now, as then, the required technologies are fully mature, but a spirit of mutual concession and accommodation among the parties is rarely met with. Norwegian electricity companies do not expect profits large enough to motivate investment. It remains unclear who will pay for the infrastructure. Some outdoor enthusiasts oppose the overhead lines for aesthetic reasons. 37 In the meantime, companies continue to pump Norwegian oil and dig German coal, without coordination. There is no reason to assume a priori that these obstacles are insurmountable. Other options for managing swings are at hand: oversized generation capacities, storage in batteries, weather forecasting, even, the daring thought, demand regulation. 38 But there appears to be a general catch-22: freezing the transition, or, as it is often and appropriately referred to, the exit. On the one hand, a return to the concrete fold of the flow would tear apart abstract spatio-temporality. On the other hand, an attempt to create the most abstract possible space and time out of the concrete flow would demand comprehensive planning. There is an emergency, and if some integral aspects of capitalist property relations keep closed the exit gate to the left, we bump into others to the right. Robert Thom, of course, got stuck in the same catch, with long aqueducts, multiple reservoirs, and state-of-the-art sluices. He promised to convey water from the most remote and inaccessible places and make it work with the same accuracy as a piece of clockwork. Except capital could not agree upon it. Ready to sacrifice neither spatial mobility and temporal uniformity nor the anarchy of competition, it rather entered upon the construction of a fossil economy. Trying to get out of the structure today, the fire alarm ringing, we seem to face doors locked with the same keys. Should we manage to get out in either direction, relations would seem to have to move in a more communal direction, in line with the concrete profile or the communist tendency of the flow. 39. The residential communes of water, light, and air are still in a state of continual motion and ceaseless change, with Blackstone, of a vague and fugitive nature. In the words of a French legal scholar. 40 The capture of their forces appears technically viable on condition of planning and coordination on a level unknown today, sweeping industries, nations, several continents under the wings of Irwell commissioners for the 21st century. But the tendency of things is for the stock to continue to circulate in motionless submission. Towards a planned economy for power? Hermann Scheer wants to go the local way, without understanding what he would have to grapple with. In The Energy Imperative, published posthumously in 2012, he fumes over Desertec, the Norwegian battery and all proposed supergrids as betrayals of the Geist of renewable energy, which is, by its very nature, decentralized. Instead of taking the light and the air for what they are, such schemes seek to squeeze them into the Procrustean bed of fossil structures. Worse still, they would lend new prerogatives to the state. The idea of a continental supergrid has the character of a planned economy for European power. Scheer whines. 41 Let us assume he is right. If post-fossil economies are not to splinter into self-contained local or regional spheres, where the means of production would be in detention, to the benefit of labor and the detriment of exchange value, they will have to be planned. How deep would such planning have to go? Could it not stay on a surface of cables linked with wires, much as the state furnishes any other infrastructure to capital without meddling in its truly internal affairs? The first thing to keep in mind here is that any transition, and particularly one in the abstract key, requires investments on a scale out of the ordinary. But capital is not rising to the occasion. From the first plants in California in the 1980s until the moment of this writing, not a single CSP installation has seen the light of the day without considerable public funding. There seems to be no way to get the ball of a Desertec or GoByTech rolling unless states throw their full weight behind it. Offshore farms, still accounting for a mere 2% of global wind capacity, pose the same challenge, as do the transmission systems tying them all together. While they might yield cheaper electricity in the long run, technologies for concentrating the flow can only be put into operation at high initial costs. 42 Numbers fly around. The International Energy Agency, IEA, says the world should spend $1 trillion per year until 2050 to shift to renewables, but however one counts, it is evident that the investments needed are colossal and that only a fraction has so far materialized. Total spending in 2012 amounted to one-third of the level posited by the IEA. If the decisions remain in the hands of private agents, all indications are that too little will happen too late. There is something pathetic about the UN climate chief Christina Figueres begging financial institutions to please pour some money into green infrastructure. They hold the keys, not she, nor any elected or intergovernmental body, but they just won't open the doors. 43. Not that there is a lack of money, the financial players of the world have hundreds of trillions of dollars at their disposal. Not that they shun risky projects, they are willing to gamble their fortunes on the most hazardous speculation. Instead, as Swedish researchers Robin and Staffan Jakobsson argue, the dynamics of financialization have made private investors utterly unfit to bankroll a transition, the chase for instant profit taking them ever further from a supergrid or an offshore farm. When the average stock is owned for a mere 22 seconds, why would they underwrite a long-term project for exploiting the flow with little in the way of guaranteed revenues? 44. Abandoning the illusions. Jakobsson recommend that the states pick up two sledgehammers, a complete restructuring of the financial sector and the founding of public investment banks with massive lending capacity. Then the infrastructure could be built from the ground up. If states alone are fit to commit to the investments, so only states and other public authorities can make the imperative decisions. The city of Los Angeles has one of the more far-sighted energy policies in the U.S., terminating all contracts for coal-fired power, investing heavily in wind, establishing utility-scale photovoltaics in the desert, linking up with wind and solar in 7 western states. It is well on its way to generating a third of its electricity from renewables by 2020, replacing in the course of a decade 70% of a power infrastructure built over a century. What makes such a comparatively bold venture possible? In a piece for Nature Climate Change, Democratic Mayor Antonio R. Villaraigosa and 2 collaborating scientists point out the decisive factor: the city has retained full ownership and control of its utility. Procurement, generation, transmission, and grid integration fall under the responsibility of one and the same department, ruled by elected officials who can take the measures needed to stay on target. 45. But grids and utilities across the world are now undergoing privatization. Once they end up behind the fences of private property, a public authority cannot simply enjoin them to switch to the flow, unless it trespasses onto that property. A private energy company will, as Naomi Klein underscores in her magnificent This Changes Everything, Capitalism versus the Climate, turn to renewables only on the condition that it is profitable. It can attend to no other bottom line. Even if it were to voluntarily set its own targets for higher efficiency or a larger share of renewables, experience suggests that such gains will, Jevons's paradox once more, be outstripped by the growing size of businesses. But states and their municipalities can have other goals than profit and are under no compulsion to expand like capital. Not only in American cities but in the world as a whole, and particularly on the critical continent of Asia, they simply have to take charge of the transition if there is to be anything of the kind. 46. That would mean engaging in destruction as much as in creation. Expressing a common credulity, Scheer writes that every single investment in renewable energy is synonymous with CO2 avoidance. If you erect a wind turbine on the hill, it will automatically replace a proportionate quantum of coal. But that is not how a capitalist economy works. Environmental sociologist Richard York analyzed data from nearly all the countries in the world for the period 1960 to 2009 and found that 1 kilowatt-hour of non-fossil electricity replaced an average of 0.1 kilowatt-hour of fossil electricity. Rather than displacing the coal and avoiding the CO2, a wind turbine adds another slice to an ever-growing energy pie. Merely building the flow infrastructure will accomplish a tenth of a transition, unless there is a simultaneous direct suppression of fossil fuel use. 47. This is one reason for the perverse situation of overcapacity and excess of renewable energy technologies. From a human point of view, there is of course too little of them, but as long as the markets are overflowing with fossil fuels, they will remain just another brimful niche. It would be foolhardy, then, to trust in demand and supply as the mechanisms of the transition. If solar and wind were to become radically cheaper than fossil fuels, demand for the latter might fall, only to induce a corresponding fall in their prices, reviving demand and re-establishing an equilibrium of profligacy. 48. Invest, decide, suppress, not the behavioral pattern of your average neoliberal state. As Klein maps out in detail, the entire logic of neoliberalism runs counter to the basic requirements of the transition. Instead of resources for investment, we get ever more famished public coffers. The opposite of intervention. States have systematically deregulated markets, loathing the mere thought of extending their influence. They give up one sector after another to private agents. The fact that scientists awakened to the magnitude of global warming and called for a drastic change of course, just as governments, under neoliberal hypnosis, surrendered the very idea of interfering with the self-driving market, is indeed another key aspect of climate temporality, an epic case of bad historical timing. 49. These insights are shared by less radical thinkers. A U-turn to renewables can be realized solely by means of concerted social and political efforts beyond the traditional sorts of economic incentives, in the restrained words of Jacobson and DeLucci. Even Anthony Giddens, who can hardly be accused of communist sympathies, recognizes that the powers of the state have to be invoked if a serious impact on global warming is to be made. There must be a return to planning, in some guise or other. In the Soviet Union, the 5-year plans often missed their targets. We need plans that do not. There is no alternative, planning is inevitable. 50. It has to cut far deeper into our economies than any prevailing paradigm permits, and even deeper once the signal dimension of climate change, time, is fully taken on board. The more CO2 that has been released into the atmosphere, the smaller the scope remains for limiting global warming. Consider the 2 degrees target, not as a threshold to dangerous global warming, we are well within its field of force, but rather as a demarcation between the dangerous and the extremely dangerous, beyond which positive feedback mechanisms might run amok. To have at least a reasonable chance of maintaining an orderly civilization, we should keep the rise in average temperature below that line. The emissions explosion of the early 21st century, however, has pushed the climate system perilously close to it. The carbon budget for 2 degrees is in the process of being consumed. If global emissions remain at 2014 levels, it will be entirely exhausted within 30 years. But emissions are, of course, growing fast. Current projections suggest a continued growth of upwards of 3% throughout the second decade of the 21st century. Only a narrow field for a war of maneuver is still there. According to the latest scientific consensus, global emissions would have to peak before 2020 and then decrease by at least 3% per year, the same pace at which they currently increase. The explosion inverted into a flood of cuts. Business as usual completely reversed. 51. What if the peak occurred after 2020, perhaps 10 or 20 years later? Then the emissions would have to be slashed even more brutally, if anyone then still dares to aim for 2 degrees. Such is the subversive, immutable arithmetic of climate change. It tightens the screws on Marxists as much as on everyone else. Any argument along the lines of one solution, revolution, or, less abbreviated, socialist property relations are necessary to combat climate change is now untenable. The experiences of the past 2 centuries indicate that socialism is an excruciatingly difficult condition to achieve. Any proposal to build it on a world scale before 2020 and then start cutting emissions would be not only laughable, but reckless. 52. At this moment in time, the purpose of an inquiry into the climatic destructivity of capitalist property relations can only be a realistic assessment of the obstacles to the transition. They grow higher by the day. If the temporality of climate change compels revolutionaries to be a little pragmatic, it obliges others to start pondering revolutionary measures. Had the dismantling of the fossil economy begun, say, after the UNFUC was signed in 1992, when the CO2 concentration in the atmosphere was 355 parts per million rather than the current 400, the trick might have at least hypothetically been made with some gentle nudging of the market, a little tax here, a little tariff there, some discounts for electric vehicles, but the longer the postponement, the more dramatic the demolition must be when it starts. 53. Hermann Scheer thinks individuals and households can do it. He opposes mandatory emissions reductions, set quotas and deadlines, anything that smells of technocratic planning. If only the powers of the sun are set free, the shift will be completed spontaneously, from below. Let self-interest rule and people will realize that small is profitable. Adhering to the odd German ideology known as ordoliberalism, a putative third way between neoliberalism and Keynesianism, not retreating from nor intervening in the market but actively midwifing its innately benevolent forces, he champions feed-in tariffs as the panacea of the transition, guarantee producers a revenue when they feed renewable electricity onto the grid, and they will do it. The point is to conceive of solar technologies in such a way that, like the steam engine before them, they will become an unstoppable economic force. 54. A lot could be said about this program, suffice it to conclude that it belongs to circa the mid-1980s and has no aid to offer climate politics in a millennium when the traditions of the dead breathe ever heavier down the necks of the living and the not yet born. If global emissions are to contract by 3% a year, those of rich nations might have to shrink by 5 or 10% or even more to give developing countries some space. According to Kevin Anderson, distinguished expert on mitigation scenarios, humanity might retain a 50% chance of staying below 2 degrees if emissions hit zero before 2045, but then flying, driving, heating our homes, using our appliances, basically everything we do, would need to be zero carbon, and note, zero carbon means zero carbon. Cuts of this magnitude have no historical precedent. The collapse of the Soviet Union set the record, with emissions dropping by 5% for a couple of years in the 1990s. How, then, could such a last-ditch effort possibly succeed? Anderson states the obvious: the market cannot do it. Conventional market economics is premised on understanding and making small, marginal, changes. But with climate change, we are not talking about small changes, we are dealing with a world of very large changes, outside the realm of standard market theory. The alternative? Planned economic recession, claim Anderson and his colleague Alice Bose. 55. They do not say it loud, but a planned economic recession would of course objectively constitute a war against capital. The politics of climate change mitigation follow a tragic historical timeline, running via Edward Bernstein to Leon Trotsky. Comrades, we stand face to face with a very difficult period, perhaps the most difficult period of all. To difficult periods in the life of peoples and classes there correspond harsh measures, as Trotsky wrote in Terrorism and Communism in the Annus Terribilis 1920. Or, with Walter Benjamin, to the process of rescue belongs the firm, seemingly brutal grasp. 56. A more popular analogy than war communism is that of the Second World War. In one of the most clear-sighted papers on climate politics so far, Australian researchers Lawrence L. Delina and Mark D. Zendorf lay out the case for wartime mobilization as a model for rapid abatement of climate change, conjuring up an enormous defense budget after Pearl Harbor. The American state planned and enforced the production of everything from airplanes to ammunition. The executive branch of the government directed the resources of the nation, summoned labor, requisitioned properties, forced manufacturers to accept contracts, terminated the production of certain goods, notably private cars, and, in short, mobilized the economy in toto for the sole aim of defeating the enemy. When the task is to cut emissions by some 10% per year, nothing less is required than a similar centralization of power under a special ministry for transition to a low-carbon future. 57. Given exceptional prerogatives, that ministry would raise funds, redirect labor, speed up R&D, sequester fixed capital based on the stock, organize mass production of everything from buses to CSP mirrors and roll out the full powers of the flow. Annual emissions cuts of a set quantity could be executed against the will of fossil capital and its representatives. Delina and Dzendorf estimate that such regimes could bring the transition to its zero-carbon conclusion within 25 to 30 years in developed countries and perhaps 40 in the world as a whole. Four political entities, the US, the EU, China and India, currently account for more than half of all emissions. Set up one special ministry in each and we would be on our way. 58. The Second World War analogy has its limitations, however. Big business had little to lose from entering the war. A zero-hour transition to the flow would have to be imposed by forces antagonistic to the interests of fossil capital. In the absence of a mass movement, it seems unlikely that governments will undertake emergency mitigation, even when life-threatening climate disasters occur. 59. For some forces, a planned economy for power is an absolute abomination. They will fight the idea, come flood or drought, and much prefer the manipulation of a very different entity. The last escape from planning. The precipice is already in view, but the train of the fossil economy only runs faster in its fixed tracks, so what do we do now? Maybe we could put mirrors in orbit to reflect sunlight back into space. Or we could bleach the clouds, or paint the roofs white, or suck carbon out of the air by artificial trees and pump it underground, or sprinkle the oceans with iron so as to stimulate the production of planktons, whose tiny bodies capture CO2 through photosynthesis and carry it into the seabed when they die. Since the scale of the emissions explosion became clear, much interest has been diverted towards these and other methods of geoengineering, commonly defined as deliberate, large-scale intervention in the climate system designed to counter global warming or offset some of its effects. 60. Long regarded as the fantasy of some mad scientist, it became a topic of intense and perfectly serious research after Paul Crutzen, fresh from having introduced the Anthropocene concept, published an article in Climatic Change in 2006 suggesting that humans should strive to imitate volcanic eruptions. In June 1991, Mount Pinatubo in the Philippines spewed out a plume of sulfur into the stratosphere, blocking some of the incoming solar radiation. The following year, the average temperature on Earth fell by half a degree. We could spread sulfate aerosols, intentionally and systematically, like a sunshade around our planet. 61. Since Crutzen's intervention, there has been a veritable eruption of studies and preparations, workshops, computer simulations, think tank reports, hundreds of scientific papers, theme issues of the main journals in climate science, actual live experiments, start-up companies, patents. Most work focuses on the Pinatubo option, or solar radiation management through sulfate aerosol injection, in the more clinical terms. Of all the colors on the geoengineering palette, this is believed to be the most effective. 62. It could be up in the air within months. A couple of airplanes circling through the stratosphere some 20 kilometers above the Earth, spraying sulfates and suspending the effect of 2 centuries of fossil fuel combustion in the time it takes to build one wind farm. In A Case for Climate Engineering, physicist-entrepreneur David Keith stresses how fantastically cheap the operation would be, instant relief for the price of a Hollywood blockbuster, or about 1/100th of current spending on renewable energy technologies. 63. As CO2 continues to build up in the atmosphere, and as sulfate aerosols only stay in place for a year before sailing down towards Earth, the annual injections would have to grow perpetually. Keith estimates that if we start in 2020, we would need 1 million tons of sulfate per year and a fleet of 100 planes by 2070. The chemical is abundant. Existing aircraft can be easily adapted for the job. Solar radiation management through sulfate aerosol injection is likely to deplete the ozone layer, upset precipitation patterns, possibly shut down the Asian monsoon, disrupt photosynthetic productivity, whiten the sky, tinker with the balance between day and night as well as winter and summer, contribute to thousands of air pollution deaths a year. Keith's words, as the soot comes drizzling down, induce lasting addiction to larger doses, certainly lower the efficiency of solar panels by diluting the sunlight. 64. But let us focus on just one detail. To cancel out the rising CO2, the shade must thicken each year, but imagine something goes wrong. Imagine some part of the technology breaks down, or an unexpected side effect turns out to be unbearable, or India shoots down the planes or shoots up some counteracting substance because the monsoon has failed, or the companies can no longer agree on the terms, anything that turns the system off. What happens then? Known as the termination problem, the result would be an extreme pulse of sudden warming. As the lid is removed, the radiative forcing of all the accumulated CO2 would boil over violently. According to the latest research, average temperatures on the land surface might increase by 3 degrees per decade. Depending on how long the system has been in operation and how much CO2 has been emitted in the meantime, the spike might be slightly lower or dramatically higher. Some regions could heat up by 15 degrees per decade for a while. Now it is well known that the ability of the ecosystems to adapt is conditioned not only by the magnitude, but also by the rate of the warming. At this rate, without precedent in geological history, they would all fry 65. Bill Gates is now the world's #1 financial supporter of geoengineering research. A patron of Keith, the blurb for whose book he penned, and other pioneers, he owns shares in companies developing technologies for delivering the sulfates, brightening the clouds and capturing the carbon. Anne Murray Edwards, a Canadian oil magnate knee-deep in the Alberta tar sands, is a generous funder. The American Enterprise Institute and other think tanks of the conservative right, just recently denying climate change, eagerly promote the smart solution. Shell, BP, Exxon, Boeing are on board. 66 Rex Tillerson, the man who wants to drill and make money, has laid out a practical view of global warming. It's an engineering problem and there will be an engineering solution. 67 No special intelligence is needed to decode the interests at work here, but what of the scientists who are clearly genuinely concerned about where business as usual is taking us? Had it not been for their involvement, geoengineering would not have come anywhere near its current position as a centrally placed emergency brake. Crutzen ended his article with a frank admission: the very best would be if emissions of the greenhouse gases could be reduced so much that the stratospheric sulfur release experiment would not need to take place. Currently, this looks like a pious wish. 68 Keith bases his entire argument on the premise of economic inertia. We suffer from the persistent illusion that we can rapidly accomplish the deep structural changes necessary to decarbonize our economy. Some might have wild ideas about intervening in capitalism, but instead we should treasure that system, which has, by the way, made enormous progress in managing environmental problems over the last half-century. Proof: the U.S. Clean Air Act. 69 Keith would obviously break out in a rash if someone proposed a planned economy for power, but he is more than willing to countenance a biosphere run by central planners who regulate the thermostat, optimize conditions for agriculture, fine-tune the climate for every living being. 70 And here we have the red-hot engine of geoengineering. Analogies with wartime mobilization appear every now and then in the literature but evoke none of the buzz surrounding the Pinatubo parallel. Planning the economy is the ultimate taboo. Planning the climate is worthy of close consideration, an idea cognate with genetic engineering, GPS systems, smart devices, in vitro meat, drone warfare, and other natural elements of late capitalist hypermodernity. Fossil capital would die in a transition. Geoengineering may give it a new lease on life. What began as real subsumption of labor must end as real subsumption of the biosphere. There is that nagging feeling that a fleet of airplanes packed with sulfur are far more likely to show up than a special ministry for a transition to a low-carbon future. It has become easier to imagine deliberate, large-scale intervention in the climate system than in capitalism. Chapter 16. Time to pull the plugs. On CO2 as an effluent of power. The name of the epoch. In The God Species, Mark Linus builds his narrative around a familiar villain: we, us. God's power is now increasingly being exercised by us. We are the creators of life, but we are also its destroyers, and our collective power already threatens or overwhelms most of the major forces of nature, and our detritus gets everywhere, and we are altering the characteristics of the atmosphere in unanticipated ways, and on ad nauseam. 1 This must be one of the most common tropes in climate change discourse. We, all of us, you and I have created this mess together and make it worse each day, and with such an indiscriminate apportioning of blame, no end to the ordeal is in sight. It is perhaps not a coincidence that Paul Crutzen is the spiritual father of both the Anthropocene narrative and the geoengineering solution, or that Linus embraces the environmental Kuznets curve, sulfate aerosol injection. For me this is a reason for optimism, and the American view of China as the saboteur of climate politics. Point 2. If humanity as a whole drives the locomotive, there is no one to depose. A revolt against business as usual becomes inconceivable. Enter Naomi Klein, who bases her call to revolt on the proposition that we are stuck because the actions that would give us the best chance of averting catastrophe, and would benefit the vast majority, are extremely threatening to an elite minority. 3. Upon release of the call, defendants of the mainstream discourse frowned on her. In his review for The Observer, philosopher John Gray stated that Klein describes the climate crisis as a confrontation between capitalism and the planet. It would be more accurate to describe the crisis as a clash between the expanding demands of humankind and a finite world. In the London Review of Books, Paul Kingsnorth, ex-environmentalist and longtime purveyor of the view that collapse is inevitable, argued that climate change isn't something that a small group of baddies has foisted on us. In the end, we are all implicated, for after denialism, this is emerging as the great divide in the debate on global warming. Building a sophisticated case for the we view demands a lot of imagination. In 2 high-profile essays, noted post-colonialist Dipesh Chakrabarty has questioned the utility of historical materialism for understanding climate change and come down squarely on the side of the Anthropocene narrative. Imagine, he writes, the counterfactual reality of a more evenly prosperous and just world made up of the same number of people and based on exploitation of cheap energy sourced from fossil fuel. Such a world would undoubtedly be more egalitarian and just, at least in terms of distribution of income and wealth, but the climate crisis would be worse. Yes, imagine a planet Earth inhabited by 9 billion human beings, every one of whom owned 5 houses, 3 SUVs, and a private airplane. Wouldn't we all burn? Indeed, such a world would be physically impossible. From his sci-fi scenario, Chakrabarty draws the conclusion that the climate crisis is not inherently a result of economic inequalities, when in fact it only reminds us of a stark reality. Climate change has come about because a fortunate few have appropriated the bulk of the atmospheric carbon sink through massive emissions, which by definition cannot be extended to humanity as a whole. Point 5. If everyone lived like a rich American, guzzling cheap fossil energy, we would be at 6 degrees tomorrow, and then no one would live. Logically and historically, in the actually existing world, from the rays of steam to the twilight of globalization, the crisis is inherently a result of some having more than, nay, taking from, others, the accumulation of fossil capital, a very negation of universal species being. But Chakrabarty insists, the poor participate in that shared history of human evolution just as much as the rich do. Frankly speaking, the lurch into the Anthropocene has also been globally the story of some long-anticipated social justice, at least in the sphere of consumption. This justice among humans, however, comes at a price. 6. With this argument, Chakrabarty manages to mistake his invented planet for the one he lives on, truly an impressive feat of the human imagination. Driving it further, he maintains that humanity is unified not only as the source but also as the victim of this crisis. Unlike in the crises of capitalism, there are no lifeboats here for the rich and the privileged. Witness the drought in Australia or recent fires in the wealthy neighborhoods of California. The human species is a universal that arises from a shared sense of catastrophe. Point 7. But exit Chakrabarty's world of ideas and witness Katrina in black and in white neighborhoods of New Orleans, Sandy in Haiti and in Manhattan, sea level rise in Bangladesh and in the Netherlands, all the realities of differentiated vulnerability in any impact of climate change, direct or indirect. For the foreseeable future, indeed, as long as there are class societies on Earth, there will be lifeboats for the rich and privileged, and there will not be any shared sense of catastrophe. More than ever, class divisions will become matters of life and death. Who gets to drive out of the city when the hurricane approaches, who can pay for seawalls or homes solid enough to withstand the coming flood. The capitalist class is evidently not very worried. Quite a few fractions of it are rather gearing up for some sweet profits from newly available oil resources in the Arctic, desalination plants and floating cities, ownership of ever more precious land, the construction of walls, fire insurances, genetically modified crops to withstand the heat, geoengineering. 8 As in all crises of capitalism, this one presents a welter of opportunities for those in clover, and après moi, le deluge. If the Anthropocene is an indefensible abstraction at the point of departure as well as the end of the line, might there be a more adequate term for the new geological epoch? Our suspicion that the interests once entering the locomotive are still inside it seems to have been confirmed. Accumulation of capital through abstract space, abstract time, and anarchic competition runs ever faster away from the flow, demanding a fuel of matching qualities in constantly growing quantities. Unlikely to gather anything like a consensus behind it, a more scientifically accurate designation, then, would be the Capitalocene. This is the geology not of mankind, but of capital accumulation. To paraphrase Althusser, capitalist time, biochemical time, meteorological time, geological time are being articulated in a novel whole, determined in the last instance by the age of capital, even though it will come to an end long before this epoch does. The long tail of CO2 from the stock will stretch out for hundreds of thousands of years. A new glacial period might not form for 500,000. Little did a cotton master switching to steam in Lancashire or a car manufacturer moving to China suspect that this would be his one gift to eternity. The Capitalocene will outlive them all, like oxygen the stromatolites. There is, then, another way to measure CO2, as an effluent of power, of our defeats and their victories. But this requires a conception of history very different from that established in climate change discourse. In the state of emergency, where the deep, dark drive of the animal, as countless stories tell, finds a way to avoid the approaching danger, seemingly before it can be seen, this society stumbles as a blind mass into every danger, even the one lying just around the corner, and the variety of individual goals counts for nothing against the identity of forces dictating developments. Over and over again it has been shown that the way society clings to normal, but already long lost, life is so fierce as to frustrate the truly human use of intellect and foresight, even in the face of drastic danger. The upshot is that society today presents a perfect picture of stupidity, uncertainty, indeed perversion of the instincts so essential to life and importance, not to say decay of the intellect. This is the mood of the bourgeoisie as a whole. Except Walter Benjamin did not write the bourgeoisie but Germany's middle class, and the year was 1928.10. The trope of the undifferentiated we does violence to the historical record. For E. A. Wrigley, the inorganic economy was always a blessing, up until the very moment when the news of climate change broke, then it suddenly morphed into a curse. The benefits which have flowed in the wake of the Industrial Revolution are great and universal, but now we must ask if the pursuit of prosperity for all has too high a price, the fantasy world, again. This is an act of exoneration. It idealizes the history of the fossil economy. A more accurate philosophy of it would depart from Thesis 8 in Benjamin's On the Concept of History. The tradition of the oppressed teaches us that the state of emergency in which we live is not the exception but the rule. 11 The tradition of the handloom weavers, the cotton spinners, the calico printers, the wool combers and all the other workers trampled underfoot by the steam demon and its iron men teaches us that the state of emergency arrived at dawn, in the land of Britain itself. And then we have not even glanced at the inhabitants of the distant shores where British steam power landed. For them, the losses were of another order of magnitude. In the condition of the working class in England, Engels walks among the ecological ruins of the Industrial Revolution, with particular attentiveness to, not to say obsession with, the atmosphere. The atmosphere of the factories is, as a rule, at once damp and warm. Workers are drawn into the large cities where they breathe a poorer atmosphere than in the country, in streets poisoned by carbonic acid gas, engendered by respiration and fire, while the bourgeoisie flees the vitiated air. In the coal mines, CO2 and CH4 trigger the most terrifying calamities, and these come directly from the selfishness of the bourgeoisie. At one point, Engels meets a member of that class in a Manchester street and confronts him with the ubiquitous catastrophes, whereupon the man curtly responds, "And yet there is a great deal of money made here. Good morning, sir. 12 if I can drill and make money." From this historical standpoint, climate change is not so much a surprising reversal of fortunes as a lifting of the veil on 2 centuries of fossil capital, which is, of course, the literal meaning of the Greek word apocalyptein. Point 13 The truth has been hidden from view. The present moment reveals the meaning of what has been going on for a long time. Benjamin's angel of history sees one single catastrophe, which keeps piling wreckage upon wreckage and hurls it at its feet. Theodore Adorno concurs, normality is death, but emphasizes that the eternity of horror manifests itself in the fact that each of its new forms outdoes the old. What is constant is not an invariable quantity of suffering, but its progress towards hell. That is the meaning of the thesis of the intensification of antagonisms. 14 From the very start, at the very smallest scale, in the hot factory, the smoky street, the mine laden with explosives, there emerged a pattern, some swept away by the storm we call progress, others sailing to their fortunes, subsequently magnified and iterated on progressively larger scales, until climate scientists discovered it in the biosphere as a whole, where the self-similar storm now spirals on. Every impact of climate change unfolds a fraction of that hitherto folded past. Why engage in a lost cause, skeptics might ask of the struggle against climate change, and not without reason. But fighting from a position of defeat is nothing new. Global warming is itself a sum of lost causes. Commoners and Luddites and plug drawers and innumerable other vanquished challengers counsel us to rethink the moment of the danger as extreme and unprecedented by dint of being the latest manifestation of the past. Or, in Benjamin's supremely visionary words, the only historian capable of fanning the spark of hope in the past is the one who is firmly convinced that even the dead will not be safe from the enemy if he is victorious. And this enemy has never ceased to be victorious. 15 Benjamin's conception of history, his voluntaristic messianism, organized pessimism, revolutionary melancholia, draws its inspiration from the heritage of the oppressed in order to derail the ultimate disaster of the present. And what is needed today, if not some global edition of the plug plot riots? Go and stop the smoke. That might seem like an exceedingly improbable event, but political action can never be based on probability calculations. That would be swimming with the tide or sailing with the storm. At the time of this writing, a global climate movement is gathering momentum. 16 It should be the movement of movements, at the top of the food chain, on a mission to protect the very existence of the terrain on which all others operate, but the question is, as so many have pointed out, whether it can attain that status and amass a social power larger than the enemy's in the little time that is left. But then again, every truly revolutionary movement has faced a similar predicament, as understood by Benjamin. Marx says that revolutions are the locomotive of world history. But perhaps it is quite otherwise. Perhaps revolutions are an attempt by the passengers on this train, namely, the human race, to activate the emergency brake. The prospects are dismal, hence the need to spring into action. As in previous emergencies, but now more than ever, as we soar above 400 ppm, we must accept symptoms of collapse as the quintessence of stability and see salvation alone as something so extraordinary as to pass understanding and verge on the miraculous. 17 The only ones with at least a hypothetical ability to conjure up that miracle are humans.